for these people to keep it tied up in the legal rigmarole. And just like Rakia suggested, in 20 years' time, 30, 40, 50 years' time, there's going to be no one around whatsoever to have any
Yeah.
accurate
Well,
recount whatsoever. And it'll all be probably done and dusted and probably swept
That
under
is
the
the
carpet.
just think about the engineering group. These guys are probably in their 50s and 60s because they're
Yeah.
engineers. That's about, these experts takes time to grow your business. And they're coming out, well, it's already been 20 years, so how old are they now? And those groups are going to fizzle out a little bit because they get discouraged and, life happens, right? So some of those
Mhm.
fizzle out. Some of them die, pass away. And
pass
then
away.
20
Yeah.
years from now, almost all of them will be gone. The only people that'll be left are people like us, maybe their sons and daughters that respected their parents enough to carry on their legacy of truth. But then the group is so small, they have no pull.
Yeah.
If it hasn't happened yet, it probably, won't happen. And let's be honest with each other. It could come out tomorrow that the engineers have proven definitively that the buildings didn't fall down like the government agency NIST says it did. Well, if the
Right.
news doesn't want to cover it, no one hears it. No one, no one would even know that. And the small group of people that would find out, like us,
Mm.
we're already the crazy ones anyway.
Yeah.
It,
It's going to get no traction whatsoever.
right.
You're right.
It's
Yeah.
how they
No
do it.
traction.
It's how they do
No.
it with everything. They boggle it down. They kick it down the road, and then before you know it, the truth comes out, and no one cares, or no one finds
That's
out, or no
right.
one's able to do. What are you going to do about it anyway? Building
Kids. Yeah.
seven is the killer for them. They know it. Although the other two buildings that fell like that are definitely and other evidence. People don't look at all the other buildings and the destruction that they had that doesn't add up with buildings falling around them, which to me points to some type of energy weapon also. But you can't demean the fact of the unknown, right? Like if you start bringing in the unknown things we can't really prove, then it lessens the truth, a little bit.
Yep.
But these buildings, you can't model it. They say they can, but when you look at the model, it leaves out a bunch of things. All these internet YouTuber stars that are building pixie stick buildings and running a ball through the bottom and having the whole thing collapse. What a joke, right? That's a mockery. They should be ashamed of themselves because of people losing their lives in this event. We should be seeking truth, not making a mockery of the situation. And you have these people that have family members and friends that they know aren't around anymore, so they know someone passed away in the event. Well, usually when you talk to that person, you go, "Well, you should be more involved, right? Why are you just trusting the government narrative when you had a personal relationship with someone who didn't make it out of this event?" I don't get.
Yeah.
I'm more passionate about it than they are, and I just saw it on
Yeah.
TV. It is strange. So you start wondering. I mean, I don't know. For a
Some of
human
them took the
being,
millions.
well, you don't even have to know anything about construction. You only have to know, that certain things are stronger than others to look at these buildings and just take a quick look at the design and find out the strongest part and how that just take that one section of the building that knowing what I know, would still be standing right now today. They could have built that building back around that inner core. It ain't going
Yeah.
nowhere.
That's right. That's right. They weren't going anywhere, man.
If the
They were
top
so
part was damaged, by the plane entering and cutting those beams, which I can see happening, pushing them or disrupting them off their mounts, then that top portion would have toppled over. That bottom section isn't going anywhere.
Yeah. There's some very, very valid points. Definitely.
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Take a
You know,
take a wedge
sorry,
out
but
of something like the planes did.
Can I get this out?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, those families took the hush money, though. 97% of the families took the hush money, and part of the conditions to that was they were not allowed to sue the airlines. They cannot sue the airlines.
Yeah, good point. That they probably had to sign where they just don't talk about it and come out, and they can be sued if they do. That's pretty common. But getting back to the physics of that building, if something takes a wedge out of a section out of something, then it's going to lean and topple over to that. It's going to collapse there first. That's where the most damage was done. And that top portion, all that weight up top would force its way down on that at an angle and just topple over, not going straight
That's
down.
right. That's correct. It wouldn't go straight down because of the Newton's law that, when you apply a force in one direction, you get the same force in the opposite direction pushing back, right? And they said if that were to happen, but if it were to happen, it could only last 3 stories, and it would then arrest and stop. Couldn't pass the way down to the ground. It would be impossible. And I put a little meme in there earlier on in this server. I placed a meme about 5 minutes ago showing that very scenario where you have a block with nothing underneath it and another block with the tower underneath it. And the question is, which is going to land first? Because it's impossible, totally impossible. For 80,000 tons of unaffected steel, totally unscathed, perfectly sound, solid, nothing, no weakness at all in the structure. At all is what was said. And then we have the NIST report saying that such fires did not persist at any one location for more than about 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Okay? That's in the NIST report. So there was no way that the fires were lingering long enough to heat up any part of that building, steel structure, which was fireproofed, by the way, to initiate this thermal, what do you call it? Thermal, I've lost the terminology now. Thermal expansion to loosen girder number 79 to initiate this. This will be in building number 7, this progressive collapse. Because we didn't see a progressive collapse. We saw a symmetrical, what they call it, a global collapse, where the whole building came down at free fall symmetrically into its own footprint. Yeah.
You can take that beam from bottom floor to the top floor completely out at simultaneously, and the only thing that's going to happen is that corner of the building is going to fold in towards where you took out that support.
Yeah,
that's all that's going to happen, and then you're going to have some collateral damage going outwards a little bit, but it's not going to make the whole entire building fall at the same rate, starting from the top and all just collapsing inward, on itself. That's only how it happens in planned situations, and it doesn't even happen then. Like sometimes even after months of planning, when they do these plan demos, it still doesn't work out to plan. But these things, fell almost perfectly just because of one beam, one section of a beam being, whatever. You just can't, just look at it in your mind, build an erector set. We used to all build these erector sets. I would think, you bolted them together and just take out one support and see what happens.
It's still standing. It's still standing. It doesn't collapse. No, that's
right. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So this is what surprises me, is that even within the families that are still pursuing this, pursuing the government for justice and accountability and for heads to roll, they are following the line that it was the terrorists that actually did it, though. They're not really looking into the scientific evidence of and breaking that down as to how these buildings could have come down. They knew it came down too quick, but they don't seem to understand that the terrorists couldn't have got in and placed the bombs in. How would they have done that? They're not connecting the dots properly still.
They can't
They know
imagine their own. They can't imagine their own people, right? Their own government or their own agencies doing this to them. But all you got to do is look at the news today. Look at how the police treats the community. Look at how the FBI came against its own people in the recent years. Last night I saw a report on TV how the other agency, was it the CIA? There's some investigation going on with another agency right now, and arms dealing, and they're showing these high level agents just tatted up like a group, like a gang, and selling arms and coming against the American public. People need to wake up and realize that there's good and evil in this world, and that's all there is. There isn't American or Europe or whatever. It's good and evil when you break it right down.
Yeah. And so yeah, definitely. I am glad that the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, together with the families, the Jersey girls, they're still pursuing justice. I think that's wonderful. 20 years on, excellent work that they've done. What their aim is obviously to get NIST to accept the fact that their report is wrong, it's fraudulent. They have to redo their report, and then once they've acknowledged that it was controlled demolition due to the evidence that they have, residual thermite, and nanothermite, and fire can't bring the building down. Yeah. The government's evil, man.
Isn't it amazing how you and I and some other people here can hold a conversation about logic and reasoning, right? And talk through things, maybe not agree, on every point, but just logically work through things without argument and interruption. But if you get one person in here like Eggshells or whoever that would always take the opposite, always fight.
Yeah.
No matter what point you bring up, he's going to take the opposing view and argue with you and interrupt and obfuscate. And I'm not just picking on him. There's a group that always is here that is always doing that. They don't seem to be here right now, so the conversation can flow. Thoughts can get out. Different opinions can be expressed, and no one's really arguing. So just take that into account.
Yeah, and I'm posting that. Whilst we've been talking, I've been posting damning evidence to the contrary, to those who want to take the other side, to address, look at the memes and address exactly what I'm posting, because you've got to answer these questions. Questions are there to be answered.
I think it's a good thing, Chin, that people are still going after the truth. Whether it's these Jersey girls, whether it's these bunch of engineers that are banding together and whatnot. But sometimes reality is what reality is, and I don't actually hold out that much hope that the truth actually will come out, because like Rakia said before, these things are going to be held up and delayed as long as possible. So a majority of the people are either dead or have dementia, and it's not just America that has been affected by this. We here in Australia and many other of the American allies have been directly affected, because we too have boots on the ground as a result of 9/11. And 9/11
Right.
has been used as a tool to invade these countries and absolutely decimate these countries in under the flag of freedom and democracy and justice and all these sorts of things. We've had our sons and daughters die as well. We've given money and military aid, so we're
Right.
directly affected by these things,
And
as well.
all the families in those countries. Just think of all the people affected. But one thing I do want to oppose on you is that the truth has come out. We don't need a group of engineers to tell us our truth. It's out. People just don't want to face it.
Well, look, yes, Raquel, I would definitely agree that most people look at it and most people go, yeah, that isn't right. Do we know exactly what the truth is? Like there are gaps to fill in and all that sort of stuff. But yes, I definitely agree that people like yourself, me, Ginger, the rest of the people that are kind of on the same page do recognise that something isn't right there. So we can go with that, but what the actual exact truth is and the detail of that truth, that's the underlying question, really.
Just look at how much energy has to be put into a regular demolition, right? Just calculate that and then increase it because these buildings are so much larger. And just think about how much energy has to be put into these buildings to take them down in the way they were taken down. It's incredible. You know.
Yeah, that's why they were planned 10 years before. Remember,
Yeah,
we had hints of the Twin Towers being collapsed in Back to the Future and various other
yeah,
places. They were letting us know ahead of time. So, Bush Senior, that would be. So, as
yeah.
far as I'm concerned, that was a 10-year plan.
But whether
Yeah.
the mechanism, Rakia,
And
was explosives that were pre-planted or planted after, or if the mechanism was, say, a directed energy weapon, like these kind of things are still a little bit of speculation, really.
Mhm. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it was. It's
yeah,
just knowing the truth that it couldn't have happened the way the government again gave us the narrative,
Hmm.
and it's incredible what came out of it. And when you see what they've done in the past and why they've done it, money is always an issue. Having one owner of these buildings with huge insurance policies having to do with terrorism, things like that. You
yeah, Larry
follow
Silverstein.
following the
Yeah,
money is a huge thing. Who profited? Who
yeah,
stood to lose? Who had control? It all leads towards these
yeah,
buildings were doomed, right? They were mostly empty. Most of the clients that were still there were planning on getting out because of the asbestos, and they were going to be forced to get out. The government agencies that do this were forcing them to make improvements on the building that they weren't willing to spend the money on. So these buildings were doomed anyway.
Hmm.
So
yeah. They were known as pink elephants.
right,
Pink elephants.
they were going to have to
$1
take them
billion.
down.
Look, hang on. To remove the asbestos was going to cost $1 billion. They said you could build a new tower for that. Plus, then they had to refurbish, upgrade the buildings to operate modern smart devices, computerization. So the electrics and the heating systems all had to be revamped, and that was going to cost a further $800 million. So when Larry Silverstein took the buildings on, bought them, acquired them at July 24th of 2001, that new insurance policy specifically for mass destruction, of the buildings. That was the main part of that insurance. 6 weeks later, the event happened. And on the day, Larry Silverstein had booked, on that day, he was supposed to be having a breakfast meeting in the top restaurant in the North Tower. Okay, that's where he spent most of his times in the mornings, and he had planned to actually have a meeting on day. But on that very day, wife books him into the doctor to go and see the doctor, and he said that she insisted that he go. No, my wife couldn't insist on me going if I had an important meeting to be at. There was I'd be going, please, darling. I appreciate it, but I mean, my skin can survive. So we'll go tomorrow or the day after. I have an important meeting. But no, he cancels the meeting. Apparently went to the doctors, if he did at all. Who knows? And everyone that was in the building on that day died. So there you go. Larry escapes death. Very suspicious. There was the foreknowledge of knowing that building number 7 to come down. Keep an eye on the building. It's about to now. This building is going to come down. And people are asking, is it going to come down? Yes, it's going to come down. Can you clear the area? And then you hear it over one of the radios, 3, 2, 1, and then the building comes down. Fire does not do that. Fire cannot do that. So it's involved in security. His mother and cousin were in charge of the company. Okay, they were head of security, the World Trade Center. So they were there. They were part of the security team. That was a shock when I heard that. So it is a very interesting event that happened. I don't know if anyone remembers the USS Cole, where the supposed Islamic fundamentalists drove a boat into the side of that ship, and that blew up. The precursor to the 9/11 that happened in 2000. I'm not sure what month it was, but it was in 2000. And when I heard that, I thought, that's mad. Suicide bombers driving a boat to the side of a ship. And I thought, why would they do that? To the US. Why? I just didn't make any sense. And I was reading it in the Newsweek. I think it's called Newsweek, the American magazine. I've still got it, by the way, that one. I've still got that one. But I thought that was odd that the Muslims would do that. I said, what are they doing? Why are they attacking America, I thought. Couldn't understand why they were attacking America. What's the fucking point of doing that? Stupid fools. I thought that was true, And then shortly after that, we had 9/11. Yeah, the next year, 9/11 happened. And I thought, wow, what is going on? Fucking hell. Muslims again? Hijacking 4 planes? Yeah, no, it's not true. What I have concluded is that the government has planned, every single event has been planned by your government. That's what's going on. Every single thing was an inside job. You can go back as far as the Lusitania. The Lusitania, First World War. The Lusitania was supposed to be sunk by a U-boat, but it turns out that the Americans blew that boat up in order to get into the First World War. The Lusitania, look it up. Okay, then the next one was Pearl Harbor, and where Roosevelt knew the Japanese were coming. It was in their newspaper called the Honolulu Advertiser, and the headlines was Japan to strike over the weekend. The November 30th, 1941, and then the next week they strike. Okay, and then the Kennedy assassination. And then you have this one in our modern times, where you had the Kennedy assassination, Kennedy's brother assassination, Malcolm X, what's his name? Martin Luther King. So there were a number of people dying. And then 9/11. So America has just been one nightmare after another. They created the bogeyman and these fake enemies of America. Now they might be now. Prior to all those events, there weren't anyone. People loved America. They loved America's freedom. They didn't hate it. They loved it. People wanted to go to America, to go the land of freedom. That's what I learned during the 70s as a kid. America was a beacon of freedom. But at the same time, there were evil people pretending that the evil people were attacking your freedom and your democracy. But it was always an inside job, because you can't spend that much money on the army and on your military and not use it. Shameful.
That was Madeleine Albright said, what's the point of having the military if we're not going to use it?
Yeah, there you go. You see? So if you just take a slow timeline, look at your country, it's been all inside job, the whole thing. Black ops, psyops, it's all been done. There were no Muslims coming in to attack your country. And then the put up stock options on American Airlines and United Airlines that were like 90 times the usual amount of bets and were placed. 90 times the usual. 90. That's a lot.
Yeah, and one thing too, like you get a bunch of globalists in here, they'll just say, oh, that was just good investing. Just a coincidence.
Yeah.
Like they won't even let you follow that line of logic. They'll be like, hey, don't you think it's a little suspicious that right before the Twin Towers went down with United Airlines only, it wasn't like a ton of other places or other companies. United Airlines and United Airlines only. Massive
right.
jump.
Yeah. People made money. They reckon people made like millions of dollars, you know, on that day from those put up stock options. Yeah. People made millions from America to Japan, they said, across the world. People were making money from that event. Yeah. I've said it before, I'll say it again now. I've said it in recent days. I've been saying America is not a country. It's a studio and a business. It's what your country has been. That's why they have that phrase, only in America. It makes sense now, doesn't it? Only in America can these things happen. Roswell, only in America. And then you might have one or two copycat countries like Russia and perhaps Britain or something, but things like that, aliens, it's an American thing. Really? Only in America that happened. Yeah, so I definitely very skeptical. It's quite obvious, inside job, obvious. 3,000 take pride in going to Pearl Harbor. I've been there twice, and he knew because that Norfolk knew this, and then I showed them the newspaper cutting, you know, the newspaper headline. with a survivor whose name was Captain O'Kelly McCluskey. In that photograph, he's 75 years old. If he's alive today, he'd be 94. If he's alive today, yeah, and he's holding that newspaper, right? And in the interview, he said, "America suckered us into that war. We were suckered into that war," he said. Roosevelt used to be my hero, but now that I've got this new book that came out in 2010, I think it was called Day of Deceit by Robert B. Sinnott, and it documents how the Americans knew the Japanese were coming. The guy was a journalist, and he worked for the government at the time as well. So he's the one that tells us that the American government knew that the Japanese were on their way. Bearing in mind, the reason for the Japanese attacking America was because of the American vetoing Japan's oil, together with Britain and Holland. They vetoed Japan, so Japan's economic rise was being stifled, being stunted, and Hirohito didn't like that. That's war as far as he was concerned. But that wasn't the only thing that they did to Japan. They took 8 measures to get Japan to attack America. They wanted Japan to strike America first. They were like bullied into it, if you will. Yeah, man. That's how the story goes. That they could have this war with Hitler. America was trying to get into the war. War is good for you. You make money out of war, apparently. It's an earner. It's a good earner. There you go. Faced with that, I'm surprised the Americans are not having a revolution. I'm surprised you people go and vote. Why would you vote when you know it's just a game? It's just a game they're playing. To think the media would be involved to that level, where they show their false planes hitting. Shit, man. Yeah. Once you can kill your president, you can kill anyone. Simple as that. Once you can take out your presidente, no one's safe. Your country will never be safe. Where is everybody? It's gone quiet. Sorry,
No,
I've taken over.
nothing really to add to that. I mean, it's right.
I'll add that. I'll add that Japan had already surrendered, and
That's right.
they wanted to drop the bomb anyway. The only thing that they didn't do was give up the emperor. The U.S.
Right.
wanted an unconditional surrender, and Japan said, "Okay, as long as we get to keep the emperor." And the U.S. said, "No, fuck you." So they dropped the bombs.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I remember
they dropped
seeing
the bomb,
that.
even though Japan was saying.
Because that was a really powerful moment for them, because they saw the emperor as like, like a god, like their actual deity.
That's right. Some of these young kamikaze pilots had never seen the emperor, and they died not ever seeing the emperor. By the way, 18, 19, 20, right? And the man that's sending them off is in his 50s and 60s, sending them to die. I showed my son, because my son was thinking of joining the military. I said, no, you don't want to do that. Look at this. Because I was in the military, he wanted to go and join and do the training. Remember, I was in Britain at the time, yeah, but here in Japan, I said, no, you don't want to do that. Look at what this man did. You see this man? You see, he sent them to fly these planes and smash into American ships. Look at them, right? And look at what they got. They had the Japanese rising sun flag wrapped around their heads. And then the last thing they did a drink of sake, one drink, and then they're off. I said, you think that is a good way to die? And they never saw the emperor in their lives, I said. And then look at today. Look at where we are today. America is still on this land, okay? They've got their bases everywhere. The world is still at war here, there, and everywhere. And, is Japan a good country, really? No, exactly. Is the government helping its people? No. Is the American government helping its people? No. They did 9/11, didn't they? Okay. Look at Britain. Look at the governments of the world, I said. Look at the world. So you would go and give your life for the country? What for? Right. And you might end up killing innocent people who didn't do anything wrong to Japan, for example. Yeah. Or Japan might join in a war that is illegal, I said. An illegal war. You want to do that? Then he said, no, I got it right.
I heard what you said about the the not voting, Jin. Like, why would anyone vote? And
Yeah.
I pretty much feel the same. Like, I personally don't vote myself because I can never find a candidate that I myself have faith in. When I have voted in the past, it has been for a independent person, not a person that is affiliated with a particular party, right? But I have seen over the years that they have little to no effect because there's too few of them around, right, to make a difference. So is the is the answer to not vote, right? Because if you don't vote, you're still gonna have the system, right? It is still going to be there, and it is still in some ways going to govern your life, whether or not you like it or not. It's still going to have an influence on your life. Now you can try and remove yourself as best as you can from that system, so it has least amount of impact. But you can't eliminate yourself entirely at all. So is the answer to A, not to vote, or is the answer possibly B, get enough people like-minded that are independent that want to get in to a system that on paper, in theory, is a good system. Like the way it is written is good, right? But the people that implement it, the people who have power over how things are implemented, like they're the ones that are ruling our lives. So
Oh yeah, you broke up a
yeah.
little bit then.
Oh, did I? Which bit did I break up with?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's me. It's me. It's not you. It's me. Carry on.
Right, yeah, no, I finished. Jim.
Oh, right. Bloody hell, that was quick then. Yeah, well, yeah, I think you cannot be voting, like you said. And yeah, by not voting, you'll see what happens to the system when people don't vote because there's no confidence in it. That should prompt people to join together and create a party for the people, of the people, by the people, and then try to address the problems that they've got. And that would be one, strip the Pentagon of all weapons, lock down, stop the military in its tracks. That's got to happen. That's the number one move. Stop that completely. No more war games. Sorry. Shut down.
But see, in a system like here in Australia, I don't know what it's like in Japan or England, but here, well, many people think it is compulsory voting, but it's not necessarily compulsory voting. It is compulsory to go get your name ticked off the ballot to say that you have shown up to vote. It's not actually um, illegal to actually not vote at all, right? But you do have to show up, and you do have to get your name, ticked off the ballot lists. Now, somewhere like America, where it's not compulsory, to vote,
Yeah.
they get what, between maybe 55 and 60% of the people. Sometimes, a high turnout might be 70% of the people. But if no one votes at all, right, you still are going to get some people that will vote. Okay, then, and I don't think, over in America, especially, and like I said, I'm talking out of ignorance here. Is there a mandate to say there has to be a minimum amount of people to vote for it to be a legal election? I don't know. I've never
Yeah.
actually looked into it. And if no one was to vote, does that automatically mean that now the government is uh, dispelled and got rid
That's
of?
right. It should. Well,
I wouldn't think so. I don't know how the law is written, Jin. To be honest with you,
yeah. Well, it should
I
mean
don't
that there's
understand how
no
it is.
vote. A vote of no confidence means that government should automatically step down, and then a proper election with those candidates who are left behind can be initiated, and then then you create new parties. But the
Well,
main government,
we actually, you have the ability here to actually put no confidence on your on your ballot paper, right? And if you get
right,
X amount of people actually doing that, I think that actually does have an effect. But there is that avenue for people, if you get enough people to actually vote no confidence on any of the people that are standing for any of their electorates. Like you say, like
right,
all the ones that you put up, I have no confidence in them whatsoever. And then
yeah,
something
none
can
of
be
the
done.
above.
Yeah. Well, especially here in Australia, I don't know exactly the ins and outs, but there is definitely an avenue to go down that path. Not that it's ever been taken up. Having said that,
Yeah. Well, the only reason why it hasn't been taken up is because the people are not aware. They're playing.
well,
It's like a game. It's for me. I look at the human race. It's like a game. Two teams. And the way it's been advertised to them, it's like that as well. So they're suckered into this us against them. Yeah. Reds
yeah,
against the Blues, and it's just stupid. And nothing. They,
yeah.
they believe the promises. So promises have been made, and then it's all advertised and billed like a sports game, and that, and then said party wins, but they don't keep their promises, as you well know.
No, they never do. They call them here, Gin, core and non-core promises. That's how they wiggle out of things. But see,
Yeah, yeah,
we had apparently, according to independent reports, nearly 1 million people show up to Canberra. Now, I haven't verified these numbers whatsoever, but there are some independent reports going around that nearly 1 million people rocked up to Canberra to protest against the mandates that are going on in our country at the moment.
right,
And it got absolutely
right,
0 to nil airtime. But if you were to get that same amount of people, like 1 million people, right, at the next election to vote no confidence, I wonder what that would do to the system. Like having 1
yeah,
million people doing it.
that's
Like,
right.
we've got a population of 25
Great
million.
point.
We'll say 12 and a half, say 15 of that 25 and a half, 26 million are eligible, to vote. So if you get 1 million or 2 million of those people to vote no confidence, I wonder what sort of effect it would make. Because if you can get 1 million people to band together, apparently, in one spot to protest against the mandates, maybe these same people
Right.
can band together and use their network that they already have in place, right, to get this
Mm.
support on board to perhaps make a difference, or put their own candidates up for election and stand on their own
Well,
policies and
yeah,
and their own ideas, and if enough people
right,
like them, they will get the support.
right. That's right. Now, this is what I say why I say that these opportunities are being missed when they gather themselves up in a mass like this here to, like that in your country, to protest the mandates. They should also be speaking about what, and none of us here are going to be voting in the next election. Are we now? Are we going to be voting for more of this? Is this what we want? Right. You know, but no, I don't hear anyone speaking like that in these protests. I never hear it. Never.
No.
Never hear it.
I would agree there, Gin. I would agree there, and we've got
Right.
a election coming up, very shortly, and it will be interesting to see what has happened over the last couple of years, how that does affect
That's what I've been saying.
the
Right.
outcome.
Yeah,
But
I've been saying that from 2 years
yeah,
back
but unfortunately,
about that.
Gin,
You know,
out of all the people that are
that
speaking up, right?
in
I'm
particular,
not
I was
I'm not hearing anyone speak up as far as I am anti these mandates, I'm anti this, I'm anti that. It's just the other side of government saying that they haven't done a good job and will do better type of thing. They're not talking about changing any of these things that are in place at the moment at all, giving us more freedoms, giving us more choices, taking off any of the restrictions, all the mandates at all. I'm not seeing anyone of the major parties actually putting these policies up, and which is unfortunate because the party, the Liberal Party that's in power at the moment, and Scott Morrison being our Prime Minister, um, he will
yeah.
just get voted out because people don't like him, and they're going to vote in
No,
something. They're going to vote in something that is equally as bad. It's equally as bad as the person that is in there at the moment.
yeah, they're not aware, are they? They're not aware.
No,
They're not
not at
aware of
all,
what's
Jim.
really going on.
Not at all.
Yeah,
Not at all.
yeah, yeah. I totally understand that. This is what I'm saying. When they have these protests, that should be part and parcel of, like, we shouldn't be voting for any of the above. None of the above are capable because they're not speaking our language. So what's got to happen here is that we are to step back from this voting system because it's not working for us. And if indeed they still stay in power, then it's revolution time. That's what it means. That's what you're constant. That's why they're bringing in these draconian laws where you can't gather. You know, it's an illegal mass. That's
Yeah.
bullshit. That's
Yeah.
bullshit. Yeah. How can we amass ourselves to bring down the government when it's wayward and not acting as we want? You don't have the right to say we can't amass. That's taking away our freedom to congregate, amass for our benefit. You're supposed to represent us, remember?
hmm
Right,
Oh,
but
yeah,
they're an entity on their own now.
it's crazy. Like now, you have to get a permit to protest, Gin.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got to get a permit. And like, if you work for a company, say you work in a factory, and the conditions are really bad in that factory. They're unhealthy. There's unsafe work practices. People are getting underpaid. Whatever. There's many reasons that people aren't unhappy in a particular workplace. And um, one of the ways to maybe address this, if there has been a length of time when negotiations have been taken place, and the negotiations kind of come to a loggerhead where the
Yes,
company says no, we're not giving in to anything. Well, then what these workers would do, they would band together and they would strike, right?
that's
And they would
correct.
strike and
Yes,
they would stand out the front and they'd have their little picket signs and they would strike, and
yeah,
sacrifice their pay. But they're sacrificing their pay. The business is sacrificed as well, because they're not producing or doing what they can do. So they're kind of been forced into a stalemate where a negotiation or a resolution has to be met of some sort. So then the compromise has to come in. So they'll go, okay, then you wanted, $10 an hour increase. We're not prepared to give you that. We'll give you say $5, and we'll put safety guards on half of the machinery, and the workers will come back and go, well, no, that's not adequate. We want $7.50, and whatever the case may be, and they'll go backwards and forwards, but they will come to a resolution far quicker under that strike mentality. I'm not advocating strike or anything like that, but what my point being again is, where you could actually pull a strike and try and come to a resolution quickly, you
Yeah.
now actually have to apply for a permit to
Yeah.
strike, which can take up to 3 months to actually have that
Yeah.
permit approved or disapproved. Like, you don't even know if you're going to get the right, and that permit is only going to be for X amount of time, and then you're forced to go back to work after that.
Yeah,
So you
that's
actually have to,
that's
it's
silly. That's
crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I think if you're going to have a protest on the streets and you're going to be covering several miles, well, I think then the authorities need to be notified so that the streets can flow and they can make room for the protesters and they're not
Yep.
upsetting others who are not being involved in the protest. So that sort of thing, you go to the town halls and you let them know when that's going to. I think that's as far as it should be, and then the police should be notified so they get themselves ready, because that's what we pay the taxes for, right? And that's that. You've notified them. We're going to have this protest. Don't need to sign any fucking permits, bullshit, right? And just get out there and do your protest, you know. And you might
I think when it comes to protest, Gin, I
yeah.
don't care what the topic is, what the subject is, right? Everyone has the right to protest peacefully. Everyone has that right, right?
Absolutely.
And you should be able. It doesn't matter. I don't care what the message is. You can think of the most heinous message whatsoever going around, but I still think those people have the right to be able to protest in a peaceful way, right? Now, these protests, some of these more controversial protests that get out of hand is when you get the opposing view joining the protests, right, and then causing a ruckus. I don't think that should be allowed to take place at all. But everyone deserves to have their say, have their point heard, and people can take that information how they take that information. But everyone has the right to be able to protest peacefully.
Yeah, it should be coordinated properly, where you don't have opposing factors, functions, if you clashing. So separate days, and that's that, you know. Because usually what happens is some of these people, they infiltrate and cause disturbances. You know, it's well known. Even the government does it themselves. They've got their little cronies in there trying to derail your protest. You see, smashing cars, smashing windows, when that's not what it's about. You know, we don't want to. Why are we smashing the window of a shop for? That's not what we're here to do. We're marching to the Parliament building, and we're outside the Parliament building protesting. That's the aim and objective, or the town hall, whatever your grievance is. But that's what it should be. Shouldn't be burning properties, smashing cars, you know, looting. That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about at all.
And I think a lot of that happens when you get the opposing side joining in on the protest.
Yeah.
You know, or whether or not they're paid antagonists to actually make that protest look bad. Like, you know, I don't know whether it is, whether it isn't, but you know, there's definitely.
I reckon it is.
You know, there is been evidence that I've seen in the past that these things may take place, but
But you know, people need the rights to be able to do that are being taken away by the government, because it's a dictatorship that we're living under, masquerading as democracy. That's what it's clearly evident in Australia. Very surprised to see what's going on there compared to the rest of the world, you know. Even Germany is not as bad. You know, it's beggars belief what's going on. But we'll wait and see how your elections turn out. I mean, what mugs are going to be there voting after what's been going on the last 2 years? Will surprise me. If indeed millions turn up. God, I tell you, fucking mad world, isn't it? Eh? Mad world.
At times it is, but then at other times, Gin, it's a very beautiful world too.
That'll be when you're in control of it, your time with your family or whatever. Yeah. But when you look at the governments and what's going on now, and what's been going on for the last 30, 40 years, maybe even 60 years, it's been a mad world. It's just steadily tightening the noose. That's what they've been
Tell you
doing.
what, it was a beautiful world when I was down the beach this morning with the wife, walking along the shore. God, it was gorgeous.
Yeah. It's nice when you get those moments. Yeah, absolutely.
Too many flies though. I think we've got a fly invasion, Jin. God, I was
I've
swamped.
noticed that as well in
It's
my
like,
cycles.
where have all these flies coming from?
I was out yesterday on my bike and bloody amount of flies on the visor.
Oh God! I said to the wife, I
Fucking
said, "Did you
hell.
have a shower? Where are all these flies coming from?" She just looked at me and clipped me over the ears.
Did you have a shower? The perfume is attracting the flies.
Oh God! Something was, that's for sure.
Yeah, I had the same thing. The flies all over the visor, you know. And I thought to myself, well, the flies are out today. Well, it's spring, so okay.
So we're in our autumn here, Jin. So
Oh yeah, it's spring here, you see. So yeah, autumn, that's a bit late. But then again, if you're just going into it, then it's not surprising actually, yeah, because and you're
still
by the are you by the ocean or the river?
no ocean.
Ocean.
Yep.
Okay.
Right, yeah. Ocean's about probably 250 meters from my back door.
Right. And then you've got all that
And that's
vegetation between that. So there you go.
yeah, absolutely gorgeous. But it's like, oh no, 10 to 8 at night here, and it's still a gorgeous 24 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. We've got that to come. Thank you. We've got all that to come yet. Yeah, we've just got into spring now here. And the cherry blossom viewing has happened where people sit down under the cherry blossom tree, talk and have their drink beer and that. But this is the first time in 2 years that that's happened. And there wasn't many. Because of the
Gorgeous. At our last place, when we first built it, we planted half a dozen cherry blossom trees.
Right.
And they were very young, and it took 5 or 6 years, and they were gorgeous, June. Absolutely gorgeous. They flower. They're so spectacular when they flower.
Yeah.
But it lasts such a short amount of time too. They flower.
That's
And then
right.
bang, it's over.
Yeah.
Like you'll wake up in the morning, you'll look outside the window, and like all the petals have fallen off. It's like, what?
Yeah, that surprised me when I first came to Japan. I came to Japan in 1999, so I missed that cherry blossom because it happens in April. Okay, so 2001 now, I'm noticing people sitting outside. What's going on here? And I've noticed the cherry blossom trees, okay, and the petals and that. And then within a week, they're all gone.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. It's very quick. It's very
Yeah.
quick. I was surprised. Absolutely surprised. But they're a gorgeous tree. Absolutely gorgeous tree. So.
Yeah. And I thought that would be the end, right? I thought that was going to be the end, the petals. But then the leaves are still there. The green leaves are still there. I'm thinking, fucking hell, what kind of a tree is this? Never experienced the cherry blossom tree. Do you know there's over like 2,000 different types of cherry blossom trees, by the way?
Oh, well, no, I didn't know that. I can't remember what strain or whatever we got, but anyway, I think they were just branded a Japanese cherry blossom tree. To be quite honest with you, when we went
there's
down
loads.
down to the place, it had a gorgeous photo, and it looked very similar to some of the photos I'd seen before of them. I thought, yep, they're the things I want. Away we go.
Yeah, they've got them in England. England has. I didn't realise, but England had cherry blossom trees, and I didn't realise that's what they were. Back then I wasn't really into the botany and the flowers anyway. was into me bikes and friends and just going out having a laugh. I wasn't really paying attention to the natural side of the world as such, as much.
I dare you.
I dare you.
I said, how dare you?
How dare
Yes.
you?
I think Jin's lying, just to be clear.
Yeah? All right, let's
Yeah.
fact
Why?
check him. We'll fact check
Why?
He always lies.
him.
Come on, why? Why would you say that? Nothing
He's
going.
just-
I always present the truth when I come here, man.
I doubt
Present
it.
everything and hit it hard.
Look, the reason that you
Please don't whack the hornet's nest, Globus. Please don't.
Drive on the truth.
Well,
Drive it home.
I just can't believe how he can't explain reciprocal zenith angles. I mean, that's so simple.
I'll give you a reciprocal zenith angle.
Right, the reciprocal zenith angle, yeah.
Yeah. So what's the explanation, Jin? Come on.
What's the what?
Your explanation for reciprocal zenith angles. They can only ever happen on a globe.
No, I was under the impression they could only happen on a flat plane myself.
Well, that doesn't make any
Because-
sense.
Why? Why doesn't it make any sense?
Because if that was so, then those angles would be parallel. There would just be 90-degree angles, and there wouldn't be any discrepancies.
Yeah, but we don't live on a globe. So, I mean, how do we have them in the first place? What are we measuring?
Because we
No,
live
we
on a
don't.
globe. That's how we have them, because we live on a globe.
Do we actually have them?
We
Because,
do.
you know-
They've been measured.
Using what?
A theodolite.
Yeah, that's no. I don't believe that that's what they meant. It's been facilitated to simulate that. We don't live on a globe.
Well, if we don't, then why have they measured these angles?
I think
How have they-
the instruments being used have been programmed specially to simulate that.
Is
That's
that
what
right?
I think. Yeah, that's what
So
I
a
think. Yeah.
theodolite has what's known as a data collector, and when they
Right.
measure those angles, it shows up on the data collector. Then they do.
You
Well,
see, what angles are they measuring? Let's get that straight. You see them with their theodolites, tripoded equipment, isn't it? 3 legs, right? And there's another one down the other end. What are they measuring?
so you're measuring the zenith angle. So if you look at the chat, I've got a good explanation. It's a visual explanation of what's going on. You see how those zeniths are not parallel?
Yeah.
Yep. So that means that the Earth is not flat.
Nah, that's not it at all. Because, they've been used to prove that curvature doesn't exist, especially in that video that I posted several times. The convex Earth. They use all that equipment, and they couldn't find any curvature at all. So the angles you're talking about are just flat surfaces, and you're calling them angles. That's what you're doing. You're measuring over a flat surface, but you're saying it's an angle. Some angle of tangent to the curvature of the Earth. Bullshit. It's crap, isn't it, though? Honestly, you know that.
No, there's no tangents involved here. We're just measuring our zeniths, and
when you say zenith, when you say the zenith,
Yeah.
what is that? Is that the very surface of the Earth that we're talking about here?
well, yeah, the zenith is measured off the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Well, there you go then. That's why I said tangent, because I thought, when you look across, if you are indeed a ball, then when you're looking across using that equipment, where that zenith is, that would be the tangent to the Earth, or the curvature of the Earth. I would have thought.
You would have thought, but you'd be wrong.
As far as I'm concerned, when they're using that equipment, it's dead horizontal. There is no curving going on.
But it's not though, because we're clearly seeing that we're not getting any parallel zeniths.
Oh, I don't see how you're getting angle. I don't see how you're looking through this theodolite and you're getting an angle of what degree? What degree of angle are you getting?
Well, did you see the chat where I posted?
Yeah, I'm looking at the your
Right.
post. Yeah.
So this requires 2 theodolites, which establish horizontal. And by establishing horizontal, you then by default establish a vertical, a zenith. And clearly by these measurements, we're establishing what is not 2 parallel zeniths. We're clearly establishing these reciprocal zenith angles, which match up to a globe.
Nah, you're not. It's not at all. Not
Well,
at all.
Well, the data's there, Jin. The data is there. It speaks for itself.
The data is not a representation of the reality we live in. I'm telling you that now. Can't be.
It can't be, but
Can't
it
be.
is. I'm sorry to say.
It's not. It's not. No, it's not. It's not because let's have a look. Who's to say where you are is dead level? You could be on a hill. Where is the location that you're making this from? Because it's got to be a place that is proven horizontal before you can begin. If you're starting off on a slope or an angle, you're at an angle already.
The theodolite establishes level,
See?
regardless of your orientation. On a hill or wherever it may be, it establishes a level, and therefore a horizontal off that level.
Okay, but that's not. It cannot be showing curvature then. It's not showing curvature at all, is it?
It is. It is because when you look through that theodolite, and you look through and you look through to the other theodolite, you can see that. Look, I'll post the video. You can have a look through that.
It's not showing curvature.
That's Jesse Koslowski measuring.
We don't measure it. We cannot measure it with anything.
It's measured.
Not even the theodolite is doing it.
Yeah, the theodolite is measuring that.
It's not. It's not at all. It's not at all. I know that because before the theodolite, there was an instrument known as a plane table, right, which is what they used to make the maps. And Captain Cook discovered that in North America, where a person was using it to make his maps, and he asked him what this tool was you're using. It's called a plane table, and on this plane table you have the plane table itself on 3 legs. You had a plumb bob, compass, and spirit level is on there as well, and 2 rulers, so that you could get, and it cannot work on a curved surface.
So why is it when Jesse Kozlowski looks through his theodolite and sees that the zenith is not parallel, how is that happening? If it was a flat plane, that zenith that he's measuring would be parallel to the other zenith, but it's not.
Again, I think there's something wrong with the equipment. Equipment is designed to facilitate some angle that's not there.
So the equipment is in on it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the equipment has been designed to facilitate, and the data to facilitate the fact that to simulate the curvature that's not there. It's not there. I don't think it's not there.
Yeah, I would agree with Bandy. I don't think it's in on it.
But okay then, so I've just joined in here. Bansaw's very low there, isn't he?
He is very low, yeah.
You're very, very, very faint, mate. Very faint indeed. Hold on. I'll go into my settings. Hold on. Yeah, you've dropped down to like 1 on the volume scale. You're at 1 at the moment. Let's check. Hold on. Yeah, you're still on 1, by the way. 1 out of 10. 1. Yeah. My experience tells me that I'm more sharper than a theodolite, believe you me. Sorry.
Okay.
That's better.
That's it.
better.
Oh, you're back. You're back up to like 7 now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, happy days. What's this diagram depicting here, Globus? We've got a couple of theodolites, I presume, that are set about what is it, 17 kilometers apart. Yeah.
Yep, 17K, 17.8 Ks to be exact.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay. So 18. And what are they doing? Are they looking directly at each other? Are they?
Yep.
Okay. There. And because they don't line up directly horizontally
That's
over
right.
17 kilometers, this is because of Earth curvature. Is that the claim?
That's exactly
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, then. Well, first and foremost, it's over 17 kilometers, bud.
Yeah, well, so what?
It's a theodolite looking over 17 kilometers. No more need to be said about it, actually.
That's it? That's all you got?
Yep,
Because it's too
pretty
far.
much.
Because it's too far, you can't be showing any curve because the distance is too much.
Oh, not
Yeah,
with a theodolite.
that's
My
about
friend.
10 miles, isn't it? 17
Or
kilometers. It's
we
about
both know
10
that they
miles.
establish horizontal and therefore a vertical, right?
I have no problems at all with each individual theodolite being set up perfectly plumb, right, where they are, right, and you're pointing them at one another, and now you're looking at one to the other and from the other to the other one. I've got no problems with that whatsoever. What I have issue with is the 17, 18 odd kilometers. That's what I've got issue with. And I think
Well,
you would too.
I don't. I'm sorry that you
Okay,
have that issue,
cool.
but the
Okay, then, that's
distance
fine.
it doesn't play a factor here. The fact is that they both,
Really?
like you said, they both establish plumb, and these plumb lines are not parallel, as per the diagram, as per the data from the data collectors on each theodolite. I don't think you can contest, that data. It speaks for itself.
I can definitely contest that if you are looking at another theodolite that is over 17 kilometers away, right, and trying to get
Yeah.
one line on top of the other one that is going to be perfectly parallel to the other line, right, without deviation. Yeah, I would definitely contest it, and I would actually say, on top of that, that is a very poor use of the equipment.
Well, these particular theodolites, again, they establish their GPS position, which is an exact position, and from that position, they are establishing again their plumb. If these plumb lines are not parallel, which they're clearly not, then we do
Clearly
not
not.
have
Globus,
a flat Earth.
I think he
Jerry,
just
jump in.
doesn't. Well, I'm saying I think he just doesn't understand Globus.
Yeah,
Jerry,
You know what I'm saying?
Jerry.
It's so
a
easy.
flat earther
They
would
just,
say that. A flat earther
yeah,
would say that.
they just don't get it.
Jerry.
Oh, we get it very well indeed, mate. The surface is level,
Look,
and your
I'm
theodolites
better.
are there
you,
facilitating curvature. It's indeed what you say it is.
well, this
But
is
we don't
typical
see
from
it.
you guys. Typical rhetoric that we
It's not
don't,
there.
we globe earthers don't understand.
No.
We just don't understand, even though the data speaks for itself. Apparently, the
Data is
equipment,
not proving.
according to Jin, the equipment, has some sort of a globe Earth input within the software.
Yes.
Even though these theodolites don't have any software involved.
Yeah, no.
We're not talking about total stations.
Yes.
Also, now you're disagreeing with your brethren.
I'm disagreeing that the theodolite manufacturers are in on the scam. Yeah, I'm definitely
Well,
disagreeing with that.
perhaps
Well,
that's something
you know,
you should discuss with your brethren there, Jin.
Oh, you
well, they
think
might
I
be.
should? Like, Jin is more than entitled to
They
have
might be without knowing. They
his
might be without
theory.
knowing.
Yeah, on the manufacturing and the specifications which theodolites are built. He may know more than what I do. Like, he may have inside knowledge that I am unaware of. right?
Perhaps.
But we are looking through an optical device over 18 odd kilometers.
Yeah.
Globus, come
It's
on,
mechanical.
Yeah, look,
come on,
Is it mechanical?
bring something a little bit more
well,
substantial than looking through an eyepiece over 18 kilometers. Come on.
and
Yeah. Is it
establishing.
mechanical?
Well, can I ask a question?
Yes,
Spencer, how
yes,
long?
brother mailman, you can.
Brother.
How long
All
would
you
you say?
guys are about to get muted, FYI. Anyway, go on, mailman.
Yeah. How long would you say it's fair? Like, what's the distance that you can use an optical tool to figure out something about
Good question, sir.
something?
I think using these devices over any length of period, distance, mailman, and I've always claimed this because I have used these tools myself, right? I
Okay.
would only use them over short distances. Like I have noticed a dramatic difference between measurements, say from morning time to afternoon, right? Depending on the
Sure.
actual weather, on the actual weather conditions, right? And I myself, right, am only and have only used them over relatively short distances. Now, if you're telling me that someone is using a optical device, being a theodolite, over 18 kilometers. Sorry, I'm just going to hand wave dismiss that every single day of the week because I think it's actually laughable.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
10 miles, by
how
the way.
long?
10 miles.
So any optical device, let's say, that is giving you measurements or observations for more than 3 miles away, is shit.
Yeah, apparently.
I think 3 miles away using a theodolite is definitely inaccurate.
Sure, but if you take a photograph of the horizon, which is optical in your view, how long can it be in order for it not to show you that the Earth is flat?
I
Because
think
you can't.
I think using photos to determine whether or not the Earth is either planar or globar, right? I think is also too an inaccurate way of doing it because the
Yeah,
conditions
and
are
yeah,
changing all the time.
yeah. So no observations are used in figuring out the shape of the Earth. I agree,
Yeah,
because everything is changing all the time.
Oh, no, I
yeah,
disagree.
yeah. You know,
Oh, Jim disagrees.
I've always said that, my man. I don't think photos or these long distant measurements, looking through theodolites. I've always had exactly the same stance. I don't think they're accurate, and I don't think they should be used
I'd
as
say
evidence for either side.
I'd say they are. I'd say they are evidence, but I'm not saying that evidence is proof. So I would say that you can use it as evidence, but
I am
that
saying
evidence can be
evidence
Well,
is
thrown away
proof.
if
okay
they
then.
are
I am
destroyed.
Yeah,
saying evidence.
Gin. Okay, I mean, sorry, mailman. Yeah, for sure, you can use it as evidence, but I would say
Yeah,
that your
as
evidence
proof.
is actually flawed.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
if you
would
can
say
show that, if you
I'd
can
say
show that
you're
it's flawed,
mistaken there.
I'd say yes, that's correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a
I would say
demonstration of
you're
how that evidence is flawed.
mistaken there.
Well,
Ansel?
the distance alone. Now, okay, this was done on. Let's just say this was done on the 1st of April, 2022. All right. I would like
Yep.
to see exactly the same measurements done on the 2nd of April, 3rd of April, 4th of April. I'd like to see the same measurements done at 9 o'clock, midday, 3 o'clock. I would like to see all these kind of things. So then we have a comparison, right, of what these measurements would look like over varying different conditions. But we are taking measurements from one particular day at one particular time, assuming a lot of different things, and it's over 18. It's 18 odd kilometers away.
Yeah. So on this particular day, these measurements just happen to match the globe, and because you're not satisfied of what happened on this particular day, because you want more observations, then it doesn't match the globe.
To me, it doesn't matter if these observations, globers, match globe or flat. I would say exactly the same thing. I think it is a flawed technique using these things over vast distances. And I've always said that, and I've never backed down from that. So whether it's pro globe or pro flat, I still think it is flawed.
Right. So the distance makes it
I
fake.
don't at all.
Got it.
You don't have to, Gin. You can have your own argument, but this is my particular
No,
argument.
because if I can see, look, if I can see oil rigs at 10 miles when I shouldn't be able to see them, there's no curvature there.
You
And
understand
that's just
how
they're
refraction.
just big oil rigs that shouldn't be there.
You understand how refraction works, don't you, Jin?
I do understand.
Specifically
But
lumen.
then again, like I said, if I can use a military weapon and destroy them without taking into consideration the curvature or refraction,
But that military equipment takes into
paint it, hit it. And no, it doesn't. No, they don't.
When you do it, Jin,
they do not.
when you do it, Jin, I'll give it to you. But
No,
you haven't
they
done it
don't.
yet, so
that's true.
this is
but
just hot air.
I know I can do it, but I know the technology is there that can do it. Seen it, touched it. I just haven't tried it myself.
So
but I know they can do that.
There is
technology.
What tech is that? What technology is that?
What technology ignores refraction? Like, is there refraction-proof technology?
It's just a laser beam, just points and shoot. Line of sight targeting doesn't take into consideration curvature of Earth.
If
it doesn't.
Jin,
hang on a second. Let me just finish it by this.
Okay.
And remember, there are documents that actually state that when you're firing your weapons of mass destruction or you're flying your aeroplane over the Earth, you need to consider Earth to be stationary and flat.
That's
flat
incorrect.
And motionless.
That's incorrect.
Now, why would you have these statements in these documents if the Earth is indeed curving?
Because that's not what's said in the document.
You'd have to consider these things when you make these equipments and use the said equipment. Okay?
Why is it that
there's too many?
Go ahead, Mailman.
It's just a quick thing. Jin, you said that it's a laser, and it's what kind of weapon was it? Line of sight.
Line of sight.
Yeah.
Line
okay.
Of sight
So in the Black Swan image, if I go there when I can see the bottom of both of the oil rigs, and I aim it at the bottom of the further one, the next day I go there, and the half of the oil rig is behind water. Do I still have a line of sight? Because if I fire, I will hit the bottom.
Let me tell you something. Once you fix, so let's say I go there and I fix my weapon, so it's now locked into the actual bottom, and I leave it there. Come back tomorrow, I'll destroy that. Every day of the week, I'm going to destroy. I don't care what the ocean's doing. The ocean could be flowing and having waves. I'll fire my weapon, I will destroy.
Yep.
So
it's not a line of
it
sight.
doesn't matter what kind of conditions you have.
And like I said, I've only used these things over short distances, Globus. I think, and I don't want to put him on the spot. I think Rakia has probably used them over longer distances than what I have.
I doubt
that. Well, I think he would. He works on some fairly large projects. Most of my projects.
Sure he does.
Okay, then. Well, you can say sure he does, or whatever the case may be. But it is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, if you can provide some proof for those distances, I would ask the same of you, because it's all well and good to say that they don't work for these sort of distances, but I mean,
I say that I've only used these tools over a short distance. You'd like me to provide proof that I said that I've only used them over a short distance?
Well, that and the fact that they don't work over a long distance, because somehow the distance seems to be a factor here.
Oh, most definitely.
Even though we're measuring angles, why would distance...
Well, we're not measuring angles. I don't know where you get this from. What angles are you measuring, sir?
Yeah. I already told you that.
What angles? You're looking across the plane. Where's there an angle across the plane, man?
You're measuring zenith angles. Do you not know what that means?
A zenith angle, is that perpendicular? Vertical angle. Is that what you're measuring? Vertical angle. Yeah?
In a sense, yeah. Like, as per my diagram, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory.
Well, I'm the closest I can say it's almost vertical, yeah? Just off vertical. But when I look at it, I still see 90 degree.
Look,
okay, no, there is a slight... it's 90 degree. Yeah, so I just want to know, what angle are you measuring? You're not measuring any angles. Because if you've got your throttle at one point and you've got the other one at the other end of the road, and you've set it up horizontally, so it's all plumbed up, What angles are you measuring? Because the surface you're on is uneven because of the road. It's not due to the earth.
So to get this angle, Globus, that
Yeah.
Jesse has done, right?
Yes.
He has set up his two theodolites in two different locations, 18 kilometers apart, right? He has then pointed the theodolites at each other, right, to line them up with each other to get them on the same horizontal plane as each other. Yes or no?
Yep.
Yep. Okay then. And from there, he is then determined. He is then from there determined the zenith angle from how much the horizontal angle is out compared to what they're looking at each other. Yeah.
How much the vertical angle is out?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the zenith angle. Should I say
Yep.
zenith
But
angle?
that's
You said horizontal.
that would be due to
horizontal.
curvature, though.
Exactly right. So he's basing all his angles and all his measurements on the horizontal reading.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay then. And this horizontal reading is being taken over 18 kilometers.
And that's somehow a problem.
100% for me it is. But anyway.
Yeah,
if you're happy with it, go with it, mate. Go
we've
with
circled
it.
back.
You can have it. You can have it. You're more
So
happy to have it.
we've circled back to the same thing. I thought you had a point, Bandit.
Yes, that was my point. 18
Well,
kilometers.
look,
I don't need to make any more point.
as Moleman established that
10
he
miles. We're only talking 10 miles, guys.
Yeah, look,
10 miles.
the distance is inconsequential here. I don't know why you guys seem to want to harp on it, but it's.
You can say
Distance
that.
is everything.
I can say that, but you guys really haven't provided a good reason as to why it really is of consequence.
Yeah. I'm gonna
say because of curvature would be happening.
Because of curvature, that's what we're measuring.
Atmospheric conditions, the corridor at which you are looking through.
Right, those very atmospheric conditions that you guys deny when you supposedly look at a flat plane. Right, those ones. Got it.
When have I denied any atmospheric conditions?
Got it.
Lordy.
Never denied it.
You have a wonderful way of putting words in people's mouths, Globus.
Well, for example, the Black Swan, you guys seem to suddenly deny all atmospheric conditions.
Really?
When it comes to
no,
yeah. Have you seen the cranes? How bent they are?
When have I ever used the Black Swan? Now, if Jin wants to defend the Black Swan, he can.
Yeah, I would defend it.
Oh, okay, so
my image,
so
Bandy, Black Swan is a brilliant image.
So Bandy all of a sudden wants to. He doesn't want to touch the Black Swan. He doesn't want to touch it.
No, not all of a sudden. I never have touched it, Globus. I never have.
Oh well,
touched it, so
good.
It's not all of a sudden.
Fair enough. Then I never want to hear those words coming out of your mouth. Then.
Black Swan.
Yeah, Black Swan. I say Black Swan.
Yeah, well, Jin, the fact.
So Jin can defend it, but I ain't. So Jin, take over if you want to defend the Black Swan.
At his peril. At his peril. If you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because
I know it's going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, the Black Swan.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Laurie. Well said.
Because the Black Swan that I use is a better image than the ones you're looking at. I look at a much better one that was loaded up by Ranty via Mark Sargent. It's a good one.
Look,
I'm trying to find it now.
The fatter of the matter
is about the cranes.
The matter of the fact is that you guys quite clearly deny that refraction is a thing when it comes to that particular image. It's not included within the modus tollens argument. So it's a faulty premise. It's the very logical syllogism is incorrect. Because you are excluding, but you're excluding refraction.
It doesn't need to.
No, we're not excluding refraction at all.
It very much needs to be.
No, that would be another statement.
I'm not.
It would be another statement, but it needs to be part of the premise because it's very consequential when it comes to the observation itself. Especially when we can.
Because that premise, if you take the word globe out of it, If you just take the word globe, you just talk about any sphere-shaped object of that size, it fits. You have to add in context for globe to make it not fit. Special pleading.
That makes no sense.
Agreed.
You guys are flogging a dead horse.
Not at all.
Yes, they're flogging a
I
dead
agree
horse.
with
the black swan.
If you want to use an observation over, especially over water, and not include refraction within said observation, and then put that forth as an argument, then what are you guys doing? Like, how could you possibly exclude something that's so poignant to the observation itself?
Thing is that
Are you playing a part again today, Globus?
Not at all. What part would I be playing?
I don't
No,
know. You seem
no,
very
it's good.
antagonistic today.
Not at all. I'm just stating
With your
facts
little-
here. Look,
with your-
Bandsaw
with your
Bandit.
with
If you
your
don't like the
little,
facts, if these facts are triggering you, sir,
triggering moi?
quite
Triggering
clearly, the fact that
Clearly.
you're accusing me of playing a part, wow. I'm actually
Hey.
quite
offended?
offended is the word, yes, sir.
Damn.
Very much so. Very much so.
offended you that easily. Damn.
Yeah, well, when you
remember.
accuse me of playing a part when I'm being as honest as I can, it is offensive. You know, I thought we were having an adult discussion here, but clearly we're resorting to accusations.
Yeah,
unfounded accusations.
it's your MO. It's
My
your
MO.
mate.
It's that time of night we have to start hitting below the belt. So it's that time of the
Well,
night.
quite clearly, and then Gin's joining
That
as
is
well.
your MO, sir. You will switch roles on us.
I will never do such thing.
Typical flat earther coming up with a conspiracy theory.
I'm a messenger of the truth, and if you don't like that, well, I suggest you jog on, sir.
Okay, so the black swan, the logical statement works for everything other than the globe. That's a problem.
What's the logical statement with the black swan, Crit?
That you see too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where in that particular statement is refraction, specifically looming? Where is that, involved? Where is that mentioned? It's not mentioned at all. It should be.
But not all sphere-shaped objects have looming. Only one has looming.
That's actually fallacious, but sure.
I wouldn't even give him that, Laurie. I mean...
Yep.
I mean, it's amazingly illogical that only one object can loom.
Yeah, exactly. Only one.
You have two cars side by side, and you're far away. One looms, the other one doesn't.
Well,
if anything, that sounds like special pleading to me.
I think you're being absurd. I think you're being absurd that two objects can't loom. That's absurd in itself. Why can't two objects? Why not?
Just out of curiosity, these people that know the things about the black swan, there's two oil rigs. How far away are they? Like are they the same distance? Is one further away?
One's 6 miles, one's 10 miles. One is 6 miles, one is at 10 miles.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, what's the point?
I was just asking for the facts. Like, I work on facts, right?
So if you say
no one else
just
uses
the statement, if a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. So that is an incorrect statement.
Yes. Well, if refraction isn't including within said statement, then yeah.
Okay, so if I just got a sphere, I'm a giant person, where I can hold a sphere of 3959 miles in my hand. It's just going to have refraction for reasons? I mean, why would it have refraction?
Because we have atmosphere.
Yeah, so you added atmosphere. Okay.
No,
so
I mean, it's always there.
Atmosphere. So I can say just a sphere in my hand. Does it have a geometric horizon?
But there's no such thing as no atmosphere. I mean, now that's special pleading.
Actually, I think we can kind of use Crit's point against him, because That's absolutely the bloody point. When you took the photo of the black swan, you didn't take the photo outside of the atmosphere. So in the scenario that you're looking at, you added atmosphere, but then in the original question you didn't have atmosphere. So you're not really comparing like with like. So thanks.
Right. Spot on. Thank you, Laurie.
Yeah, that's a baseline.
Catch.
I don't use what you say just to figure out how dumb you are.
Well,
There's no
well,
photo
Crit,
in Black Swan.
hold on, Crit. You're going on mute for that.
Yeah, you know baseline. This was set months ago when you tried to say I was demonically possessed demon worshiper.
All right. Okay. Come on.
I mean, this guy. How often do this guy have to be reminded of things he does?
All right, let's bring it
There's
back,
no
guys.
photo. Yeah, there's no. So just a statement. If a sphere with a
Don't worry.
radius, right? So
Yeah.
if a sphere with a radius, you can measure the geometric horizon based on how high off that sphere you are.
Right.
Right?
But-
Is that? Are we good? Still on board? Did you not jump ship yet?
No, we are, but
Okay.
I mean, are you going to include refraction in this statement?
Why would you add refraction? I'm just talking about a sphere, just a sphere.
Right. But I mean,
No,
if
nothing else. Just
Okay.
I have an object in my hand. Could I use a geometric horizon of that object with a mathematical function to find out what shape it is? How about that?
Yes, but
Okay.
if this, but if you let me finish, if this sphere represents, this one that's in your hand represents the globe Earth, then you have to by default include an atmosphere, and that would denote some kind of refraction, atmospheric refraction at that. You
Okay,
can't
so
get around that.
No, I can, because I'm not talking about a globe. You are, not me.
Well, you just said you had a globe in your hand.
No, a sphere.
But it's
Or
the
a
same
globe.
thing.
Sure. It could be a sphere-shaped circular object in my hand.
Right.
A stress ball, if you will.
Yep.
Okay, so looking at this stress ball, and it has units of measurement to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you look at it at different angles and different heights, compile all that data, and then say, yep, it's most likely a sphere?
All right. So around this sphere that's in your hand, do we have an atmosphere or do we not?
You can add any variable you want to get to a point where is it no longer true or is it true still?
Well, the outcome would be different if we do add in an atmosphere or not. That's my whole point.
Gas. So if you add a sphere-shaped gas to a ball, suddenly now you don't have a geometric horizon anymore.
So suddenly now you have something called refraction, atmospheric refraction. That's what you have.
And how do you know exactly what that refraction is, Globus?
What do you mean? How do you know what it is?
How do you know exactly what refraction that you are looking through?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, just that there is refraction that is calculated for particular conditions.
Yeah,
Yes?
there's a refraction coefficient,
Yeah.
which
all
needs to
right.
be taken.
And
Yeah.
And that's under a very particular condition, right? Or
Yeah.
conditions, or conditions, depending
Ye-
on temperature, density, gradients, all these
Uh-huh.
kind of bits and pieces, right?
Yep.
Now, and I might tend to agree that maybe on average that we might be able to use these things with maybe a degree of semi accuracy, but are they absolutely accurate? Would be my question. Like when I'm looking from the shoreline across the Kangaroo Island, for argument's sake,
Mm-hmm.
and I look across at all that water, and there's if I can get barometric pressures, I can get temperatures, all this sort of stuff, and I can take it. Kangaroo Island is about 17k away, and I can do it every kilometre thereabouts. So I've got 17 different variables there that I can calculate. Is that going to take into consideration exactly what I am looking through? with any degree of accuracy. Now I have 2 channels also too that run between myself and Kangaroo Island. One at a fairly shallow depth and one that is at a massive depth, right? So that water temperature just there alone changes dramatically, all right, which is going to have a dramatic
Yeah.
impact on that atmosphere just above that particular water zone itself,
Look,
immediately above it. So
you're
you've got
making
all
my
these
point for me though,
things.
Bandsaw Bandit. You're
No,
making
I'm
my
making my point.
No, you're making my point for me because
No.
for you guys to come to conclusions when you're putting all these variables in and come to conclusions using that observation, and quite clearly you're meshing in all these particular variables. How could you ever come to a conclusion that you're debunking the globe when all these variables need to be taken into account, and you don't really know what you're looking at?
No,
But you
not at
guys
all.
seem to say that you are looking at
No.
a flat Earth by looking at these
No.
pictures.
No,
No.
and once again, I'm going to say that I don't use these observations or these measurements over a long period. So you guys, you can refer to other guys. It ain't me whatsoever. I recognise that there are heaps of variables that aren't taken into consideration, and these things that we're looking at are fairly inconclusive at best.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Best.
All right. Yeah, no,
Okay,
I would agree with you.
Thank you.
You missed one point here. This isn't about the flat Earth. This is about true or false statement of a sphere with a radius of 3959.
Right.
That's it. Either
But
it is or it is not, based on math.
But it negates the fact that there's an atmosphere, Crit. And that's my point.
That's another topic completely.
It can't be another topic. It's part of the place that we are in. You can't separate those topics because there's no such thing as no atmosphere day, where you can put forth those arguments. There's always an atmosphere, so you can't say that. I'm sorry, it's not another question.
I would agree there, Clovis.
Yeah,
what about your little thing?
That's another win for the globe, Bansal.
Yeah, they come up with a.
It's no win for either side.
No, it can be a win for the globe because they'd say, "What's enough refraction? You can see the back of your head. You'd be able to see all the way around the Earth, all the way with enough refraction in a powerful enough telescope. You could see the back of your head."
Yeah, on a flat Earth, you can see from New York to the top of Mount Everest.
That's right.
Codswallop. But anyway.
No, that was well said. If you ask me.
What? You can see from New York to the top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, if you can zoom on the back of your head on a globe, then yeah, you can see it from Antarctica to North Pole on a flat Earth. It's easy. Just zoom in.
Oh. Yeah, well, whatever. I disagree with all those statements, but anyway.
Yeah, me too. Me too. We can't zoom in the back of our head. It's obvious. Stupid.
Yeah, look, you can disagree all you like.
I've never tried, so I don't know.
All right. Once again, I win. Happy days.
I if I'm incorrect, I do remember you coming to an agreement with their Bansal. So
An agreement? I'm never going to agree with you.
You agreed. This is too easy, guys. You really need to make this hard for us. I mean,
hard for
we've got science on our side. Yeah, we've got.
Come with something that I'm actually gonna.
Look, I mentioned reciprocal zenith angles. You came out. Oh, it's too far away. Come on, what the hell?
Well, I never actually quite said it like that.
You basically did, though.
I probably just said it's too far away. That's probably what I said.
See what I mean, guys? I mean, it sucks to be on the side of a conspiratard side. It really does.
Well, no, not really. I'm quite happy to be comfortable in the fact that it is actually factual that it is too far away.
Well, it's that. Look, you can deny science. You can deny every observation that we've made as a species.
That ain't science, my friend. That ain't science. Looking too far from an optical device.
So now, so what is science? Come on, we all know what science is. What is science? What
Peter
is?
Globus, how about, did you
That
catch
at
it?
best is a
All right, hang on.
guesstimation.
I think Crit has something for me. Carry on, sir.
Yeah, did
Okay.
you catch that debate with David Weiss and not Professor Dave?
Yeah, I did. I think Professor Dave did a really good job.
Did you hear he said that he told about David Weiss said you do not understand that the curvature of the Earth is not detectable at the surface of the Earth.
Look, I would disagree with him on that particular comment, but is there any argument that
Well,
David
because of
Weiss?
refraction, right? Refraction would make
Of
it
course.
indistinguishable from. So on the surface of the Earth, if you have refraction, flat Earth and globe Earth are completely indistinguishable at the human level.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say which one makes more sense then. I compare the two models. So one looks like a flat Earth, the other one makes
Well-
itself look like a flat Earth. The common denominator is flat Earth.
Well, when we see, for example, vessels disappearing over a curve, and I don't mean when you zoom back into them. I mean even beyond that, because even any optical instrument has a diffraction limit. So there are times when even you can't zoom in even beyond. When things disappear, they disappear. There's no zooming back into them. So
Well,
in that
not unless
sense,
you have a more powerful optic.
no,
You can
but
always zoom in on it.
there's no such. That's the thing, that even those more powerful optics have a diffraction limit where they can't resolve the image anymore.
But if we can, but the point is, it's still proving that it's not disappearing over any curve. That's the thing. Okay, that's where your Achilles heel is at. If we have a powerful optic, we can zoom in on it if we have one. Okay,
Right, but there are several examples of people zooming in and continuing to zoom in, and that object is still disappearing bottom up.
Yes, because of the capability of that particular
That's right,
optic.
because of the diffraction
has
limit.
gone beyond its capability to focus on it. If we can build a bigger one, we can zoom in on it again. That's the point.
Can you though?
I know that because we're demonstrating it from using my eyeball to a telescope to a handycam to a pair of binoculars. It's in stages, and each time people said it's gone over the curvature, but it hasn't. It's still there. I mean, that's a silly question. Come on now.
But I mean, if it's even if you've zoomed into the limit of that optic, why is it still disappearing bottom up?
That's the law of nature, the angular resolution from your perspective, sir.
But you've zoomed in as much as you can. You've overcome any angular resolution because you've
That's not
zoomed in.
true. You're just magnifying what you're already seeing, and the more dense layer is lower to the surface, which I'm assuming you would agree with, or you would just sound totally ridiculous. Then more light is going to get to you as you get above the surface. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree, but we would also have
Okay,
to.
well, stop there. You agreed with what I said, right? More light as you get above the surface is going to reach the viewer. So then wouldn't you expect to see more of an object at a further distance the further that object was above the surface?
The further that object was above the surface.
Yeah, above the more dense layer that you already agreed that's what happened.
Why would that object be further above the surface?
That's not what I said. An object that goes further above the surface, the part closer to the surface, you wouldn't get as much light because it's more dense, right? You already agreed on that. The layer, the medium is more dense, so you're not getting as much light, not as much information. So as that object gets higher above the surface, you get more information, so you see more of it for longer distance. Bottom up obstruction.
Right.
Okay, I'm glad we agree. Next.
I'm not sure if we agree on that, but
Well, you agree with everything I said.
I agree
Lower,
with your.
okay, well, let's go through it again. Let's go through it again. Do you agree that closer to the surface, the air is more dense?
Yes.
Do you agree that more dense air, you're going to get less light coming to the viewer?
Perhaps. Yes.
Not perhaps. You know it's true. I don't know why you're trying to like
Yeah, there
deflate
is
the
there is
situation.
only one
More
answer. Rakia
dense
will
air is harder to see
accept,
through.
so
The
you need to
medium
say
is
that
more
yes.
dense. Less light is going to get back to the viewer. So as you get closer to the surface, the air gets more dense. You don't get that information back to the viewer. As it goes up and gets less dense, you get more reflected light and more information back to the viewer. Hence, you see more of the object more clear. Bottom up instruction. Correct? Thank you.
I'm
done
not
with
I'm
this
not
guy.
sure I'm not sure if that actually
So we're
would
moving on
cause
to
bottom
another
up.
guy, or did the other
Yes,
guy see?
No.
yeah.
We're still here.
Okay, so
Globus can
I'm
still
talking
talk
to you,
as
not
well.
the other guy that's cutting in now. Do you agree
Well,
now?
Globus can talk for himself as well.
Yeah, but
I was just
you're right. He can answer.
Yeah, I was
without you
just
cutting
trying to
in.
get part of
I would like to get his
Yeah.
answer. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to try
Yeah,
to get
while
his
you
answer.
shut up and go on mute, I would like to get his answer. Thank you.
I'm not obliged to go
Yeah,
on
I
mute
know you're
just
gonna
because
keep
you tell
talking,
me to,
so he
Rakia.
doesn't have
You
to
might be offended by me talking, but
I'm
me
not
talking is
offended.
not a
I'm offended
problem
by you cutting
other
in and
than
not
you
listening.
getting.
And
Yeah,
that other guy should be offended by you because he's not getting a chance to
there's
answer.
no reason to start shit over this, right?
Yeah, that's right. So go
If
on
I want
mute
to
and let
talk,
him
I
answer.
can talk. It's a free room.
I would love to
If
hear your
Globus wants to answer, then he can answer.
Well, give him a chance.
You sit the fuck down and you shut the fuck.
Give him a chance to answer. I asked him the direct question, and you cut in.
Yeah,
He
because
has
the
the
globe
chance to
was
answer as soon
spiraling.
as you shut up.
Yeah, you're spiraling.
Is he still talking?
Yeah, he's still spiraling.
So the other guy that I asked the direct question to still
No, I
hasn't answered
self-muted.
because of that guy talking.
Well, yeah, I'm just waiting for you guys to settle the
Go
beef.
ahead, man. As soon as you start talking, I'll be quiet. I promise you. I'll even go on mute. Ready? Go.
So the thing is here that, as mentioned previously, the optics that we're looking through do have a diffraction limit, right? Would you agree with that?
I didn't say anything about optics. I said density of the air closer to the surface. You're not getting the information.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah, but we're looking at these objects that that have this diffraction. We're looking at these objects through optics, are we not? Or are you just using your eye?
Sure. So the less information that gets back to those optics, the less information you're going to have closer to the surface. Correct?
Yeah.
Bottom up obstruction.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you.
But can
I said, I'm done with this guy.
Would it be really bottom up obstruction though?
Of course it would be. On any surface,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because to me it actually seems like it's a non sequitur, like you're jumping to the conclusion that it has to be.
No,
but
I'm using very precise logic.
Hold on. I'm trying to get to a point here. In my like estimation, it should cause more like a gradual disappearance of the object instead of it being cut off at an exact point, as if it was hidden behind something.
Sometimes we get something blinking out.
You wouldn't actually get the effect that
no, you do.
Talking
that
about.
Depends on the conditions also.
Yeah,
sometimes you get a fade out. Sometimes you get just a bottom up, and then sometimes you just get a blink.
Yeah, sure. Sometimes what you're talking about happens, but then sometimes actual obstruction happens, and that cannot be explained by what you're talking about.
Exactly right. But then again, there's someone in the chat saying, well, I think they're laughing at me. They're sort of quoting me saying that optics have a diffraction limit, laughy face. What, you disagree with that? Do your eyes not have a diffraction limit? Does not every optic have a diffraction limit, rather?
Not to the point where it's
every
distorting and looming and wrecking what you're seeing. It's not doing anything. When you see it, like I said, when you see an object disappearing away from you and you think it's gone over the curve and you pick up a better optical equipment that enlarges everything and you can see it, has it gone over the curve? It hasn't, has it? Obviously.
Well, look, I've got my mate.
What's so difficult to understand about that?
I've got my mate Doofus here. He's gonna wreck all you guys. Welcome, Doofus.
Oh, he's
Damn,
sharpened up his.
you've had to call in for reinforcements because you were
No,
getting destroyed
not at all. Look,
earlier.
the fact that somebody was laughing at me saying that optics have a diffraction limit, I mean, that's a big loss on your behalf. If you are, if you're
Who
going to
said
agree
that?
with that statement,
Who said
what's
that?
up? What's up?
Oh, well, he's
Yeah.
probably
He did
right.
also mistype diffraction.
Yeah, he did. I mean, come on, that's a simple word. You can't really fuck that up. But I mean, Doofus, are you there, sir?
Obviously, optics do have a diffraction limit.
Thank you.
I mean, you can use the Rayleigh criterion for such a
Wow.
limit. And what
I'm so
happens
glad.
is that objects of a certain angular size will appear to be unresolvable.
That's
However, if you look at the image that I have posted, you'll notice that on that distant object, there are details that are much smaller than the amount of the object that is obscured, which means that the
Ouch.
angular resolution has not been reached for the object, the part of it that is obscured. So the obscuring of
fact
that
is that
object
the
is
fact
not
that we can
caused by
see
an
it,
angular resolution limit.
the fact that we can see said object proves there's no curvature over that given distance. I said with my military weapon, I can hit that. I'm not going to be factoring curvature or refraction. I'm just going to point, shoot, bang,
This
boom,
is the part
blast.
where
It's
Jin
gone.
starts
Jin,
just
the bottom,
preaching.
the bottom of those objects is quite clearly obscured.
Not because of curvature. Is the point I'm making.
Well, because of what then?
It definitely
Would you-
ain't good for the globe side, is it, Globus? Damn.
Would you be, Jin, would you be able to bring that ship back into full view with zoom?
I reckon so.
That's interesting because I have examples of videos where that's not happening.
Exactly.
I have videos where that is happening, where you see it.
It is. If something is obscured, you cannot bring it back in with zoom.
Right. Exactly. Right.
What?
So when you are
Jin,
saying
listen to
it's
what he
gone over
said.
the horizon, when you know it hasn't, and you said it's gone over the curve, it's gone over the horizon. That's the curvature. Okay, we pick up an optical equipment. Oh, it's still there. Look, right. So obviously it didn't go over any curve. Just went beyond.
It's interesting. It's interesting to me, Jin, that here you're again seem to be saying that this ship can be brought back with zoom. I remember we have been having this discussion for a longer time, and in an earlier discussion, I brought this type of case to your attention, and you backpedaled and you said that you were never intending to say that in cases like this, zoom brings object backs, and you then said that you were only talking about cases.
I'm gonna have
hold on.
Disagree.
Let me finish.
Let him finish, Jin. Sorry.
You were then saying that you were only talking about the cases where the object is completely disappeared, but now you seem to have changed your mind.
No, I don't know what you're reading into everything the wrong way. You know where I stand clearly on this, and it's simple enough. Don't make it more complicated than you need to. When you shut up now, when you people say something's gone over the curve, and I pick up an optical equipment and I can see that thing, right? That's not gone over the curve then, because as you well know, when a car goes over a hill, it doesn't matter what optical I bring, that hill is in the way. I will never see that car again. But with the ship now that's gone over your curvature, I pick up an optical equipment and there it is. Okay? That's what we say. So when you say something's gone over the curve, it has not gone over any curve because we can bring it in.
So in the case of this ship, can it be brought back with zoom or not?
Yeah.
What ship are you talking about, by
The
the
one
way?
in chat.
The one posted by Doofus.
In chat.
The one partially obstructed.
15 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, 15 minutes past.
Yeah, there's another one with more text on it.
Would you agree, Laurie, though? Would you agree, Laurie, that there have been examples of ships that have been way out on the past, or looks like it's past the horizon, right? And you can no longer see them with with the naked eye. Right, they've disappeared. But then someone with their, I don't know, P900 or 1000 or whatever they're using, telescope,
Telescopes or whatever. Yeah.
have been able to then zoom back in on this object so it can be seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, those cases do exist.
Cool.
Now,
Cool.
to actually make an argument that's make an argument from that against the globe, we would need to know precisely where the ship is in order to say that yes, the ship, according to the globe model, definitely should have been behind the curve. Most of those
Yeah.
ships, we don't know where they are, so they might as well be easily, even according to the globe model, still visible.
Yeah, do you have a distance?
I would agree with you, Laurie. I would definitely agree. You would have to know distances and all this sort of stuff to be
Yeah,
able to
so
work these sort of things out. 100%.
can you provide an example, Bance or Bandit, of
There's a much easier way.
Yeah,
Well, there's
we've
a much
already
easier
done
way to
this.
solve
That's
this
why y'all
issue.
claim looming.
No, you
Y'all have
haven't,
to claim
Rakia.
looming. Hello.
There's a much easier way to
That's
solve
why
this
you have
issue.
That's why you have to claim looming.
No one's
Because the
claiming
objects
looming.
are far. Y'all do claim looming. The reason you have to is because objects are further over the geometric curve. The only reason you say we can see them is because they're being loomed up.
No one has
You
said
don't have
that
to
here
prove shit.
tonight. What we're
Right,
asking
hold on.
Bansor is to provide an example of a ship. Right, we need pedigree on that particular observation. We need to know the distance of the ship, and all of those
Send him on an
dimensions.
errand, huh?
Well, we need those dimensions. If you're going to make a claim on a particular observation, we
You've
need.
made the claim there's geometric curve.
No, you guys
You've only
made.
calculated that. So you want us to calculate it? Like
You
you
guys
did?
have. All right, see you
No,
later.
There's a much easier and simpler way to deal with the issue of zoom causes ships to appear or not appear sort of thing, rather than trying to quantify the whole mess. There's no such footage where a distant object, ship, building, or whatever, the amount that is proportionally visible, the amount that you can see versus the amount that's hidden, changes with the amount of zoom employed. That footage doesn't exist. So that's
not
where that
true.
claim ends up dying.
The angular resolution, when things get smaller in the distance, when you zoom in, you're just increasing the angular resolution. The light comes in from the top of the lens, so you see more of the object at a greater distance. Just magnification.
What happens when you've reached what happens when you've reached the diffraction limit of that optic and it's still obstructed by bottom up? What happens then?
It's obstructed because of the density we've already discussed, not because of the lens or a curved earth. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. So you can't zoom that in. When something goes too far away, that it's in enough atmosphere that it disappears, you're not going to zoom that back in. There's no amount of magnification that's going to bring that through the more dense layer of atmosphere.
But you can still see the top of it.
The light. Yeah, because it's above the surface more and you're getting more information. Jesus, man, what the frick?
All right, we can also easily handle the density of the atmosphere causes obstruction claim, because if we see the object and we see the surface that's in front of the object, we don't see the atmosphere causing the obstruction. What we see is the surface causing the obstruction.
That's not true. The medium.
Exactly.
That's not true.
The medium is not the ocean.
What we don't see is the physical water causing obstruction. We only see optical illusion. They're called mirages caused by the atmospheric conditions. Look it up. Definition of mirage.
So a mirage implies that there's some part of the image that is inverted.
It's not what you've been taught on YouTube. Go look it up.
Right. So a mirage, because of the name, because of where it comes from, is actually telling you that there's an inverted part of the image somewhere.
That's not true.
What you need to show me in a mirage is that there's some part of the image that is actually inverted somewhere.
That's not true. A mirage is an Listen, I'll get the definition if you want me to, or you can do a little research on your own on Google. Just type in definition of mirage. Word for word will say optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions.
Right, which requires some part of the image to be inverted.
Doesn't mention anything about inversion.
I mean, anybody who knows optics says, yes, that's actually the case, because that's where the word comes from, is mirror.
Okay, are
Anyone
you
who
That's
saying
what
everything we
mirage means in
mirages
French,
knows there's
dude.
different
If you
classifications
want to
of
ignore what
mirages.
mirage actually
Some are
means,
inverted, some are
you can go
not.
ahead and do that. You're free to.
are you
It's
saying
not
everything we're
me.
seeing out there is physical?
I'm saying the word mirage has a specific definition that is conveniently ignored.
Yeah.
Question:
Bring it
Is
up.
everything we're seeing?
It's an
Is
inverted
everything we're
image.
Bring it
seeing?
up.
Hold on, Rakia.
Yeah,
Is
post
everything
it.
we're seeing out there physical?
What do you mean?
At its actual position. We look at something when we see water blocking a boat. Is that the water's actual position?
Yeah.
It is.
No, it's
Yep.
not. You're lying to yourself, man, and the
So,
audience.
have
If
you ever,
what
are
we
you
see
familiar
in
with
the
the black
distance
swan?
is
Are
Are you
water, and the
familiar with the?
water
Are
is
you
what's in
familiar
the
with the black
way, and what
swan,
we're seeing
Globus?
is some physical
Globus,
Yes,
are you
water
I am.
familiar
somewhere
with the
blocking
black
our
swan?
view.
Yes, I am familiar with
Can you
the
hear
black
me
swan.
talking? You got me muted, doofus?
Come on.
No, I started talking when there was a silence.
My mic's bad. Hold on, I'll be right back.
It is actually
No,
very tricky.
yeah, but I heard you talking. I mean,
Yeah.
I knew when you were talking. He did talk straight through. He's so
Yeah.
antsy to get his lies out. Either he hasn't looked up the definition of mirage yet, or he's being deceptive on purpose. I'd like to know which part is it, because I can post it if you want.
Oh no,
I'll,
I just have posted the definition. It says
can
exactly
you
pretty much
can
word
you
for
read it
word.
out for us? Just read it out for us.
I certainly will. It says an optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions, especially the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or a hot road caused by refraction of light from the sky by heated air.
Nice.
There we
Right.
That's
go.
amazing.
I
So,
did
Now
actually
we have
post the
different
one that I was
we have
using
diff-
just a moment
we
ago,
have
but there
different
was something else attached
classifications
to
of
it.
mirages, which some of them are inverted, but it doesn't have to be inverted to be a mirage. A mirage is any optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. Shall we move on?
So now we're
Yeah,
invoking
just give me a
optical
moment to actually
illusions.
post it again, since I did post it just a moment ago.
So in the Black Swan, there is no such illusions.
There's illusions
No,
in any
no
optical.
illusions going on
No
in the
illusions,
Black Swan.
apparently, in the Black Swan.
There
No.
are
No
mirages in
illusions,
any
not in my Black Swan.
observation over distance. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, then you can't use that observation.
Who's using it? Use
Or
it for what? To say we're seeing further? No one sees further. They see exactly what the conditions allow them to see. But if there
that's
was a geometric physical curvature of land or water, you could measure it. And you can't. You can only optically view it and say ships go over it. They don't. They go into it.
there's another definition
Alright,
here of a mirage. In a mirage,
Yeah, there's plenty of different mirages.
in a mirage. Let me finish, please. In a mirage, there is at least one inverted image of some object. This mirror image is the origin of the French word mirage.
Yeah, that's a mirrored image, an inverted image. That's just one type of mirage. Superior, inferior, there's all mirages, but all of them are optical illusions. The ship or whatever isn't actually underwater. It's not inverted upside down in some cases.
Right,
It's all
are we
optical
seeing?
illusions.
I can't finish.
Right, but you're seeing the water instead of the ship.
Yeah, the optical illusion.
Are we
Yeah,
seeing things?
Jesus.
I think
Right, so
Jeremy's trying
everything
to jump
must
in.
be an optical illusion.
Jeremy's trying to jump in. Jump in,
He's
Jeremy.
over talking us, Bansel.
We're talking to him, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get wrapped up in this shit. So go ahead, guys.
No, you're right, mate. You're right. Go for it.
Nah, because some people start talking and they act like if two people start talking at the same time, they think they don't have to. Just go ahead.
Look, if you don't have an argument, mate, it's all good.
Jesus, for you to say that, you should be kicked out.
Oh, wow.
Because you have an attitude, man. That's Jeremy. Do you know who that is?
I do. I know who
You
that
think
is.
he doesn't have an argument, or you're just being a dick?
Globus is
You guys
on.
have
What
an
are you on
attitude
today,
too.
Globus?
I think Rocky has an attitude, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I do have an attitude on people against you saying
Well, then
things
you should be.
Jeremy like
should
that.
be.
Makia,
you
do you
should
know
be
who
kicked out
Globus
then.
is?
Anybody who's willing to lie like
This is
they've
gonna be
been
the
doing,
funniest
I
bit.
don't really care.
Yeah, it's
An
funny.
optical illusion is any optical illusion, whether the boat is above the water, appearing to float, or when the conditions are the complete opposite and the boat appears to be below the water. They're both mirages. When you see a boat that's not floating on top of the water, it's an optical illusion. You know how we know? Because we know that boats float on top of the water.
Right. So what you're saying is that everything we see must be an optical illusion.
No, I'm saying when you see a boat floating in the air in the distance or appearing to be under the water in the distance, that's a mirage.
Right.
Would
So
you?
there's no
Who's got
accurate
that echo?
representation of
Somebody
reality
having
that you
echo in
will
here real
accept.
quick. See, this is
It's
the thing I was. Jen.
Gin, you got an echo, Gin.
Okay, sorry guys.
Doofus, would you agree that there are many sorts of mirages?
Right. And they all have an inverted image
Right.
somewhere in them.
Yeah,
So
further in the distance, yeah.
Yeah, so there's many sorts of mirages. So they are all, doesn't matter which mirage we're talking about, they are all an illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. You would agree with that, yes?
Not exactly, because the word illusion implies. Hold on a second, because the word illusion implies that there's some sort of perception issue there. Which is not. It's not actually a perception issue. What we're actually seeing is the light is definitely taking a different path than straight.
No, illusion
You're
is
perceiving
opposite of
something.
reality.
You're perceiving something that's not there. It's definitely a perception issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, because you're actually seeing what the light is getting to you and doing. If you had a perception issue would be to say, for example, that you see what you think is a body of water on a desert when it's not. That's a perception issue.
Yeah, now
What
we're
is
gonna argue
actually
about
occurring is the light from the sky is arriving to your eyes, and that's not a perception issue.
And you're not getting as much light as you would if you were above the surface as you would close to the surface, right, Doofus?
As much light, you're always getting as much light as you're going to get.
Yeah, but you're getting less near the surface than you are above the surface, right, Doofus?
No, you're just getting light from different
That's wrong.
locations. It's the same
That's
amount of
wrong.
light, dude.
Yeah, whatever. You can keep saying that. The light is obstructed. It's not getting to the viewer. The information is not reaching the viewer. The
Right,
brain.
you're getting light from somewhere else. It's not.
Yes, above the
it's
surface.
improper to say you're
That's why
getting
you
less
see more
light.
clearly the boat portion of the building or boat that's above the surface. You're seeing it more clearly because you're getting more information. It's not obstructed by the atmosphere as much, right, Doofus?
It's not being obstructed by the atmosphere. The light is just changing direction.
Yeah. So when they say the atmospheric conditions cause these things, you're saying it's not because of the atmospheric conditions that's causing these things.
That's not the words that I used, and you know those aren't the words that I used. What I actually said was the light is changing direction. I know you have to talk over me as soon as I am starting to make a point.
You said
but
that's
it's
not
not
the word
because
you
the
used.
atmosphere is blocking the light. The light is changing direction.
Okay, so what does that? What makes the light closer to the surface change direction, Doofus?
The conditions, obviously. What are you going to have is either a temperature gradient or a pressure gradient will cause the change in the density gradient, which will change the direction light travels.
And will the viewer get less information closer to the surface because the density layer is thicker or higher or more?
Depends on the conditions. If the conditions are the standard conditions that exist consistently at 20 feet AGL or above, you don't lose anything next to the surface.
You don't lose information close to the surface at distance? Are you sure you want to say that?
I do want to say that because if the conditions are standard, the standard conditions that exist consistently at 20 feet AGL, the atmosphere. I know that you still want to talk over me. That's fine.
Because I'm pointing out that everybody.
The same standard conditions that you consistently see at 20 feet AGL or above. If you have the same conditions as you do consistently at 20 feet AGL and above, then you're not losing any information to the conditions of the atmosphere. You're actually gaining some information.
So we see further closer to the surface, according to you, under those standard conditions.
Those aren't the words that I used either.
Okay,
Thank you,
I'm asking you a direct question. Do we see further at the surface under any condition than we do above the surface?
In very rare conditions, you can have a very cold surface that allows you to see further the closer you are to it.
Why?
because of looming.
Thank you. So not Earth curve.
I mean, you can say that the curve is not there, but you're ignoring the fact that things can have more than one variable. If you
I didn't
think that
think I
things
knew
can
you were going to say lumen when y'all fought
think
against
that
lumen a
things
while
can
ago.
only have one single variable, and that refraction exists, therefore curvature doesn't exist, what you're doing is you're committing a fallacy, dude.
No, I'm saying curvature doesn't exist because you and no one else has ever measured it. What we have measured and what you're so good at is pointing out how we have very clear optical effects that can create all of these things we see. Isn't that a coincidence?
It's not, actually. If I mention exactly again what I mentioned before and you didn't listen to, the conditions we have it, if I mention again what I mentioned before and you didn't listen to, was that conditions at 20 feet AGL or above are consistent such that light bends downward and you see further than you geometrically should.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's called an illusion.
It's called an illusion, exactly.
Illusion off. I can read the definition of illusion off if you don't know what it means.
Don't address what I said, though. Just ignore the things that I just said.
I'm correcting the last thing. The last thing you said, you said looming wasn't an illusion, right?
Right. Looming is not a perception issue. It is the light that's actually reaching you.
So it's actually happening.
Exactly. A thing that is likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the sense. A deceptive appearance or impression. A false idea or belief. So when we see something and it's not in its actual position, you wouldn't consider that wrongly perceived?
No, you're perceiving the light exactly as it reached you.
Not in the
What
same
the perception issue is when you have like a body of what you think is a body of water on a desert, but it's not a body of water, it's the sky.
Get something and it's not in the position it actually is. Am I perceiving it wrong or am I perceiving it correctly?
You're perceiving the light exactly as it reached you. I cannot make this any clearer for you.
I think when you see something and it's not in the place that it actually is, you're perceiving it.
Keep asking the same question again. Make sure that the answer will be different next time. I'm still going to answer it exactly the same way every single time you ask that question.
I phrased it in a yes or no question. Oh, if you see yes or no, if you see something in a place and it's not actually there, is that wrongly perceived?
That's not the right way to phrase that question, and you know that.
That is a perfect way to phrase that question. You're just being a little bitch.
You perceive the light exactly as it reached you. I can't change the answer just because you don't like the answer.
Yeah, exactly, Jeremy. Come on, mate. There's no need to call names either.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
I have a question. So we have learned today that sometimes things obstructed is because of the atmosphere and it's not actual obstruction, it's just an illusion. I posted at 32 minutes past, 2 past half the hour, an image of a person obstructed. How do we know if that's actual obstruction or if it's an illusion caused by the atmosphere?
Question. Flat earthers? Crickets.
Sorry, what was the question? Wasn't really concentrating.
I posted an image 32 past the hour of a man obstructed, and we've learned today that obstruction can be caused by the atmosphere. How do we know that if the man is actually obstructed behind something or if it's just an atmospheric illusion?
Hold on, I'm looking for it. 32 past the hour. Oh, the guy that looks like foo over a fence.
Yep.
Okay, so what's the point with that?
How do we know he's actually hidden behind something, or is it possible that it's just the atmosphere blocking the bottom part of his, like it's just an illusion?
Look, I don't know how that photo was taken. I don't know under what conditions. I don't know what is going on there. But it looks like foo looking over a fence at the end of the day. So I don't know if this is a trick question or whatever the case may be, but which that
That's what,
kind
but that's what we're saying, Dancel. How can you guys come to conclusions on observations if you can't, from this particular image, you can't even tell what's going on?
well, like I said, I'm not making any claims about any observations myself.
I should hope not.
Right, and
Yeah, I am though.
Okay,
I
well,
am though. I am
okay,
sticking
Jin,
to my
I'm
observations.
talking for me. I'm not talking for you, Jin. I'm not talking
Yeah.
for
I got
Rakia
you.
or
I got
Jeremy
you.
or anyone else. Right? I am not making
Yeah,
any
yeah.
conclusions about any photograph or any long distance measurement taking through
Observations.
theodolite
Right.
or
Okay. Fair
anything
enough.
like that
That's okay.
whatsoever. That's my position.
I'm going to stick with the Navy, the military, and the Air Force with their long distance observations and hitting targets, and they're not using maths, curvature formulas, and refraction models to hit their targets. Okay, there, and that's where I'm
Seeing
going
as
to
how
be.
I've been in the military, I actually can rebut that directly. But I do want to return to the point that I was mentioning earlier that got glossed over completely. At 20 feet AGL and above, the density gradient of our atmosphere is such that the highest density is below. In any induced gradient under any conditions, in that same configuration, light bends downward and makes distant objects appear higher. That's always the case in any such gradient.
No, not always the case. It will depend on the atmospheric conditions again. So that's a lie you just told.
I just explained what those conditions are. It doesn't depend on the conditions when I specified them, Jin.
If you're in a natural world, the conditions are continuously changing.
And it's funny how you guys say it depends on the atmospheric conditions when it suits you guys. But you say when it suits you
I'm
guys.
always dealing with nature. I'm dealing with nature's laws and nature's atmospheric conditions on by the second. By the second.
You're doing really well today, Lotus.
Sure, but in the Black Swan,
The other day, but this is good.
in the Black Swan, you never seem to mention atmospheric conditions. It's like this is what it is, and like it or not, like it or lump it.
Oh, it is what it is because you can see it. Because you can see it, I can hit it, and your geometric horizon doesn't exist. That's your problem. Okay, I shouldn't be seeing it. I shouldn't be seeing these objects, the distances if the Earth is of specification from given height. So you're losing anyway, regardless. You could have refraction all day long. Once I set my weapon up and I fix it and I don't move it, I'll hit that thing all day long. All day long, and I shouldn't be able to hit it because the curvature should be there, but it's not there. Okay?
Okay,
That's where I'm at.
Weapons that you're mentioning are projectile weapons, and all projectiles, regardless of how fast you think they're going, have a parabolic path.
Not the rail gun. I mean, a rail gun over 10 miles won't need a because of the speed of Mark 7. It doesn't. That's going to destroy whatever it is. Mark 7.5. 7.5 of the speed of the sound. Okay, it's not following a curve. That's straight linear.
Do things not still fall at what stops the railgun slug from not falling at 9.8 meters per second? Out of interest.
The velocity that it's traveling.
Velocity means that 9.8, it's no longer falling. Okay, what velocity?
It's not going to fall. Yeah, it's not going to fall at that rate. It's just not going to do that.
What rate does it fall at? It's not 9.8 meters.
Well, I don't know. I haven't actually measured it, but it's not going to fall at that rate.
Right.
Okay.
Does it fall at all?
Is an aircraft falling at that rate when it's flying in the air? An aircraft?
Yeah. pulled downwards at 9.8 meters per second, but thankfully they've got wings
and engines.
That's right. That's correct. They've got wings and an engine. Yeah, right. So, but it's not traveling.
Railgun slug doesn't have.
It's traveling
doesn't have
a lot
wings
less.
and an engine.
It's traveling a lot less than the ballistic projectile that's traveling at 7.5 times the speed of sound. Fucking hell. Okay. Fucking hell.
Right. That doesn't make it not fall anymore, Jin. That doesn't magically turn it into a straight line.
It's not. I didn't say it's not
even
falling.
Bullets fall at
I did not say. I did not say it's not falling. I did not say that. I'm saying it's going to hit its target and destroy.
Right. You did say it goes in a straight line with no parabolic trajectory.
correct. Not at that speed.
Right, so you
Not
said
at
it's
that
not
speed.
falling.
Ballistic.
If you just zoom in on a parabola, it's pretty flat. So if it's going quite fast, it covers a lot of distance in that 9 point in that second, then
10
that drop will be
miles.
very slight. But are you really going to stand by the suggestion that it just doesn't fall at all?
I didn't say it didn't fall at all. I did not say that, did I?
It sounded
The
like
rate
you
is
said
going to
that
be a
it
lot
was
less
more
because
than
of the
you said.
velocity. Don't worry, your curvature does not exist. I'm destroying the fucking thing. I shouldn't be able to see it anyway. But like I said, once I fix my weapon, I'll shoot that thing all day long, regardless of your refraction you want to bring on, which is changing by the second because of the atmosphere. You can disregard all that. I'll hit that thing all the time. So geometric horizon's not there, and I can see the object. It's being destroyed. That's your prop. That's it. All done and dusted. Okay? It doesn't matter about your refraction or whatever you got going on. Once that weapon is fixed and locked in and kept there, it'll do that all day long. All day long.
15th time isn't getting any more impactful.
Well, I'm glad you're getting it. I'm just making sure it's drilling through your head so you don't go down that path ever again. That's the point. Don't do that because you get the same treatment if you go down that path.
I'm just suggesting that objects
Black
drop.
Swan.
It's not. I
Black
didn't
Swan.
mean to upset you with that path of suggesting that objects drop.
No, you're not upsetting me. I just think I think that it doesn't drop at all. Of course, it's going to drop, but it's going to drop a lot slower. At the velocity, it's not going to drop straight down, is it? Because you've got the projectile is moving linearly, horizontally across the plane, yeah. So because of that forward motion, its drop rate slows down, doesn't it? Obviously, it's not dropping, is it? It's not dropping to the ground, is it? Like I dropped my pencil.
It to fall at 9.8 meters per second because that's.
It's going to drop slower. That rate is going to be slowed down because of the velocity across the horizontal plane. It's dropping slower.
How did you become so knowledgeable about the trajectory of railgun slugs, by the way?
I've been looking at it all the time. Sorry, I didn't realise you wasn't talking to me. It was one of the first weapons that I was brought to my attention because it says the headline was "Railgun proves flat Earth." That's how I got into it. Oh, really? How come? That was the headline. Railgun proves flat Earth.
How far do these things fire? These railguns?
Well, you can, according to the weapons experts, they reckon they can hit a target 120 miles away. And when they hit the target at 112 miles away, the impact is at Mach 5. So it leaves the muzzle at 7.5, Mach 7.5, doubles that distance, and bang, the target will be hit and destroyed at Mach 5. Still fast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. So what sort of targeting systems are they using to lock onto their
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's laser or targeting, whatever it is.
I question, do they have planes flying overhead, taking positions?
No.
How's it actually go down?
They just point and it's like a gun, isn't it? That's why they call it a rail gun. So you just point and shoot back.
Well, I don't know if it's quite that easy.
They've got it. Listen, they've got it. They've got this the projectile slowed down, right? And you see it go through two horizontal lines, in between two horizontal lines, as it goes through 6 armor-plated plates, set up targets, bang, 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 and then wherever it goes after that. But fuck's sake, it's so devastatingly powerful, unbelievable. The kinetic energy on that thing's just amazing, isn't it? Bang, and it's going 7.5. The speed of sound, 7.5 times the speed of sound. Mach 7.5 as it leaves the muzzle. Bang! Fuck, that is fast. Is it not?
Sounds pretty quick.
Yeah, devastatingly lethal. Now, admittedly, the muzzle of the barrel. The muzzle is slightly upward inclined slightly. It's not dead straight out. It's upwards and then.
Well, you would think that
the speed of it.
Slightly up, yes, 100%.
Yeah,
There is
it is.
some drop to the.
Yep, the drop rate, exactly. But can you imagine that thing hitting something at 120 miles away? The power, and it's hitting the target at Mach 5, so it lost 2.5 as it traveled that distance of 120 miles. Fantastic weapon. The only problem with the weapon is that the actual that the projectile is riding on begins to warp after a couple of shots. Okay, so the projectile is destroying the weapon. Amazing, though.
Have you had any experience with these weapons, Doofus, yourself, or no?
Yeah, not so much science.
Silence is golden.
Did somebody mention my name?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Have you had any experience with these rail guns, Doofus, yourself?
Railguns, personally, no. I do have a bunch of documentation that explains the rate of fall of the projectile over distance.
Yeah,
if the documentation is not sufficient, right? If the documentation itself is not sufficient, we can actually go to my actual work experience with, say, 155 millimeter field artillery, accounting for the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, that's bullshit.
No, well, we weren't talking about Coriolis.
Yeah, but that's bullshit anyway. The Earth is not rotating at all.
No.
Einstein couldn't prove it. We don't notice it.
Yeah, I was just wondering what sort of targeting systems they use at something 120 odd K away when they're using these guns.
Normally, the ships are tall enough to have radar that's posted on the top of the ship, and altitude does make a difference. Or they have a spotter.
A spotter plane, yep.
Well, a plane, sure, but they could also have another vessel that's closer to the target.
Yep. Which is
But they do have radar systems that can travel 1,000 miles across the surface of the Earth. I know because I checked.
Okay, 1,000 miles. That's fun. I would like to see that.
Yeah. Well, it's there. You look it up. Look up how far radars can travel, and it will give you a specific radar that the military use, because it's only the military that have this stuff. It's all military grade, yeah, and it tells you 1,000 miles and more. Google that. It's there in the Google.
All right. Nice story, Jim.
No, it's in the Google. I sit here confident. I'd lay my life on it. You Google it up. Google it up, and you see how far radars can go. Can see, and you'll see that it's more than 1,000 miles. No curvature there at all, is there? 1,000 miles and more.
Between 500 and 2,000 nautical miles.
I was going to say that. I was going to say 2,000, but I didn't want to go that far because my memory wasn't too sharp there. But it was there in the back of my mind. 2,000. Okay.
Yeah. What exactly? What technology did they use to do that?
I knew it was more than 1,000 miles. Anyway.
Does it say ground wave propagation?
Lay my life on it.
It's
this is across the ocean, across the land, and there's one in Australia as well. Australia's got one as well, by the way. You look up Australia; they've got one. They've got one of these radars that can see that far. Australia was mentioned.
See? A HF. It says a HF over the horizon OTH radar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's using ground wave propagation to get that far.
I know nothing about it. I just did a quick.
Yeah, no, Jin's brought it up before, but his technical know-how on the topic is immediately apparent every single time it's brought up.
No, it's not. That's not the only one I brought up. That's a recent one. That one that I brought up. Usually, it's the railgun, the radar thing. It's been the first time that I've mentioned it here with you speaking. The radar.
Oh, well, it must have been Rakia that brought it up before then.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, man. I'm keeping an eye on you because I know who you are.
All right.
Don't worry. Yes.
But just keep in mind, because I'm about to go.
I make sure my truths are so precise they destroy you every time you speak. That's how precise I want to be with you in particular.
Keep in mind that, because I'm about to go, that when Jin says something like the military does not account for Earth's rotation, that's actually false.
It doesn't account. I can give you documents to prove it, so don't worry. Again, I'm precise.
But field artillery definitely does account for the Earth's rotation, though.
No, I tell you now, they don't account for curvature of Earth or rotation of Earth. They don't.
Well, let's pull up some documents.
Wind speed, altitude, distance, and that's all. Wind, distance, projectile, of course, yeah, and wind speed. They're not talking anything else.
Jin.
All right, well, tables H and I in FM 6-40 and its replacement definitely require you to account for the Earth's rotation.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Well, I posted it, so you can say it doesn't.
In the
They
chat.
don't do that.
They
They might
posted
be
in the
words,
chat, Jin.
They don't. The Earth is not rotating. The Earth is not rotating. It states
yeah, tables H and I say that it is.
Consider Earth. You have to consider a stationary flat plane.
Jin, just hold on 2 seconds. Just hold on 2 seconds, right? So you're saying that they don't, but Doofus has put something in there now. I don't know where it's come from, but it says that these things are accounted for, right? So how do you rectify that? If he's supplying documents that say that they do, right? What is your rebuttal to these documents that have been placed in the chat?
False documents, falsehood. That's what they are. Falsehood. No one's typing in Earth's curvature and Earth's rotation. Earth's rotation, yeah? Yeah, right? And then boom. They don't do that. They're not doing that with the railgun.
I don't.
So why would they be doing that with the artillery shell? I mean, and the railgun's going further than an artillery shell.
I don't know.
The man's an idiot.
All I'm doing is looking at documents that have been placed
in giving you the logic.
If that's true,
I'm giving you the logic
and I've got
behind everything.
No idea if it is. I could offer a possible suggestion, having never used anything to do with artillery and a railgun. And my thought is, artillery is what I've heard described as an area of effect weapon, where you don't shoot somebody with artillery, you just obliterate a position with artillery. So
exactly.
You're just sort of destroying what's there. Whereas a railgun, I suspect, is much more a strike weapon, where you go, I want to take out that particular sedan or that. I don't know. I don't even know if they're used yet, let alone how they will be used. But they seem to me like a slug propelled to Mark 7 seems to me very different.
Yeah, giant bullets.
Explosive warhead lobbed in the direction of a town or something.
Right, not all shells are made equally, because some shells are have different properties. Ones that you actually launch into the area could be an HE shell, which they most frequently are. But the idea is to have that effect be the greatest at the intended desired location that it's supposed to be landing at. So being more accurate is always better.
Right.
Obviously, but they're not factoring the Earth's rotation at all. They're not doing.
Okay, but they actually are. That's fine.
That's how they lose. That's how they would have lost the war.
There was some quite cool story about the British Army in the what was it, Falklands, finding that their artillery was out by twice what refraction. Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Yeah.
And then
good story.
And then they realised it was because they had the guns set to look at the latitude, but not north or south. I don't know if they'd put them both in as a positive integer or something. And so it was trying to correct for Coriolis, assuming it was in 50 degrees north or whatever, but it's, you know, not 50 degrees, whatever it is, 40 degrees north rather than 40 degrees south.
Right, I think it was closer, like 20. But
Yeah, I think it's a cool
about off by
story.
twice the amount.
Yeah,
Cool
apparently.
story
I mean,
by the
I
powers
didn't
that
even know
shouldn't
they
be.
included it, but I imagine for a flight time like that, they probably do. If it's
Yeah.
the difference between obliterating a SAM site and killing a bunch of villagers.
Right.
So
I think
I've
they should
heard,
definitely make
If
it
it's
real.
10 kilometers away, you definitely need to account for it.
I've heard Xanax say 24 miles over Lake Pontchartrain, you'd have to aim 200 yards to the left of the object because of the Earth's rotation. You agree with that?
Ooh, damn.
I don't know if I
wouldn't
agree with those.
personally myself.
200 yards, you know?
It's just an
I wouldn't.
intelligence
200
test.
yards.
I mean, would
Right.
you
I
agree
haven't
with
done
Xanax?
I haven't done the math on that to verify that that's true. So, I
Okay,
mean,
fair
it could
enough.
be or could not be correct.
He also says if you turn that same artillery piece around and shoot it to the north, you would have to aim to the right again, and the artillery shell would have to outrun the Earth's rotation. Is that the way you see it? Also, like accelerate?
Deviate to the right in both directions. Yes.
Yeah, because shooting south to north, you're having to accelerate faster than the Earth's rotation, and when you're shooting north to south, you're having to go to the right and let the Earth's rotation catch up to you. Correct?
That's not the
That's
right way to
right,
state
yeah.
that.
Of the object,
No.
the building.
As you're firing north from north
You're
of the
firing.
equator, the object retains more momentum and is beating the rotation of the Earth as it gets to where it's going.
I would have thought that if you were firing north, you would have to fire ahead of your target because your target is moving left to right. So you'd have to fire to the right of it, and then your target would enter.
Right. Well, you would be wrong.
Oh, so what would you do then? You'd have to fire to the left of it?
Exactly as I stated before you started talking, the bullet is retaining the angle or the linear velocity, the tangential velocity that it had at a higher tangential velocity, and is going into an area with a lower tangential velocity, so it's outrunning the surface of the Earth.
Awesome. So let's take my Lake Pontchartrain scenario. We're on the North Shore shooting south. We see the target, the Marriott Hotel. We aim at it, and then we go, wait a second. We have to aim 200 yards to the right of the building?
Left.
So, okay, so to the left. But we have to physically move the artillery piece 200 yards to the left just for Coriolis.
No, you just turn it. You don't have to pick it up and move it.
I know, just turn it to, oh my God. Angle the artillery piece
aiming
200 yards to the left of the Marriott just for Coriolis, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't know if the figure 200 is exactly the right figure. It could be 50, it could be 400, right?
If
I don't
that
have that
figure
math
is
computed
correct,
already.
though, you would have to aim left, whatever figure that is, whether it be 200 yards, 400 yards, 10 feet, whatever. You would have to physically aim left of the target just because of Coriolis, correct?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay, so what's the problem?
No problem
Problem
whatsoever.
is it doesn't happen. Don't do that.
Okay, well, the book that I already posted
Militaries
pages
are not doing
from
that.
says that it does happen.
Bullshit.
Right,
You're
I
getting
got
this
books
bullshit
from the
pages.
same, probably from the same source that say there's aliens and like UFOs flying around everywhere. UFO
No, it's not
sightings
the
they've been
same
keeping
source.
from. Well, pretty much. I mean, it's a government source, right?
Yeah, except the problem is that I actually ended up doing that job. So, thank you.
Calculating Coriolis, that was you?
Yes.
Sweet, man. We got everything here. I mean, it's amazing.
Is there a reason why you're lying, Rakia?
Why I'm lying? What did I lie about?
You said that you have documents, government documents saying that there's aliens flying around.
Yeah, they talk about Roswell. They talk about UFO sightings.
Post the documents.
The military Air Force pilots are talking about UFOs now. Following them.
UFOs aren't aliens.
Talking about UFOs. If you say if it's aliens, it's no longer a UFO because you've identified it.
Yeah, aliens are. I mean, can you post a
Those are
one
two
document
separate
where they
things,
say that
right?
there's aliens flying
I
around.
said two separate things. Aliens, like the ones that crashed on Earth, you know, came from
Yeah,
other planets. Roswell, they have them at Area 51. That's government,
sure.
right?
Post a document of saying that
So
there's
those aren't
aliens in
true.
Area 51.
Those aren't true. The government doesn't have that.
Yeah,
We would need to
government
see it.
doesn't have the document saying that those are aliens. Yes, there's no document
What
saying
do they
those are aliens.
call them? What do they call them?
I don't have the documents. You said that you have the documents, so you
Yeah,
should
well,
post them.
maybe
so
I
we can
used
look
the
at them.
wrong word, alien. So you know what I'm talking about, though, right? What do they call them? Because
What
you're
do
just
they
trying
call
to hang
them?
me
A
up.
what call? No, what call? You're saying that the government says that there's aliens, and it doesn't.
Whatever they said they found when they had a spaceship crash and they recovered it and put it in
No,
Area
the
51.
Roswell, wasn't it? Roswell. Roswell.
Yeah, Roswell. Yes. Where is the document saying that there was some life that crashed in Roswell? Where's the
Oh,
document?
okay, that's a false story. Maybe I just heard it wrong or saw it wrong.
Yeah. The government doesn't say that there's actually aliens that crashed in
Okay, well,
Roswell.
what about UFOs?
Never
You believe in UFOs?
The government
Unidentified
always
flying object.
identifies
Yes, if I
UFOs
see.
because they're unidentified.
Yeah, the ones that are doing
unidentified.
beyond physics, right? They can't follow them, they can't track them. They do things that are not known to man, like the Air
Yeah,
Force
there's
pilots that are
documents of
following
those.
these things.
All
Is
right,
that
so
true?
Right, and as frequently identified in many of those, if you actually look into them, the things like triangular shaped craft, those
Right.
things are partly caused by the aperture of the device being used to record it, because it's usually in a low light scenario with NVGs. Those
like an
always
illusion.
have a triangular aperture.
Yes. I saw that one, the triangular, the one where, and the guys recreated it by getting a lens, ordinary camera, opening way up the aperture so it overblew a light, and they could get the same triangular, like flying formation triangles in the sky. Yeah, I mean, like the government says there are UFOs is obvious. Otherwise, they're saying we have identified everything that's ever gone into the air. Right? Of course, there's some things that are like, is that a flock of pelicans or a swarm of drones? I don't know. It's unidentified. Put it in the bucket.
exactly.
My point is the government says a lot of things, right? And things are in manuals that a lot of manuals that people don't use, like don't apply. Like there's
Okay,
some
well then,
discrepancy here from
Thing-
people who hired artillery who say they never took an account. Now I don't know if we're comparing apples to apples because it would have to be the same artillery shell firing the same distance, but saying they're not using Coriolis, and then there's other sources saying they do. Not really people saying they do, saying it's in the manual.
Well,
So-
why would they include it in the manual?
So we would want to talk to people who did the fire direction control. We don't want to talk to the gun bunnies because they don't do those calculations. So if you're talking to a 13 Bravo instead of me, a 13 Delta, who was going in as soon as it was changed from 13 Charlie to 13 Delta, so I know this stuff. If you want to talk to them instead of me,
Tell us how you did it.
if you want to talk to them instead of me about what calculations are made,
to you now. I'm talking to you. Tell us how you do it.
If you want to talk to them, if you want to talk to them, if you want to talk to them instead of somebody that actually did the calculations, what you'll find is that people who do the calculations actually include.
We got it. Understood. Explain us how you do it, doofus.
Hang on.
Finish my sentence.
Listen to that
If I'm
guy. That's a
allowed to finish my sentence, I
is he
can.
triggered or
Let him
what?
finish.
I'm actually allowed to finish my sentence. I can get it done.
Triggered.
If I'm allowed to finish my sentence, it takes less than 5 seconds for me to say it. Here we go.
Rakia, let him
It
finish.
takes less than 5 seconds. It takes less than 5 seconds for me to finish my sentence.
Oh my
And
god.
it
This is
only
a dumpster
takes
fire. Can I get a
less
moderator in
than
here, please?
5 seconds for me to finish my sentence
down?
unless
Referee,
you keep
referee,
talking me. If you want to be this triggered and not allow the conversation to continue, you can do so.
Triggered, sir.
All right,
Bravo
so
Delta.
here we go.
Calm
If
down,
you want to
Bravo
talk to
Delta.
somebody who actually did, if you want to talk to somebody who actually did the calculations, what you'll find out is the manual includes those because we actually use them.
Okay, can you please explain us how you did it step by step?
Right. There are several tables in there. The tables I posted are tables H and I. The previous correction tables are also listed in that same manual. All of those corrections are included in every shot today because every shot is done through an FATAD system, Field Artillery Tactical Data System. Now, that system originally built by Raytheon, has the entire manual programmed into it. So every single field artillery shot today is done with all of the correction tables, which include Earth's curvature or Earth's rotation.
That's right.
But how? How do you differentiate that from wind? How do you differentiate that from other effects, pressure or whatever? How do you differentiate that? Explain to us, please.
Every one of those correction tables accounts for different things. One of the correction tables is called a MET table, which you're referring to when we're talking about wind and temperature. Those corrections are also included. We include corrections for each individual thing that could change the path.
Not
of the
what he
bullet.
asked. He said, how do you differentiate? If you're plugging in
We
coordinates,
include corrections
how do you know?
for each effect
Delta,
that could change
Delta
the
Bravo,
direction
calm
of the
down.
bullet
Delta
individually.
Bravo, calm down, sir. I'm ordering you to calm down. Stand down, Delta Bravo.
You don't get to order me around. What I get
How
to
do
say,
you?
what I said is what I said before.
Doofus, hold on. One at a time, please, right? One talk, right, and then the other talk. So please do it like that.
Thank you.
I would think the problem is he thinks he's Delta Bravo, which is above, the ordinary citizen. So when the ordinary citizen talks, he says, you can't tell me anything, right? I know because
That's not what he was
saw
saying,
it in
dude.
a book. I didn't do it myself. I just punched in the coordinates and someone told me it was true. But I'm going to tell you it's true because it's in my book by the military.
That's great. And it's great that you can lie about a position of somebody who's actually in the conversation. Nowhere did I say nowhere did I say that I was Delta Bravo or above anybody else. What I said was that the corrections that are included in the manual are included in every shot made because, as I mentioned, I know the systems because I was there when the things launched in the first place.
Launched artillery. How do you differentiate?
Systems. I said the word systems.
How do you differentiate between those two tables? Like what's happening in those tables?
Each table is correcting for a different effect individually.
Thank you. We heard you. How do you differentiate? How do you take the wind out of it to know it's just Coriolis?
Jesus Christ. Rakia, if you listen to the words that are actually being said in the conversation, if you listen to the words that are said in the conversation, if you listen to the words that are being said in the conversation, what was said was, each table is correcting for a different thing. If you want to, you can just eliminate one of those corrections. That's fine. What you are getting is that each table is correcting for a different thing.
You still didn't explain how you differentiate. Like, how would you know this is the Coriolis and this is the wind? You just said, do we get to finish our sentences? You said, Doofus, that you differentiate between them, and I'm asking you how, and you're saying there's different tables. And I'm asking you, how do you know the difference? It's a simple question. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
What was the rest of my sentence? Did I also say that you could just eliminate one of the corrections?
Yeah, how? How? Let's say you eliminate the wind, right? What would your shell do?
If I put in 7 corrections and I remove one of them, then I see the effect of that correction not occurring. That is not something that is so hard to grasp. It is as I needed to explain it to you. Really?
Okay, listen. How far are you firing the shell? Let's take this calmly. How far is the shell traveling?
Depends on the shot that you need to make, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say we have a 15-mile shell.
ones you did.
Hey, Essie, this is how it goes, right? Someone calls in a target location to an FTC. The FTC then calculates where the gun is, a firing location. They enter in the square weight of the projectile, the propellant temp, the weather, which round, because rounds have different ballistic capabilities, and whatever area effect they're going for. And they send it down range, just like that.
No, I know how it's done, but I want to hear the Coriolis thing because
it's not.
I'm curious. Like, Doofus, how far were you firing regularly?
About 10 kilometers on average.
Okay, 10K, right? So now, how much of the effect of the Coriolis would happen on that, given the position you're on?
Depends on which direction you fire.
How fast was the Earth traveling? Like 800, 700? What location were you approximately?
It depends. Okay, but what your Coriolis correction depends on which direction you're firing. You're aware of that, right?
Absolutely, yes.
But you're firing west. You're firing west, east-west.
Oh, give us a specific one you calculated for and that you adjusted for. 10K, what direction did you fire? What altitude did the projectile travel through? You were on the ground, I presume. You shot it up. So different winds at different levels, right? How did you calculate for that?
All right. So if you're firing east and west, see there's a column in table H that's got the column header of 1600, right? You notice that? It shows you that that's where the maximal correction is, right?
In meters, table
Range.
H is meters. You're looking for table I, mils, right? Correction to the gun.
Miles.
Right. But for H, table H, because you're firing east and west, your correction is to the range, not the azimuth.
So there is a difference, right? When you're firing east or west? Can we agree on that?
If you're firing east or west, the difference is in range.
Okay, let me give you a scenario then, because this is getting tough. Let's say we're firing north. South,
it's getting tough. You brought it up.
We're firing north, right?
Okay, firing north, your correction is in azimuth and not range.
Sorry?
If you're firing north or south, your correction is in azimuth and not range, so you use table I.
Okay, correct. So we're firing north-south, right? Now, let's say the spin of the Earth is 800 miles an hour. Let's say you're near Canada, where I am. You're firing north. How much deviation of the bullet would you expect due to Earth rotation?
1 second, I get a towel here.
You don't have approximate.
But you need to be precise with this stuff because it's Earth rotation. You want to hit your target. So I'm not going to accept roughly. Precisely.
Okay, good.
See, the part that's kind of hilarious about this is that the explosive range of the projectile is 50 meters. And then the casualty producing is out to 150. Mm-hmm. So they're going to make adjustments that are well within the target. They wouldn't do that.
I'm curious to see the deflection because I have another question after that. It's leading to somewhere.
The first thing they learn at basic training is time on target. How quickly can you get that projectile downrange? They're not going to just throw in a bunch of random calculations that don't change the result anyway.
But don't change the result. Let's take a moment and unpack.
Are you calculating this, doofus, or you just ignored my question?
So the range is something that can be changed to be more accurate, and the effect is greater at the detonation location rather than somewhere that's not the detonation location. What you want is that detonation to occur where you want it to occur.
Yeah, but we're not talking about detonation now. We're talking about the shell and how far off is it due to the Earth's rotation? That's the question here.
All right. So if you want to go off of, if you want to go off of east, let's see, range correction for east and west is, like you were saying, 50 meters, right?
And that's way beyond
target. So then if you want to talk about the azimuth,
look how
if you want to talk about the azimuth, then we're talking about, well, look at that. Let's see, the maximum seems to be, these are high angle shots. Yep, there we go. So anything high angle is obviously worse. 5.2.
No, that's not 5.2. If you read the table correctly, it depends on what side you enter the table. It's either right 0 or left 0, right 4.
No, those are decimal points.
It's not.
Those are decimal points.
It's not decimal point, dude. The left correction
if it says 0.4, what it means is that 0.4 right or left, depending on which direction you're firing.
No, it going in from the table side. It's 4 for right and 0 for left.
Is this chart education time?
So let's take a specific example out then. So if we're looking down here at the bottom left corner where it says 5.2, and then it has right or left on it, what do you think that means?
That means if from left you would add 5, and if it was right you'd subtract 2.
No, that's not what that means. What that actually means is it's a 5.2 mil correction. You would either do it to the right in one direction or to the left in the other direction.
No, because you use rails or Lars. Right add, left subtract? Or left add, right? Yeah.
That's not what the table is signifying. The signification there, what it's signifying is that the correction is either left or right, and the number is between the two letters. That's what's in the table.
Hey,
so if we
dude,
take, for example, where it says 0.9, and there's a right or a left on either side of it, it does not mean you make a 0 correction to the right and a 9 correction to the left. It's 0.9.
Doofus, well, I came right in right when Rakia was asking if you had done it. I was very thirsty and curious for like that. Have you seen success using this chart yourself?
You're on Bluetooth or something. It's not exactly clear what you just said.
I'm saying, have you seen success using this chart yourself?
Have I seen? I've used it in a theater of operations. Yes.
Cool, because that's what I came in right when Rakia was like asking you like that, and then all of a sudden we're just discussing the chart. Like, it's great. You don't believe the chart? What the fuck, bro? I thought we were going to talk about it. So, like, have you noticed?
Right. We can use the book to check that the system is still doing the correct calculations in a test fire scenario.
Okay. I guess I'm saying, you know how like, look, if you're a shooter, you're a shooter. But when I play games, you know, you do a little lead, the lead works, you hit them headshot, you're like, yes, you can feel that your adjustment was valuable. Have you ever felt the value out of a core?
This is not a gun that you hold in your hands. This is field artillery.
You don't see this. Back to the original question. Did you figure out how much of a difference there is from your starting location? How much of a drift or how much of a deviation due to earth curve? Did you figure that out? And for 10K?
All right. So for north-south, the correction for a low angle 10,000 meter shot is very small. 0.1 mils, it says.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking what correct.
Yep. And think about that.
Downrange. What's the difference downrange?
So 0.1 mils is 1/64,000th of a circle. And at 10,000 meters, you want me to do that math?
Yeah.
And have you ever looked inside the gun? Can you adjust the sight to 0.1 mils?
Can you adjust it at 0.1? Depends on the piece of equipment.
Yeah. Have you been inside an artillery gun before? Have you looked at the sight?
I've never been inside of a Paladin. I've actually seen a 155, and that does not have that kind of resolution.
Yeah, it's like plus or minus like 1 to 3 mils. Depending on how close you get the bubble.
Okay, 1.
Yeah, you could stabilize the bubble just to make sure like you got a danger close attachment.
These are emplacements that are set up before any firing begins, and they always account for that, you know, as much detail as necessary because they're not firing yet. They've got time to make it as accurate as possible.
So let's be clear. You don't make the calculations, right? You just look at a table. It says you're firing northeast. You're at this latitude. Bam, right? You don't do the adjustment yourself, correct?
I am. The numbers are being adjusted. I'm doing the adjustments. Yes, SE.
Okay, I'm just curious how much, you know, what deviation that shell has. I'm just curious.
All right. Now hold on.
And if you're going to show some significance of measure here, I mean, I'd like to go back to the question, although I'm sorry I posed it in reference of a gun, but have you ever made a shot with this artillery that you've been like, yes?
All right. So as I was mentioning in the conversation earlier, which apparently you may have jumped in later.
I came late.
The 13 Bravos that are actually firing the gun don't do the corrections. The corrections are done by the fire direction control, the 13 deltas, which used to be 13 Charlie.
Okay. So that's not you. All right.
And let me ask
So
you,
it's like
how is that? How long is that shell in the air? By the way, is it like 10 seconds, 15 seconds? What is it approximately?
it's got a longer hang time than that, I'm pretty sure. But do you remember a couple of days ago? I think was it you and Bandsaw, and it just came down to Bandsaw going, well, that's why the Americans are such shitty shots, because they have this extra variable. And it was like that was it. There was like no measure of who's the better shot or what. Like, we need some anecdotal evidence here, at least.
Yeah, most of this table correction stuff actually came from the UK, who did it first.
Okay. Oh, it was say whatever. It would seem like it was a team. Oh, maybe it was an Australia thing, but it seemed like it was a foreign team that was claiming better accuracy because they don't use this variable.
No, I don't doubt that he said it. It's fine. But most of this stuff actually came from the UK first.
My grandfather always said the safest place to be was in front of the Americans to avoid
Yeah, that's why they won every single war.
Yeah.
And bailed out the continent twice. Yeah, sure. The Americans are really bad at firing shit. Yeah.
You know, SE, I'm being very facetious. Hey, look, hey, SE, I am glad that our allies have the biggest guns in the world. I'm glad.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Has to defend America because y'all have no guns yourself.
Exactly right, Rakia. We gave them all to you guys. All right. Come on. I've got plenty
I'm
of
waiting for that deviation. I'm anxiously waiting for that deviation.
Yeah, we still haven't heard. I don't think we ever will. But anyway, even if there is a deviation, how do we differentiate? Even if there is, how do we differentiate between that and maybe another effect on it? Like if the pendulum is swinging, the bullets are moving, in a certain direction, a certain way by a certain degree. I mean, I've heard some other things like if there is a, some type of vortex or whatever they call it, it is rotating. Like if there is ether or whatever they're calling it, and it's rotating at a certain rate, at certain latitudes and longitudes, it would affect objects differently. But I don't know. Who knows? It's hard to differentiate, but you have to prove Earth spinning first before you tell me there's Coriolis affecting an artillery shell.
That's exactly where I was going. Yep. And once he gives me a deviation, he knows where I'm heading after that. So
and
I'm sure he's pretty reluctant.
I do find it weird that you're always correcting to the right or the distance. I think he was calling it range, but it's basically if you're flying east, if you're firing east or west, it's going to hit the target sooner. If the distance is shorter, it would hit the target sooner if you're firing in one direction because the target would actually be getting to the bullet and the target would be approaching each other at a faster speed. Most of the videos I've seen where they're showing bullets, these high-powered artillery shells on down to sniper rifles at like a mile, and they're saying they're deviating, when they shoot one way, they're deviating to the right, every shot, or if they're shooting this way, they're always low. It's usually because of the angle, and I would expect it to deviate to the right because of usually the rifling of the barrels are that way, the bullet spin, that's going to cause a drift. And most people, when they pull the trigger, that slight little pull to the right is going to make the bullet, in most cases, hit right of the target. And most, it's hard to take all that out and then differentiate. but the bullet drift, the rifling of the bullet, the spin through the medium is going to cause it to move in a certain direction. Also, when you study ballistics, when depending on the manufacturer, but when that I'm talking more of rifles now, when it comes out of the end of the barrel, depending on how precise the barrel and the ammunition was manufactured, you're going to have a bias. It's going to, go at an angle right when it comes out of the barrel because of which way the gas is pushing it. If it's manufactured, the barrel's off a little bit, and one way it's going to go a certain way. If the bullet's off one way, it's going to get more gas on one side of it and push it a different way right when it comes out of the barrel.
Yeah, I'm dying to hear this drift because then we can take it from there. Doofus, how's the calculations going?
He left.
Mathematically.
Yeah.
They say we never make predictions. I made a prediction a while ago that he wouldn't do it. I think that's a prediction come true, not a sphere.
No, it'd
And
be like
that's how
this.
you kill the Coriolis, ladies and gentlemen, with one question.
You'd be like, hey, you call for fire, right? You're like, hey, FDC, we need artillery right now. Like, we're being overrun by the enemy. Unless you get these rounds downrange right now, they're going to win the battle, and you'll be overrun too, because you won't be able to survive. You're just a bunch of artillery guns. You won't be able to survive an infantry assault on your position. So send these rounds downrange right now. They're like, okay, let me account for Coriolis. 5 hours later, hey, you guys still there?
Yeah. Hey, Crit, have you served? You sound like you served.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good on you, bro.
Yeah, I don't talk about it too much because it's just, for the most part, when I hear other people, like globalists especially, talk about that they're in the military, it really makes me raise an eyebrow. Because it's like, you should be okay with people being wrong on the internet. That's one of the first things you learn, that to be secure in yourself, that someone else's opinion has no bearing on your bearing, and to completely lose your shit.
You know what you know. You know your experiences. That's it, and that's what comes first.
Yeah, for someone to completely lose their shit because they think someone else is wrong on the internet, that seems almost like, how did you get through basic training? Because when I went to basic, I could never run fast enough. My boots were never shiny enough. No matter what you did, it was never good enough. And you just did the best you could every single day. Task, condition, and standards. But they'll freak out. It'd be like if they sat there, if the drill sergeant said your boots are not shiny enough, and they would try to argue with the drill sergeant. Instead of Roger, drill sergeant.
You would, if your boots are not shiny enough and you think they are, you're going to argue your point. I did, and I was the best.
Oh, okay. I just shined them again.
They couldn't tell me that my boots weren't good enough. No, I argued my point. I didn't fucking. I've spent like 2 hours, an hour on each boot, maybe even 3 hours, and he's going to tell me my boots are not. I'm not going to pull them up anymore. That's for sure. And I was the best at it in my unit, so no, to that. That's not happening. I literally made money from shining boots in the army. People knew I was good at it. Give me money.
I remember when I used to do a bit of amateur shooting back, when I was young, when I was part of a sporting shooters club, and one of the things you used to do every time you used to get to the rifle range was, you'd take half a dozen shots or so to calibrate your sight into your rifle again, just to make sure everything was still true and accurate.
Yeah, calibrated, yeah. Just to make sure you were still calibrated, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I never heard of Coriolis till I became a flat earther. Never heard of it at all. Not that word was never in my vocabulary until 7 years ago.
Yeah, but you were never a Delta 13, were you?
No. I was just like, what? Coriolis? And then they're telling me how the toilet when you flush your loo or you drain the water at your sink, it drains differently in either hemisphere. I thought, fucking hell, I didn't learn that. They teach some strange things in America, is what I thought, because we never learned that in England. Never learned that.
And what I find
Well, that was just
surprising
nothing.
too is like any long range shooting that I've done. Now, when I say long range, I'm only talking anywhere between 1.2 and 1.5K. That's the longest I've ever shot at a target. Right, so I'm not shooting at people per se, but you're shooting at a target, right? And the aim of the game is to hit that bullseye. Right? And there were a lot of good shooters in the club, both from the club and from other clubs that used to come along and participate in our comps. And not once did I ever hear anything mentioned about Coriolis, shooting over those distances at all.
Here's one too.
It never happened.
You're like,
never happened. You know, like you're shooting east. You're shooting east to west. So that means the target you want to hit, if it's fixed, it's moving towards you. Though that's what would be happening. But that never happened. That was never mentioned.
Yeah, and I wasn't a sniper. I didn't serve. I didn't do any of those things. But these examples that they bring up of snipers and they have to allow for Coriolis, okay, then fine, because a sniper wants to be accurate. But I tell you what, a sporting shooter has to be pretty much more accurate because you're going for the bullseye every single time. That's how you're winning the comps. Right, that's how you got to hit that bullseye every single time, and these little things, I would imagine, could make a huge difference depending on where you are. What club you're shooting
and you know
at.
what? People grouping as well. You want to group your
That's correct,
shots
Gin. Yeah,
together.
correct.
See? You're hoping for grouping. See, so now you're going to be doing very shallow breathing. You're practically not moving. Just minimizing your movements and everything to get this thing on target. I don't know where they get this thing from, the Coriolis shit. I never ever heard of it in my life. I laughed when I heard it.
Jin, can I ask a question about something you said earlier?
Oh, go on.
Yeah, let's say I'm in a train and I'm standing in a scale and the train is moving at, I don't know, 100 kilometers an hour. Is my weight different than when the train is stationary?
Your weight will always be the same. Will you notice your weight? Will you notice your weight because of the movement of the train? It might be different. You might have to use more of your senses to get some stability, maybe because the train is rocking around, perhaps. Who knows? I don't know.
Sure, but you would say that the weight...
Bullet, for example, let me just say something. The bullet train is traveling at 180 miles an hour, 300 kilometers an hour. Now, that's silky smooth, okay?
Yep.
So, just put it
okay, so my weight would be the same in a moving train or in a stationary train.
Of course it would.
Okay, so if I fire a bullet, will it drop at the same time as one that is just dropped down?
It's not going to do that. No.
Why?
Because depending on how, I mean, if you're firing a bullet, let's say like the railgun, 120 miles away at speeds of 7.5, and I drop my stone at the same height, it's not going to hit the ground at the same time, is it now?
Why not? Why not?
Well, because of the distance involved.
Yeah, but the distance is irrelevant.
It's not going to take 6 minutes to hit the ground.
Yeah, but it's not going to take. But it's not going to take 6 minutes to hit the target either.
It will. 120 miles, Mach 7. It take about 6 minutes to get there. 120 miles.
What? Say that again.
That's 120 miles at Mach 7 would take.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean 6 minutes. About 3 minutes.
No, do you have a paper for this?
It's all part of the documentary that I watched.
Oh, okay. Because if I drop a bullet and I fire a bullet, they will drop at the same time.
No, that's rubbish.
No, that's actually physics.
No, it's rubbish. It might make sense, but in reality, no, it doesn't. It's bullshit.
No, but
because
why?
It's not real.
No, but why? What's your reasoning to saying that it isn't real?
And my reasoning is that when you fire your bullet, okay, and you're going to hit a target, whatever the distance might be, depending on the height of the rifle and the ground, the distance from the rifle to the ground and the distance to the target is greater, and the target is moving horizontally at a fast rate. So by the time that bullet hits the target, this bullet will hit the ground well before the target is hit.
No, no, we're talking about a gun.
You need to show me that. Can you show that being demonstrated in the real world? Can you?
And then they're arcing the bullet up.
Yeah, if you don't arc
aiming
the
at
bullet,
higher
I can-
elevation.
Well,
I
in
can
your
get a
own model, wouldn't it depend if you're firing that bullet east or west?
There you go.
No, the time
That's all rubbish.
that it drops to the ground is the same. The distance is
It's
just
not.
different.
Have you actually done that and witnessed that with your own eyeballs?
I did
People have
see it on Mythbusters. I saw it.
Yeah, that's what we Mythbusters.
And the
You can't
bullet hit
trust
the
them.
ground. They dropped a bullet and fired a bullet and hit the ground at the same time now.
But they were aiming perfectly horizontally, though, level.
They said they were, yeah.
Arcing it up. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
that's
arcing it up.
okay.
If they arced it up, it would take longer for it to hit the ground. Now, at the velocities of a railgun and arcing it up, yeah, it would take longer, right?
Yeah, but a railgun shell or whatever you call it, if you drop it and you aim the railgun horizontally, then yeah, it's the same time for the drop.
Exactly.
But
No, I doubt it. I doubt it very much.
you can doubt, but it's actually
I
physics
doubt it
says
very
it
much.
happens.
It's got to be
Logic
proven.
says
It hasn't been demonstrated. It hasn't been demonstrated. Have you actually seen that
Has
happen?
been demonstrated. Yeah, in Mythbusters, yes, they've
No,
used a
Mythbusters
high-speed camera.
Mythbusters are not credible. I'm sorry, not credible
Yeah.
at all.
So they're why are they not credible?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have done a little bit of shady stuff.
Okay, so
They
what
think man
source
went to
would
the
have
moon.
to do it? Am I more credible than Mythbusters?
No, you're in the same class. I'll put you in the same
Okay,
class.
so what source do you accept for that test? And also, where is your test showing that there is a difference? Because that is your claim, even though you agree that the weight is the same.
I didn't say that I had a source. I'm saying to you that using my own deduction, that's impossible. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to you now,
but you didn't.
Please present to me. You're making the claim that it is. Show me it.
Sure. So
Okay?
I can show you my deduction. So because you deny
No,
evidence.
that's
So
bullshit. Your maths don't mean fuck all to them. Your maths mean shit.
Do you have a
Demonstrate
different
it.
source that used high-speed cameras other than Mythbusters? I would like to see that because I saw the Mythbuster one. It was pretty cool. Do you have a different one?
I haven't looked because it's just pure reason why it happens because
So
Gene agreed.
Mythbusters is your only source.
Exactly.
No, I mean I could find you some other sources, but
Okay, well, maybe just tell me where I can find it. I'll go look.
Well, the best way is do it just like you could find the Mythbusters one. Just go to Google, then put bullet drop fired time drop or something, and there's your evidence. That's what.
I thought you had maybe seen some since you were so adamant about it. But you're just using deduction just like the other guy.
No,
Yeah, it's
I
really-
use Mythbusters like I said, but Gene said that that's because it's just argument from the genetic
Mythbusters
fallacy.
is like a television show. It's made for
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
propaganda a little bit. Now, what you're saying does seem true, and I used to disagree with it until I saw that. It did make sense, but it's still, I would have to prove it to myself to know for sure. But I would like to see another source.
Yeah,
Gene said that he's using. I was talking. So Gene said that he was using deductive reasoning, and I'm using it too. They weigh the same, and the bullet, when it's flying through the air, if it has some lift, it also has the same downforce because it's symmetrical. So there's no helping from that. So it'll fall at the same rate as the falling bullet. That's my reasoning.
It won't. It will not. It will not.
Would it
Why?
depend,
Why?
Mailman? Would it depend on how much velocity is in that bullet?
That's correct.
No.
That's what I'm talking
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and spin stabilization too. If it's spinning, that provides lift.
Like I
No,
think
it doesn't.
I think there'd be a lot of factors that come into it. Now, maybe hold on, maybe with a normal rifle, maybe just with a normal rifle, it it may work out to be pretty damn close. But you know, if you up the caliber or you use a cannon or any of these other things, it may be slightly different compared to how much energy has been put into that projectile.
Yeah, Bandsaw, you're lying down on your stomach, taking a shot, right? So the distance from that barrel to the ground and to it's silly, isn't it? Come on, man. You're gonna tell me that the bullet's gonna hit the target the same time as the bullet drops to the ground.
No, it's not going to hit the target. They're saying it's going to hit the ground. Like if you're 6 inches off the ground and you drop a bullet from 6 inches and you pull the trigger at the same time, the bullet's that you drop is going to hit the ground as the same as the bullet that you fired. And I don't believe that at all.
Nah,
yeah, here's like physics exchange. Yeah, spinning. The object will drop noticeably slower once it's spinning. Rifling. They call it rifling in our.
No, but why? Why does it fall slower when it's spinning?
Too many variables.
And especially if you're shooting over a curve, wouldn't it like never hit the ground? No, I'm just kidding.
No, Crit, why would
Rakia, it'd come back and hit you in the ass. That would
Oh yeah.
If it had enough energy, it would, right?
Exactly.
Shout out Rumpus.
So, Crit, why would the spin of the bullet affect the dropping of it?
Yeah, when you figure that out, come back when you're smarter, because your deduction is seriously in question right now. You don't have the tools.
I mean, that's fair. If you can't answer.
Well,
yeah,
the spin
it's not for me to answer.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
sure.
for
You brought it up.
You to answer.
Yeah, you brought it up, and it doesn't affect. I know that because
so if you know it, if you ask something and you also know it, it shows that you have a problem with your own logic because you're asking something you think you know. You don't know.
No, I don't know how it would affect
exactly
it because I know that it would not affect it.
You know you don't know. So you know, but you don't know, but you ask, but you know, but you don't know, you know.
No, but you don't have no logic. But
but
no
you,
logic, but
oh,
logic,
but me,
no logic,
oh, but me.
but no.
Okay, so you, but me. Yeah, you, but me.
You.
Okay, spiral if you want to, but right now your logic is not
no
you.
Reason why it will drop faster or slower with spin.
Yeah, go with that. My reason is you don't know either, so I don't need to use you because you don't know.
Yeah, I didn't ask to use me.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Crit, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How much hang time do you think Shell will have, since you have experience, for a 10K shot? How much hang time? 30 seconds? Sorry, I gotta take a call. Sorry, man.
Okay. I gotta go back and clip that. That's hilarious.
6 miles, yeah? How fast has that got to be traveling, you know? That's got to be traveling at breakneck speed.
Yeah, the speed is totally relevant.
Velocity has a big difference. Yeah, velocity plays a big difference, but most importantly is also the elevation. You don't shoot horizontally, you arc upward. The bullet has a much longer travel time because you're aiming upward. Nobody ever shoots perfectly horizontally, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, you shoot either above the target, below the target, depending on the weather and the distance to the target, your munition round. Yeah, okay.
That's what extends the flight time.
Right. Okay.
The spin
you shoot
keeps it.
If you shoot horizontally, let's just say you shoot horizontally, right? I still do not think that by the time 6 inches, we're talking 6 inches, so that bullet will hit the ground the same time. No, it's just not going to do that.
It really does. It really does. No, it's not intuitive at first, but you could actually take. And what I did is I took a roll of duct tape and I held it to my side as I was walking fast down a hallway, and I dropped it while watching it, and it was falling as I was moving forward, and it fell at the same time as it would fall if you weren't walking. It's just carrying along with you as it's falling. Same as a bullet.
No, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that a bullet fired from a rifle horizontally fixed, boom, and you drop it 6 inches. Okay, by the time it drops, and that's going to be less than a second, less than a second, isn't it? Thousandths of a second we're talking about here. That's going to drop to the ground from 6 inches. 6 inches, but that means the bullet would hit the ground at the other end. You know, your bullet. Nah,
it really does. I've actually shot a 9mm at about 100 yards away, and the target I was aiming at was relatively low to the ground, and it literally does. It hits the ground. I'm not explaining it right. I'm not explaining it right, but the bullet literally hit the ground well before the target.
Yeah, but Jin, let's say you shoot a 9mm at 6 inches above the ground. How long will it take for the bullet to hit the ground?
I think because of the velocity of it, it would take a little bit. It would take a little longer than a bullet just dropping right by my side. So as you fire, you release at the same time. I want the bullet nearest to me will hit the ground before the bullet fired from the gun. Still going to drop. It's the drop rate it's going to drop, but it's not going to hit the ground at the same time. No.
Okay, so the bullet that you just dropped is falling at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Correct.
You're saying that the fired bullet will drop slower
because of the horizontal velocity.
I don't see how that would affect the drop rate.
Yeah, well, it's going to affect the drop rate because it's moving across the Earth horizontally. So the weight of it wanting to drop down, right? The weight of it wanting to drop down is being prolonged because of the forward motion.
I know it's not intuitive at first, but if you think about it, you're not shooting horizontally. You are arcing it up. You're arcing the projectile up in the air. That's what extends the flight time.
I'm saying I've got a spirit level, and we've leveled that rifle, leveled it, bang, and it's leveled. No arcing anywhere. Leveled up, and then we fire, bang. All right? I'm still saying that the bullet nearest to me will drop to the ground, hit that ground first before the bullet that I fired hits the ground. Guarantee it every time. That forward linear motion. Guaranteed it's losing speed because the atmosphere is going to get drag, of course, because it's going through the thickest part of the medium where we are, low down here. But that bullet, that's got nothing, stop it, it's got nothing, it's not moving forward, it's just going straight down. Whereas you have a bullet moving forward. So no, that's not true. Don't believe that at all. And what's his face? Mythbusters don't do it for me. They're not credible. So
I hear you. I don't like them either, but...
Is there actually a drama if it is true? To be honest with you, Jin, is it a big drama?
Well, no, not really. No, I mean that would be surprising. That would be surprising, isn't it? Yeah. That you can fire something and it's dropping at that rate. You know, even over 120 miles. Come on, man. 6 inches, 120 miles. Yeah, you reckon it's going to hit the ground before it hits the target?
Well, I don't think you're going to get anything that is 6 inches above the ground traveling for 120 miles.
Right. Okay. So we'll hit the ground before that. Yeah.
Oh, it hit the ground well before 120 miles. Well before.
Okay. Okay. So then you've got the height of a ship.
You know these guns that they're firing at 120 miles, Jin, aren't. You know, if they're trying to blast another ship out of the water that's 120 mile away, for argument's sake, they're not aiming that gun horizontally.
No, they're not. No.
So they're aiming it up. Because if
way
they
up.
were to aim, if they were to aim it horizontally, you know, that shell is going to splash into the ocean. I don't know, but whatever distance, well short of that boat. But
just Google the term railgun projectile ballistics. You'll see they are aiming it up at the sky, man. This is not a horizontal shot.
Aiming it up at the sky.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
There is an angle there. There's not a skyward, because I've got videos that I've watched several times.
Let me say something about this, because he got it all wrong. the railgun projectile is not explosive.
No, it's not.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, it relies on kinetic energy.
Energy, right.
So you have to have a direct line of sight for full impact. If you arc your bullet, you lose your kinetic energy. You have to understand that. It's not an explosive projectile.
So SE. So if I don't know how far these rail guns shoot. So what's the range of them roughly?
I told you 120 miles is what's been said.
120
Yeah,
miles.
about 20 miles. What Jin says.
Okay. So because I know nothing about them SC. So if I'm a battleship, right, and I'm trying to blast another battleship out of the water, do I aim that rail gun horizontally? Do I to the surface and then fire? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
You need the kinetic energy. That bullet relies on speed. If you arc it, you're losing that speed. Now they are working on rail guns that they say can fire 200 miles, which will be fired upwards. Maybe that's what they're looking at now, but that's in the future. But those projectiles will have munitions on them.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
See, to me straight away, even though what you're saying, I'll take it at face value, SE. But to shoot anything horizontally and have it hit your target 120 miles away, to me straight away that's
no. Forget that. They miscap. That's the other railgun, the other one that I'm telling you, the one that they're working on. The one that's line of sight will not hit anything 120 miles away. No, negative.
Right. Okay.
I'm just amazed that any of us know much about this stuff. I imagine this would be top secret.
No, it's already.
Everything I told you is readily available. You can find it with a simple search.
Don't be surprised.
Simple search. They'll tell you about the railgun technology.
Yes.
The current
You know what?
munition
Guess
level.
who started it off?
Absolutely.
Let me surprise you. Let me surprise you here, folks. Let me surprise you. Guess who started it off? It was India that started this technology off, not America. India started.
I mean, it's just fascinating. These people can hide the shape of the Earth from us, but are like, babe, check out this railgun.
What kind of stupid statement is that, dude? Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems a bit weird to not keep.
Delusional
sure, show some of your tech, but it just seems strange to go, here's our best military tech. Isn't that just going to be basically?
It's been around for over 10 years.
The UK has one built. They're operating it for 10 years now. What are you talking about?
I just don't know much about it. I don't know its targeting systems.
That's right. You don't know. Yeah, you don't know about it.
If there was
you just don't know about it.
What do you call
like
it?
I said, as I said earlier, the reason I know about it is because there was a headline that said "Railgun proves flat Earth." That was back in 2016, and I thought, really, railgun, flat Earth? And the reason I know it is because QE and what's his name, Robert Pisano, on their channel, Planete Veritas, they did an episode on the railgun, proving flat Earth as well. See?
Wow.
So there you go. Yeah. QE. Quantum Eraser. 2016. Going back some time there. Planete Veritas. Robert Pisano. Okay?
Cool, yeah.
And there was a headline. Railgun proves flat Earth. And when I looked at it, I thought, brilliant. And I used that information on the Globe Live tour when we were debating in the chat room. Yeah, that was one of my go-tos, the railgun.
Can I ask you something, June?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you subject that headline to any scrutiny? Did you test it in some way when it said railgun proves flat Earth and you're like, yep, I'm going to tell other people that this is the case? Did you run it?
Well, that's what I did.
Did you do any tests?
Yeah, because of that. Because of that headlines, I looked into the railgun. That's how I learned about the railgun. The headline was linked to the railgun, and that's how I learned the specifications, its speed, its capabilities. It was beautiful. And then I thought, okay, This is making good sense. And ever since that day, I've always been promoting it as railgun proves flat Earth. That was the headline that made me think about it. That made me that brought it to my attention. So the headline was good enough. You call it clickbait. I clicked on it, straight to the railgun, and you're learning about the specifications of the railgun. Further investigation, I learned that it was the Indian military that was working with the idea first before the Indians took it on and developed it further. There you go. The only problem with the railgun is that the rails that the projectile is launched on, after so many shots, it begins to buckle and warp because the projectile is leaving the muzzle. Yeah, the projectile is leaving the muzzle. I'm still talking. The projectile is leaving the muzzle at 7.5, Mark 7.5, and that's fast.
I've heard you on that. Not questioning on that. I think it's, it makes sense. All right, even gun barrels get worn through, and they're propelling something soft and not nearly as fast as that. I guess I don't know if it's how would it rate to a rifle bullet? Because I guess rifle bullet would
it's the same. It's the same principle. Just call it a giant gun is what they were saying. The military was saying it's just like a giant gun, basically. But the only thing is, it's not. They don't think it's going to be reliable to use because they still haven't overcome the warping of the rails due to the speed, the kinetic energy that's being produced as it fires. Yeah, the rails are warping after five shots or less. Then you've got problems with your rails. Okay, there you go. And that's the honest truth. Yeah, so it's not really reliable, is it? In the theatre of war, it wouldn't be very reliable. Okay, so they're thinking of using it for shorter distances, perhaps 60 miles or less, because 120 miles is a long way. But of course, the equipment can't take the punishment. And then SE did mention one that was going to go 200 miles, but that's going to be munition. That's going to be explosive type. So it's a different kind of system again, more modified, I suppose, because of the warping of the rail. Mark 7.5 is a little bit too fast, I suppose.
What happens is every time it's fired, there's so much explosive energy with those rails that it destroys the inside of the barrel a little bit each time it's fired.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the problem with the railgun. And it needs a massive amount of electricity to run.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's ever going to make it as a reliable weapon, personally.
Yeah. Because the ships themselves can't carry the power units to power that gun. That's what they said, yeah? Even the latest...
you need a massive power supply,
Yeah. Though it is a beautiful weapon, a projectile could fly that fast, you know?
It was a good idea initially because they wanted to eliminate gunpowder. Yeah. And also when a ship is fired upon, if there's no munition on board, right, you'll have less damage to the ship. Yeah. It sounded like a good idea, but in practice, it's not working out too well for them.
That's correct. That's what's been said over the last 5 years. So you've been looking at that railgun yourself, SE. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah,
years ago I checked into that. I'm going by memory now.
So did I. 2016 was when I first looked into it.
And around that time it first came out.
Railgun proves flat Earth. Yeah, and then looking at Robert Pisano and QE, I followed it up, watching their channel. They had a discussion.
Well, I first heard this on I think it was on the Mythbusters when they had a Navy guy on it. And I started not Mythbusters, what are they called? The Bob character there.
Ooh, Globebusters, no? Bob Nudell?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. They had a Navy guy talking about it.
There's another program that I used to watch. Something Weapon. It's an American program, and it used to show you all the latest technology. Can't remember the name of the program properly. The guy he was an ex-Marine. He's got a bald head. He shaved his head in the end, you know. Can't remember.
Oh, it was a TV show, right?
Yeah, TV show. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it too. I know it. I just don't remember the name.
Yeah, I can't remember the name. It was on a Discovery Channel. Okay, not Lethal Weapon, but Something Weapon. It was really, really good program, and the music in the background was always good as well. I haven't watched that in ages. Actually, I have to try and look it up.
Future Weapons.
Future Weapons. That's
Yep.
it. Well done, man. Yeah, Future Weapons. And that program was The Business. Showed you all the latest technology and what was coming. What the energy stuff. Energy weapons. That was amazing.
Yeah, SE from earlier. I'm not sure how long it would hang in the air. I only learned about this stuff kind of incidentally by looking up other topics. Mostly it was like following -6 investigations, fratricide. So what happened? It's like how long, like if someone heard like a boom and then an explosion, that might be something for a very close range shot, determine which gun the projectile came from that caused the fratricide. But for the most part, it was just kind of learning just in general, like, hey, what happened? What went wrong? How did they sight in on the wrong target? Or they did it the right way, but the wrong result type of thing.
Yeah. My point is this: if you figure out the hang time, right? Let's say he would have came back and he left because he knew this.
Yeah.
Let's say we determined 30 seconds is the hang time of the shell, right?
Right.
Now, let's say you're in a lot around Canada. Let's say that's their mythical Earth is spinning at 800 miles an hour. Then you got to do the math. 30 seconds at 800 miles an hour, right? That's quite a distance traveled.
Yes.
Right?
Do you know what? It would be to the tune of maybe 6 or 7 miles.
This is how I talked to an officer in artillery, and how he explained it to me was, you think of it as the projectile just doing land navigation, just traveling the distance but ignoring terrain.
Yeah,
and once
exactly.
once you have that figured out, it's very easy to conceptualize how a projectile works from our gun. It's just like a cannonball man at the circus.
Yeah.
They don't count for Coriolis or anything there too. It's just a dude flying through the air.
Yeah, flying through the air, lands on the net, lands in the net. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's simply the same.
Surface.
Yeah, in stationary firing platform, stationary surface, non-rotating reference frame. It's really that simple. Like they're not going to be able to.
You're going quick.
I would say if there was this Coriolis effect, anytime there was a fratricide incident involving artillery, they would have brought up, well, they failed to account for the curve or rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
But that's never been said. It's always been someone didn't calculate something correctly. Someone didn't report their position correctly. There's always some mistake there.
Yeah, that's right. I've never heard a war being won due to Coriolis. I've never heard that or lost for that matter. No, but the Germans, it was said that the German military did try to work with Coriolis effect sort of thing, and they missed their targets every time when they factored in supposed curvature and rotation of Earth. They missed their targets every time. German military were doing that when they tried to account for the Coriolis and the curvature of the Earth. They missed their targets. What I remember hearing in a documentary.
Yeah, the time when I've seen it like documented that someone actually tried to account for that curvature was supposedly the Paris railgun, and they missed. They missed a whole installation. They're firing at some sort of whole installation. They count for curvature, and they missed. And they hit some water tower, like way off target.
Terrible.
So they considered it a success because they damaged the infrastructure, but they didn't cause any casualties.
Yeah, I mean, that Coriolis thing is quite serious, because if that was really a true thing, really, then, you'd have to make sure that you don't hit innocent people in your theatre of war, Yeah, it's just rubbish.
Yes, I think generally that's the idea.
Yeah, but they're not taking those calculations, are they? They're not making those calculations.
Not in the military. I wouldn't even know how to make that calculation or to determine whether they were or not.
Imagine even in the First World War, they weren't even doing it in the First World War.
I just don't know how I'd know that. You know, that's where I'm at with it.
I've seen a chart. Zanuck posted a chart, but if you calculate the amount of deviation that you're calculating for versus the distance, the range you're shooting at, it is nearly insignificant because the temperature, the windage, the humidity, the condition of your rifling. I mean, it's just everything else has more of a effect.
So you're saying a projectile in the air for 30 seconds and there's a platform underneath it spinning at 800 miles an hour. That's insignificant to you?
No, what I'm saying, well, maybe I am saying that what you're asking, but my whole point is the amount of deviation due to the alleged Coriolis effect is nearly insignificant in comparison to the other factors that everyone knows about.
But how so?
Yeah, it's zero.
The average speed of an artillery shell, Google the average length that shellings happen, like try and get it in Ukraine or something, how far, like how long that's going to take, and therefore put it into a Coriolis calculator. Couldn't we crunch this maths?
We tried with a D13 expert, Doofus, but he took off. When asked the question, he left.
Because that's what I'd want to know. Like if what you're saying is legit, what you're saying is the effect, mathematically, if they tell us X, then the effect must be so great that they do X with it.
Yeah, but isn't it funny, Eggshells? We have an expert here, and when asked the question, he left. Don't you find that a little strange?
It sounded to me like the conversation was going on for quite some time before that. I don't think he just...
Yeah, no, but
maybe it had something to do.
It got to a crescendo where he now had to show his mettle. Is what he's been saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So we had one expert, and we now have. I mean, hands up, who's fired an artillery shell? Because mine's not going up.
No,
mine either. So when Doofus comes back, that's a very good point there, Eggshell. I agree with you for once. When Doofus comes back, since he's the expert, we'll have him do the calculations. How about that?
Well, Doofus said too that he never fired either. He just worked in the field at the 13 Delta. But you look up the MOSs that are responsible for putting steel down range. It's 13 Bravo and 13 Echo. So he didn't even get the right MOS.
So you think he's lying?
I'm saying 13 Delta is not responsible for firing artillery either.
I just don't know. I wouldn't know how to check that.
Just type in 13 Delta, Army MOS, read the description. You'll see it's not responsible for firing artillery. 13 Bravo and 13 Echo are.
I mean, seems highly possible. I mean, if you've got evidence for it, I just think it's more probable that somebody who says they're in the military, in a discussion about Coriolis and firing shells, is probably in the military and has.
Yeah, but most of us military personnel never in Britain.
He was shouting at the top of his voice, Eggshell.
Right? Yeah, he was shouting 13 Delta. No, everyone heard it.
That we should ask him. He's the one that did it. He was shouting at the top of his voice. We should ask him. And that's what I did.
Clip that too, in case he says he misspoke. He never said
clip it, bro.
Delta.
Clip
it. Charles, if you ever see Zanuck, ask him for the chart, for the artillery chart regarding Coriolis. He's posted it multiple times. I just never saved it.
Now, back in the 1800s, cannonballs were fired straight up in the air in the UK. Now, they say in the UK, if the Earth is rotating, it would be rotating to the tune of like 600 miles per hour, okay, where the UK is. Now, if you fire a cannonball up, right, and the Earth is moving anti-clockwise, the cannonball should have landed 5 miles west of that cannon. 5 miles west, but most of the time it landed right by the cannon, or on occasions back in the muzzle. Back in the barrel. Yeah.
You're saying somebody fired a shell off the ground and it landed back in the muzzle.
Skyward.
Yeah. And
so they aimed a cannon skywards. Yeah, right, skywards. Okay. And they said if the Earth was indeed moving at 600 miles an hour at where UK is, because at the equator it's 1,038 miles per hour at the equator. As you move back towards England, heading up on the northern hemisphere, to the UK. UK is supposed to be at, I think it's either 500 or 600 miles per hour. And according to, I'm going to go with 600 miles per hour. And according to the experts, they said if the cannon went up and it went up in the air for 14 seconds and then came back down, that's 28 seconds. In that time, the cannon should have landed 5 miles west. The cannonball would have landed 5 miles west. 14 seconds to ascend, 14 seconds to drop back down on the ground. But in every occasion, the cannonball landed right by the cannon or sometimes back in the barrel. Thus proving it's not moving.
SE. You there, mate? SE? Is he here? No, SE ain't here. He's gone. Damn.
He was here. He was here. He was.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Just missed him.
Yeah, you just missed him literally because he was here just now. But yeah, so there you go. Riding. That's what they're saying because England is
moving. That's what the experts were saying, and I interrogated that expertise and found it to be credible. I would probably come to a similar conclusion, but lacking hearing those experts, I'm not inclined to take your say.
I can post you the link.
Yeah, that would work for me.
Yeah, I can give you a link to that.
So Jin, just back on what Doofus supplied before, like where he says that in the manuals, whether it's in his manuals or the sniper manuals, where they say they allow for this Coriolis, right?
Yeah.
It's obviously in these manuals, or
they do appear to put it in them, don't they, Randy? Yeah.
Well, look, I don't know. I haven't got an official manual to compare it against writing, to be honest. But I'm going to take Doofus's word for it that it came out of the manual. So I just like if it is in there, and it's part of how they target things and possibly what they have to take into consideration. Is it a wise thing just to hand wave, dismiss it, and say there's no effect whatsoever? Because the effect that they are accounting for might not necessarily be Coriolis due to Earth spin. It could be a Coriolis effect due to maybe, I don't know, ether drift or magnetic flux or any number of things that they think they may have to take into consideration. Is it wise just to turn around and say, nah, it just doesn't happen at all when these calculations? Sorry,
I beg your pardon. I thought you were talking to me. I realized you were talking to me.
Yeah, no, I was talking to Jin. Yeah. Like, do you think it's wise just to hand wave, dismiss what is presented to us? I don't think that's wise myself. But anyway, go on.
It is. It is what it is, mate. I will dismiss it. If I think it's outrageous, it's outrageous. We're talking war.
I can see why you would say there's no Coriolis as far as Earth rotation, Jin. I'm all on board with that. I've got no issue with it whatsoever. But if they're able to work out something else, right, that is causing deviation. Now, whether or not they call it Coriolis or, like I said, it's ether drift or whatever the case may be, there seems to be something that they may be accounting for, and I can't see how that can be dismissed so easily, to be honest with you. I don't know. Might just be me.
Yeah, and I think that another important point is if you're arguing from absence, it's not clear whether you're saying this thing doesn't exist or that I'm not able to find it. Particularly if we're talking about things where some people would and some people wouldn't need to account for Coriolis. Any one person say so that they don't needs to be stacked up against the fact that we've got manuals for it. And the manuals are positive proof that they never account for like, imagine never accounting for it. Do you think never in the history of military, like, what if they have been accounting for it, but it's been sending the shells in the wrong direction, and because it's such a small effect, they've just never noticed? That could be an argument you could make with as much confidence.
Yeah, I can get over long distances, they may have to account for something, but over these short distances, like with snipers, so to speak, and very few snipers are shooting at 3 mile. Very few. They want to get as close as possible to their target, right?
The longest distance is 2 miles. Sniper.
Yeah, well, the longest amateur shot is a bit over 4 mile. Right, but like I said, I've partaken in long distance shooting, right, and I never had to account for that. There were other factors.
That's not in the Google. That's not in the Google. 4 miles.
So me, I do question the whole sniper thing vigorously. To be honest, I think there are many other things, but over a long distance, well, that's where I pare back things and go. You're breaking up, June.
Banso, I think you made a mistake there. The record is 2 miles, man. That's the record.
No, the longest amateur shot is about 4 mile. Amateur. I'm not talking sniper.
No.
Yes,
Yes, it's 4 miles.
I brought up an article about a month ago. It's about 4 mile, Jin.
Yeah, it just seems strange to that that anybody would be
straight away. Sorry,
that
Riding.
somebody else doesn't.
No, because the world the Guinness Book of Records, military sniper. He was a Canadian, and he did it in a war. He actually did it in a battle, apparently. Took out somebody.
I am not talking about a military situation. I said amateur shot. Amateur.
Somebody sports.
Yeah, but that's surprising. That's surprising. That's better than the world record.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a world record. That's a world record in combat situation. It's completely different to amateur. Completely different records.
Yeah, but I mean, amateur shooting at 4 miles.
Yes.
Sniper. Do you understand what that entails?
Mm. And I think off the top of my head, I think it took him 13 shots or 14 shots to actually hit the target. Off the top of my head.
4 miles away.
Yeah, 4 miles away.
Sniper rifle.
Yeah, it's the longest amateur shot. It's about 4 mile.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's. I think also. I would be astounded
4 kilometers.
I would be astounded if a sniper is going for a high value target at an extraordinary distance like that. I can see them taking a shot and going, "Oh, that guy's firing artillery. I'll take a couple of shots at him or something." But I go with you, Bandy. I think if you're taking out somebody that's really important, that you need to be getting really good accuracy, you need to be getting closer than that. I think that's basically a lob. It's basically sports.
Pretty much.
From that far.
Yeah, Banso.
Or miss them all together and take another shot.
Sorry. Okay, it's not 4 mile. I take it back.
Thank you.
No, hold on. It's 3.4 mile.
Still too far. Too far for an amateur. Yes.
It's 3.4.
No, it's still too far for an amateur.
Team Global Precision Group sets new world record for the longest rifle shot of 6,012 yards, 3.4 mile.
And where was this set? Which country?
Oh, does it matter? Hold on.
It does.
I've got to go back. Hold on. Let me see. It was set in hold on, let me read. All this YouTube. I can't actually see where it was. I'm trying to speed read, but I can drop the link for you, Jin, if you want to have a read of the link. Right, I can do that for you.
Yeah, go ahead, drop the link. That'd be nice.
Yeah, but that's exactly what it says. 3.4 mile. So
Oh, it's got it here. 4 miles. It's got it here. I'm reading
there
it.
you go. There you go.
Reading it. 4 miles.
See, you
Wow.
thought I was talking out my ass, didn't you, Jin?
Yeah, I didn't believe that one. 4 miles. That's a long way. Midlands Paul Phillips, the name is. Part of the world record 4 mile
If he's
rifle shots. Fuck, that's a long way.
It is. It is. And I think in
That's
the
a long
article, when
way.
I read it a month ago, they said nothing about Coriolis, but they had to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, there's the Eötvös effect as well, which is that targets one direction will be coming up over the curve and the others they'll be going down. So they'll cause bullets to climb or drop depending on which way you're looking.
It took 17 seconds to hit the target.
Wow.
I really think riding could you could be a little bit more let's just say true or accurate. You talk about up the curve and down the curve. That was a little ridiculous, bro.
Wow.
A little ridiculous.
Yeah, I think
going with your momentum or against your momentum riding. That's all there is to it. Up the curve and down the curve. Come on, bro.
It'd be like over the river and through the woods.
Is it just you don't want me to say curve?
It has you basically said nothing is what I'm trying to say. We all know what the effect is, so we like kind of probably gave you a pass, but like you didn't describe it at all.
Eötvös, the Eötvös effect.
You're you're using your momentum to lighten gravity, or you're going against your momentum to go into the gravity or whatever. But up the curve and down the curve, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? In either direction, you're going.
The Eötvös effect that I've heard described is
Ain't you going up and down the same amount of curve no matter which direction you head out on the ball though, riding?
Yes.
Right. So you didn't really say anything. Thanks, bud.
I'm not sure you've followed what I'm saying. What is it you feel that I'm saying? No? Okay.
I felt like you said the Eötvös effect. One direction, you're going up over the curve, and in the other direction, you're going down around the curve.
If that's how I said it, that's not how I meant it. What I mean is it's coming up over the curve to you. It's like coming up up to meet you, if you will. So it's not as much to do with curvature as it is to do with spin.
Right, that's the point. You got to reference that spin, and you really didn't have that reference involved at all. That's why I was trying to point it out. Thing.
Oh right, okay. I didn't. I must have misspoken then. I meant it's coming up over the curve for you, or sort of like going away, ducking down.
It's like because we're familiar with the effect. It's like we can kind of like assume in what picture you're seeing in your head, and it, you know what I mean. It's cool, but like it's come on. I'm over the curve, down the curve. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh shit! But do they do it though? Do they actually do it? Do you believe them?
I mean, it just would be weird to me. Of the people that I know that do their job, I haven't come across any who are like mad, egregious liars. You know, like be they used car salesmen or dentists or whatever. If you talk to them about what they do, they'll usually just tell you what they do. I don't understand this idea that there would be this thing called the Eötvös effect and stuff that competition shooters, even civilian shooters, as Bandy found out, would need to take that into consideration. I reckon if you found that guy who's got the current world record, he would describe probably which direction he took the shot. This is my guess. he would decide which direction to take the shot to
Yeah. Well,
or something like that.
usually what they take into consideration is the munition, the distance, wind velocity, and altitude. That's it. You don't hear them talk about Coriolis.
I don't know about that's it, because I do know that who they called Lapua. Lapua produce an app where you can factor in all of those things. Indeed, I've seen a lot of things where like I was watching one Aussie guy who's got a big YouTube channel. He's like, I do factor it into my maths, but I know it doesn't really make much of a difference at the distances you're shooting. There's so many other factors at play. It doesn't really make a difference. I just like to do it to be complete. I think that's quite close to what he's saying. If Globus is here, he gave me the video. I don't know. I guess it's come back to the same thing. Like, I would even be somewhat doubtful if Bandy said, no, you couldn't drive a car through my house when he's built the house. I'd still be like, oh, I don't know. Whereas if these guys shoot for a living, I think.
You'd only know that if you did all the maths and the measurements. You would only know that if you've done the measurements and know what forces are coming from the car to the house. You wouldn't know that. You couldn't just build a house. But with the Twin Towers, there'd been an accident where a plane did hit the Empire State Building. So because these towers are 110 floors high, they were worried for such things, and they took the redundancy measures for that. So that's why we have the number Boeing 707, the biggest plane at the time back in the 70s. Okay, and that's heavier than today's 767 and 757. So even if 6 of those planes hit the Twin Towers, they would never collapse. Never collapse. 610.
I just wouldn't know that. Even if you'd built the buildings.
Yeah, I would know that. I would know that because one, I know about steel and what kind of forces would take to break it. Not only that, we do know that office fires in a fireproofed skyscrapers, this is modern office skyscraper buildings, office fires tend to last 20 to 30 minutes because by then all the combustibles would have combusted up by then. This is what the firefighters, architects and engineers tell us. They are the experts. They know this. Okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're the experts telling me, it just sounds like you're the one telling me, is what I'm getting at.
No, they're the experts telling me. They're the experts telling me. If you do the research, the information is readily available. I have posted it in this server several times.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah. Do you think some of the people who say some things about this might sound like they've got good credentials but be wrong?
No, they're not wrong because these guys
are your people.
Hang on. These people
I mean people in general. Do you think some
what people are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean by that. What do you mean?
Well, could there be somebody who's, let's say, a pilot who has an opinion about this stuff and is wrong about that?
Yeah, but an engineer doesn't carry opinions. He carries the facts of his trade, doesn't he? They carry the facts of their trade. It's not an opinion now, is it? It's not. Right, it's not a belief.
What about this question then? Do you think that all people of that field are saying exactly the same thing?
No. There are others who disagree. Of course, there are others who disagree with these architects in particular. But at the same time, they're arguing against the laws of physics and the laws of nature because steel.
The physicists arguing over physics is what I'd say. We're lay people trying to guess what these experts. Some think a plane can bring down a building.
Well, I'm not
some
guessing.
Don't. I bet even before they came out with the pancake theory, I bet there was a chunk going, "Oh, pancake's ridiculous. No, what it has to be is blah blah blah."
No, it was ridiculous from the start. Even I said that was ridiculous from the start. Floors pancaking, 110 floors all the way down. And remember, in the Twin Towers itself,
stairs are made out of, and how much what the coefficient of friction on the elevator shaft. Look,
I was trying to say this. Look, from the impact point, if you look downwards, from the impact point downwards, the steel down there, they summarized it to be 80,000 tons of unscathed, unaffected by the impact. Solid, nothing wrong. Things were working as normal. Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Jin?
Yeah.
Please. Obviously, I can ask you a question. So, Jin, do you think it is more important to worry about whether or not there were planes, weren't planes, whether or not there was a pancake effect or no pancake effect? Or do you think it's more important to worry about what has happened as a result of 9/11? What do you think
And
might
speaking
be
true.
more important?
Well, for me, most importantly, is exactly what happened to the building must be brought forward first. And I'll tell you for why. If I was an architect or the person who designed that building and they said that building came down because one of the certain parts gave way when it's not possible, I'm going to fight for the rest of my life to prove that to be wrong. Because it's the integrity of the engineers and the architects who designed the building. We want to prove this to be a falsehood because it goes against science, the design, and laws of nature. And we want to highlight that the NIST has misrepresented the truth. So that's important. Because
So
if not to do that would mean that the what's been perpetuated as the truth continues. People died in vain, and you've lost your battle.
So you think what has happened as a result of 9/11 and what continues
that comes
to happen
secondary.
as a result of 9/11 is secondary to what actually happened?
Because what actually happened is then going to go forward to prove it.
But I
proving
must
that
say,
terrorists.
Jin, I am in 100% disagreement to what you
I
have
want to
just said.
voice up, Andy. I want to talk with you. Although there's different categories of measure and quantification and everything.
Yeah.
But your term, I mean, and I get your message that there's like, it's very serious. It's this ongoing forever paradigm change and rules that we have given, rights we've given up because of it. But all that thing that you're saying, the aftermath, we could fight and change that. These people that died or blew up or burnt, they can't come back.
That's right.
No. And you know what, Don? Neither can the people that have died as a result of the event can come back.
Yeah.
Either.
Right.
So all of a sudden now you put those poor 3,000 souls ahead of any other soul.
No, I'm sorry, but I'm ignorant. I was ignorant to the latter direct deaths. And if you could enlighten me on some of that, I'm not trying to challenge you, but I'm ignorant.
I'm talking about what has happened as a result of 9/11. Bit of feedback there, Jin. As a result of 9/11, you know, the invasions that have happened to places like Iraq, Afghanistan, these sorts of places, the devastation that has been caused to these countries, the lives that have been lost, both American, Australian, English, French, as well as Iraqi, as well as Afghani. All these other lives are all of a sudden secondary to the 3,000. You know, I think
you're right. That's a great point. And forgive me. That's a great point. Forgive me because I was just looking at this through like American eyes in an American bubble, a nation. And I apologize.
It's so
Bansor,
I
I can stop you there. Hang on. If I can stop you there, Bansor, let me just get this out because I was talking. Bansor, if I can stop you there, what I'm trying to say to you is that what's important to me, I understand those people died, but the reason for that happening, because the lie happened in the beginning. Yeah? They lied about what actually happened has led to everything else you said. And I understand that and I have the compassion for that. But this truth must come out.
Right.
Otherwise, it's buried.
What is happening at the moment can be stopped, right? Regardless of what did or did not happen, right? It can be stopped, right? Regardless whether or not the truth is revealed or not. Well, it can, and I think Rakia had a very good point a couple of hours ago when he brought into the discussion that whatever the truth is, right, it is going to be buried that deeply and is going to be held on for that long that anyone that may be able to shed light on it will either A, have dementia by the time anything comes out, or B, will be dead, right? But as a result, people are still dying, right? You know, we still have people are still dying because of it is being used as a tool, right, to continue these atrocities, right? And I very rarely hear in any of these 9/11 discussions, right, that this ever mentioned, and it absolutely perplexes me that it is so
I mention it. I mention
quickly
it. I do mention it. I do mention it.
overlooked. Well, I haven't heard you once tonight, right, Jin,
Maybe because I haven't really had the opportunity.
what has happened.
I
No,
do
all
always
you're
mention it.
concentrated on is invisible planes, pancaking, and all that sort of stuff, right? You haven't mentioned
That was the point we were
these
talking
other
about. But if
things.
you hear me, look, hang on, Bansor, if you hear me in Gem Pandas, you will hear me say to them, I don't see you showing compassion for the people who have died, those who have died from the consequence of all this, the wars and everything else. I go the whole way. That's what I talk about. But today,
and I don't go over there. And if you do, well
yeah,
done
I do.
you. Well done you.
I do. I do.
If you
but
do
today,
it, but I do actually hear it. I do actually hear it very rarely brought up, Jin.
Oh, yeah, no, that's part of my contention.
Very rarely, right?
It's part of my contention. The only problem with that is, right, Bansor, is that the conversation goes in all different directions. So I myself today didn't get a chance to say that purely because I wanted to address the women. Oh, there we go. There we go. Look, you talk more than me. Listen. Hang on. And look at you talking now whilst I'm talking. You see what I mean? You can't control yourself. So you might be laughing. You're thinking I took a lot. You might be laughing that I took. Hang on a second. You see, look, I can't even talk now. Look, you see what I mean? Because you're laughing. I'm trying to address your silly little laugh. Because it was Gio. Gio was trying to say something.
Spit it out quickly.
Oh, now I can't even talk now. Look.
I said,
Gin, let me just address.
Spit it out. Come on, go.
Thank you. Right. So basically, if I wanted to mention those who have died today in particular, I never got a chance to mention it because the conversation went in different directions and you have to go with the flow of where people are going with it. That's all. I mention it a lot. Today I wanted to address the points from the Jersey girls and their quest for accountability. Okay? They didn't take the money from the government, okay? The handout, the millions of dollars, because they said, once we win the case, then we can get compensation. That's where they're standing. Okay. That's what I wanted to bring through. So, and their fight is an important fight. Okay? We need to discuss it because people still believe they want justice. That's what they want. Okay? Even though they know that their government has failed them. So let's bring that up. Yes, we know people died. I know about the war. I know about everything else. But there are people still fighting. And we have to commend them. They're asking for support. The people who are supporting them, architects and engineers. Hang on. Yeah.
I would be interested in this lawsuit if anywhere in the lawsuit it has been added that this has also too given our country and our allies false premise to go and slaughter and destroy other countries. That's actually in their lawsuit, is it?
Yeah, that's why the women didn't take the money. That's why the Jersey girls didn't take the money. They said because of this event.
Can I just jump in, Jin?
Let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying because I was talking. This is what the Jersey girls. If you let me finish, then you can. I'll be 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Hold on.
Bloody hell, I was talking.
Gene, hold on 2 seconds. No, hold on 2 seconds, Gene. You have had a really good crack tonight.
No, I haven't had a very good conversation.
No, you have actually.
Allow me to finish, Bansor. Bansor, I was in the middle of my last point.
Riding get a point in.
And I'm not going to let him. My last point.
Riding will get a very good point in.
Don't do this, Bansor. I was in the middle of my last point, Bansor.
I'm so frustrated.
I was in the middle of my last point, Bansor. Bansor, I was in the middle of my last point.
He's on one tonight.
I was in the middle of my last point, Bansor.
Gene, you've got 30 seconds. Make it quick.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
He's interrupting your moderation to say
you're still talking. Have I got my point? Have I got my 30
Go.
seconds? Have I got my 30 seconds?
Go, Gene, 30 seconds.
Thank you. He's still talking though. This is why the Jersey girls did not take the because they felt that the situation that happened afterwards led to an illegal war. They mentioned that. That's part of it. Okay? I yield now.
Thank you. Go writing.
Right. They would not be a party to that. In order to bring a case, you have to be a party to the case. What that means is you're entering a kind of, you're saying, I'm the aggrieved person. I'm the person who so you took my husband away from me. You are party to that case. You blew up some Afghans. You're not a party to that case. So you could redress that, but you wouldn't do it in a court. You're not going to sue somebody in a court because somebody else killed some Afghans. Otherwise, why would you? I could sue somebody for stealing something and use it to steal. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You've got to be a party to the proceedings. So they could have offered in their opinion, we think that this is dodgy or it led to a war, but it wouldn't have any bearing in whether they got cash for the case. The judge isn't going to go, well, there was a war though. It's just they would use that as a soapbox to say it. And I dare say their solicitor would say, absolutely don't say that, because it's going to make it look like this is a lawsuit about, that you don't have the proper motive for doing this. So I think there could be a lot of complexity in it. If I were a lawyer, I've got a lot in my family. If I were a lawyer, I'd probably be able to give you even a better idea, but I just got a very rough one. And I don't think you can do that if you're not a party to it.
I've got no idea.
Right, can I now get in after you, Bansal? After you, Bansal.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
Okay. Okay, well then basically Riding has not been privileged to the documentaries that I've watched, and the reason why the women didn't want to take the money was because obviously they lost their loved ones, but the end result was an illegal war. And this woman said that, she goes, I am no longer a naive American. I am an awoke American and very strongly committed and invested in this court case. Okay, that's their integrity speaking. They don't want the money because they don't want to take money where people have died innocently, yeah? They want to win the case, then get their compensation. They don't, because to do so would mean they wouldn't be able to pursue the case. They wouldn't be able to sue anybody. That's why they didn't take the.
So my question would be then, right, if part of their lawsuit is in regards to which would then, if they won, would mean then an illegal war or wars, right? How much money, right, are the victims in these other countries going to get as a result of it? Or is it just going to be the 4 Jersey girls that
well, that would depend on whether people in Iraq who suffered unjustly put in a case against the country through their government, let's say. Okay? And I'm sure that the Jersey girls will probably go that far because they are adamant that they're not going to give up.
See, this is where with what? Sorry, go Crit.
Yeah, Vietnam tried to do this with Dow Chemical with Agent Orange. They said the Agent Orange was said to be completely safe. It's completely destroyed agriculture, and places it was dumped in. It's still uninhabitable to this day. They try to take chemical. They try to take chemical to court for that, and it keeps getting kicked back because they said operations and warfare have nothing to do with the defense contractors. This is like a case against the federal government, and they keep kicking it down.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah. I could easily believe that.
That also includes India, by the way. That would include India as well. And I think,
Bhopal gas disaster.
Yeah. And I think I don't know. I think they have since been settled. I think they managed to get the money.
I don't think Dow's ever paid up on that.
Okay.
They're like, technically that doesn't exist anymore as a country. I was like, fucking kidding.
It was actually interesting to hear from Globus saying that he had a friend that was a victim of 9/11.
Yeah, a reporter.
Yeah, SBS reporter. That was an interesting piece.
Yeah. I often talk about those. Look, I often talk about those people who died, including the first responders, and then especially in the Gem Banda server, that you don't have the compassion because you're talking to someone, right? Even though I didn't lose anybody, my car is 911. That's the registration plate of my car. I chose that number because I felt so strongly that I did not want to forget what they did, because when those towers went down and those people died, a part of me died. That was an attack on the human race. I don't care what you say, man. That was wrong.
I don't think you're hearing Bandy.
I can't hear him at all.
If I can, I think what Bandy is saying is everybody just talks about 3,000 people that died on that day, but like upwards of 1 million people have died in the Gulf War, in the Gulf areas. And
I mentioned that. I do mention that. I do. I'm the man with the links.
That's the thing that Bandy, I think, is.
And I did correct
whatever
Bandy on that one. In my case, I'm the man. I am the man who carries the links. You know, for example, Iraq. Was it Iraq for Sale, the War Profiteers? You watch that and you learn how Halliburton and Dick Cheney's company, Kellogg, Brown and Root, how they made money from the war. And it brings in the Black Watch security and everything else. You know? That's just one link there, you know. Winter solstice, soldiers who gave up their medals that they got at the Iraqi war. They threw them down and they spoke about the atrocities that they committed, killing innocent people who didn't have guns, coming back from work on their push bikes. They called them ragheads and shot them to death outside their own house, shot up a mosque. And they felt bad for it. They felt guilty. They came back, threw away their medals and started speaking the truth. These are the things that I watched, following it through. So I mention it. I've got the links.
Indeed. It sounds like you've watched a lot of fascinating documentaries. I love a documentary too. Geez, I'm addicted to them. They're really good.
You know, I've been into this 9/11 thing.
Apart from you, Jin, which you are always the exception to the rule, and good on you if you do mention it. But when this topic is generally spoken about, right, the most important part of the topic, I think, is forgotten and not spoken about.
Yeah, well, I think when I bring up the Jersey girls, they're talking about their loved ones, okay? And of course, their loved ones, of course, are linked to the 3,000 that died, who are linked to the first responders, and of course, they're linked to. They mentioned it themselves that innocent people have died in other countries. They set the premise for illegal wars. The Jersey girls are saying, so their compassion is all the way through. But sometimes this particular point, it maybe in this server today, for example, didn't get a chance to come up until you mentioned it yourself, of course.
Well, like I said, Jin too, and I would say 99 times out of 100 it probably isn't brought up either when I'm about listening to these conversations.
If you go to Gem Pandas, you'll hear me mention it.
Okay,
you
then.
let me go through all
the you are the exception. You are the exception to the rule. But I've been privy to many conversations about this particular topic, and you know, I always jump in with it because it just gobsmacks me, really.
Yeah, I always say it because people say, "Why do you care?" They always ask, why do you care so much? And I believe that fire can bring down a building when it was clearly not fire. It was explosions, and you can't see that. Then you're disgracing the people who died. You're disrespecting. And then they say, no, you're disrespecting.
I just don't come to the same conclusion. I've watched the same videos. I've watched them through both eyes. We just come to different conclusions is all, I think, which is okay.
Of course you are. Well, and you don't see explosions. You don't hear the explosion. Didn't you hear the explosions going off? No, you didn't hear them in the documentaries you watched.
There were explosions in the basement section, lower levels.
I don't know what a massive building sounds like when it collapses. I just imagine.
No, I'm talking about explosions. What about explosions?
Prior to the collapse.
Can I just try and finish?
Yeah, let him finish, Jin, please.
Jesus, Jin. I just don't know what a building collapsing sounds like in order to go, well, that bit was clearly X happening. That's a girder bending. Oh, that's a woman's spleen being ruptured. You know, like I wouldn't be able to go, that was clearly an explosion. I would just go, there was a lot of noise. Sure, there were puffs of smoke. That's what I imagine would happen if a building turned to dust. You know, I don't know.
Well, I know what explosions.
I've seen some. It looks a bit like some, but I've never seen a building get hit by a plane, so I just don't know. I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's okay. I can forgive you for that.
Here's what I would say.
I know what explosions.
I wouldn't know how to be an expert on that, because to me, being an expert would be like, you've done this so many times, you really get it.
I think we're all armchair experts.
Yeah, like you either
Well,
understand
except for those
buildings really well,
who've been
or
in the
you
military.
understand planes
Hang
really
on,
well,
except for
or you
those
do
who've been in the
both.
military and have heard explosions go off. Right? If you've been in the military, you've heard explosions go off. So I have heard it.
Gene, let
Not
writing
only
talk,
that, not
mate.
only that.
Gene, let writing
Right?
finish
You've
what
heard
you're saying.
when
Gene,
well,
let
how
writing
long?
finish. Let writing
That's all right.
finish,
All
please.
right, Randy.
Round it up, will you?
Right.
Round it up.
Oh,
Give him 30 seconds like you give me.
It's just I just wouldn't expect to be able to be an expert, is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Have you finished?
Struggle it.
Have you finished now? Okay. Right. That might be the case in your part, but you have news reporters, people, firefighters, first responders saying they heard explosions. Okay? Explosions. Bombs went off. The firefighters. It was like, hang on. It was like bombs were placed on every floor to bring the building down. Ba 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 ba. They said that's a firefighter speaking. A firefighter. Okay?
You know,
Fucking
could fire have got into, say, janitors' closets where there are cleaning materials, right? And
no.
even
Propane
heat,
tank, xenon gases,
whatever. Like
light
there are a
element.
million.
They're not allowed to have. No.
Like,
Well,
I don't know what it looks like when a building collapses.
Because like you, Harry, I've
actually,
and I think there are the more questions you ask, the more. Hold on, let me finish my statement.
Jin, Jesus, Jin.
It's like
shut up, you Bansal, when you're ready.
I'm getting so fucking frustrated. I'm not going to be able to stay much longer. This is
You're
getting my
raising some
fucking head
points.
in, man.
The more questions you ask, writing, and we've spoken about this, writing, you and me, and we've both looked into it, a little bit, maybe you a little bit more than me. And sometimes, like, the more questions you ask, like, the more anomalies it brings up, and which just adds more questions and more questions and more, and all of a sudden, you got 17 reams of questions that kind of remain unanswered, right? Because none of us were there. None of us are experts in anything. We can presume that we know. We can say we've read this. We can say that we've read.
I'm not presuming here.
Right. Well, we are all
I'm not presuming
when none of us are.
I'm not presuming here about what I'm about.
100%. We are all presuming things when none of us have any experience in.
To say here is not a presumption. This is coming from right.
You almost got to finish, Bandy. You almost got to finish, mate.
Really, Bandy, I think you've got to read him, man.
William Rodriguez, the janitor. William Rodriguez, the janitor, in the building of the Twin Towers.
It's not interesting. He just
said
goes back
the
to saying what he was
rules
going to say.
I'm talking now. I'm actually talking now. Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this?
You know what? In all seriousness, Jin, hold on.
William Rodriguez.
Hold on 2
seconds. Can I not add a point in after you now?
Hold on, Jin. Right. Now, I have. Now, Jin, listen to me. Right? I've been here all night, right? And you have had a pretty good shot all night, right? You've had a majority of the microphone. Right? You've got to let other people talk for at least as long as what you do. All right? So I'm going to take you off mute now. All right? And let's just have a nice backward and forward, please. Thank you. You're off mute now. Hold on. You are now. You're off mute now.
Totally disagree. I totally disagree with what you said there. That I've had a good run of talking. Nope. In fact, I will highlight this point, and you can go back and check. Gio had to control what's his name because he was just out of control, riding on eggshells. Gio was trying to talk, and he just blurted out. He wouldn't even stop, and Gio had to control him. Right, but anyway, let me get back to my point. Can I get back?
He's not responding to
my point I'm trying to make. Can I address your point? Can I address a point you made? Can I address a point you made, Bansal?
You got 30.
Can I address a point you made, Bansal?
You got 30 seconds.
Can I address a point you made, Bansal?
I said you got 30 seconds. Address it, please.
I'm going to need 1 minute, not 30 seconds. I'm going to need 60 seconds. Okay, not 30. I don't operate on those numbers. Now here
Well,
we
you've
go.
already used 30 of them, so hurry up.
God, I can't believe this, man.
The
modding in this
you said,
server. I want this guy to know. The modding in
look,
this
are
server
you going
is
to
so
keep talking whilst I'm talking, Bansor?
So lopsided.
Bansor, look at this. Can I not speak now, Bansor? Look at this. Right, here we go. 1 minute from now. Here we go. According to what said about having fuels in the janitor's cupboard, will it have to be fireproof? So they can't have fuel, anything that can be combustible in any cabinet, in any cupboard. That would violate their rules. Okay, that's Willie Rodriguez. And then the NIST report stated that the buildings did not come down due to the fire or petrol or diesel tanks within the buildings. That's not the reason why the building came down. That's in the NIST report. I'm finished.
Okay, I'm just going to end up saying the same thing again. I don't understand how you could be so well versed at this. I wouldn't know how I would do that myself. Like knowing what's in janitors' closets, so that none of the janitors happen to have like large bulk buys of spray, bug spray, because they had a termite problem. I don't know. How do you know? You now need to know what
fire hazard. It's a fire hazard.
It just seems very confident.
Fire hazard. It's a fire hazard in skyscrapers. There are rules. Willie Rodriguez has said that live
for fire hazards.
Okay.
Now you know.
It's
that
a fire hazard
at
any time. It's a fire hazard at any time. There are strict rules governing what kind of fuels and repellents that you can have that mustn't be combustible. They're not allowed to keep them in the building. The furniture has to be fire resistant.
Okay, can we just
the
have a
furniture
bit back and forth
has
then,
to be
maybe?
fire resistant.
Which is.
I'll do it. Let me tap in for eggshells. So
Yeah,
if it
just
someone else.
Just 2 seconds, guys. I'm out of here tonight. I've got better things to be doing. So behave yourselves, please.
There we go.
I'm going to take him to pieces now.
Fair enough.
Nah, I'm going to give him the stick now.
It's just would have been better if you'd muted him. I was enjoying talking to you, man.
Oh look,
no, you can't do that.
He's just
you can't do that.
Mute him.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
Where are you off to, man?
It is what it is.
I've got
it is what it is.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I've got a better
talk to you, Jim.
I've got a better offer.
I promise I won't hurt him. I promise I
then,
won't
guys.
hurt him. I promise I
Be
won't
good,
hurt him.
Sorry,
I promise I won't hurt him.
Before you go, if there's going to be
No, you can leave. I want to hear Jen. You don't.
No,
you leave.
I can't do that because there's no other mods around. If there was another mod around, I would. So if there was another mod around, I would. Okay.
All right. See you later.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Gems, okay.
Yeah, bye.
Shut up, Riding. Fuck off, mate. What are you talking about?
This
you
whole
see how you are, Riding,
he wanted to see if he could manipulate.
You see how you behave, Riding?
Yeah. He wanted to see if he could manipulate. Yeah, he wanted to see if he could manipulate him into muting you.
He's a total wanker, man.
I know. He's such a cunt. Such an
absolute cunt.
That's why he do that.
Such a piece of shit garbage human being, man.
Who's that? Who are you talking to? Yourself, you mean? Okay, good.
No. I'm just cheating on. I'm just joining the let's shit on the people who just left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, garbage human beings, total pieces of shit. Complete like it's insane. They are off their rockers. Their mothers are ashamed of them. What else?
Yeah, that's probably true. But Crit was right though. Riding was trying to manipulate Bansor to put me on mute so that he could decimate his ideas, which for whatever reason he wants. That he says he doesn't know how I can be so well versed. When you do the study, right, and you follow it through, and then you then designate your car as 911. Yeah, that shows you that you are invested in the study. Because
why
my
would
car
you desiccate your
registration number-
car? Why would you desiccate your car as 911?
Yeah, because I don't want to forget. I had a chance to choose a number. I had a chance to choose the number, so I said I'm going to choose 911 because I think what happened on that day was such a bad thing that I'm going to use this number plate as a reminder of the atrocities that happened, so that I never ever forget it. Okay, that's why. And I never lost anybody, but as far as I'm concerned, those people who died are part of my family. That's how I see that. To see the building be exploded down, turned into dust, and then the government lied that it was terrorists. Remember, I'm a Muslim. They're saying Muslims did that. Muslims never did that. We didn't have anything to do with that. So you can see why I'm invested.
Muslims do have a habit of doing that kind of shit, though. They've even done that shit in. They've even done that shit in Finland. Like they stabbed one.
What about the Christians? What about the Christians dropping atomic bombs?
What Christians?
Japan?
What Christians have done that?
Well, they dropped atomic bombs on Japan. They dropped.
Those were military.
Hold on. They dropped.
We're having a discussion. Those were atheists.
Yeah, well, let me finish 2 points, and then you can get in. Okay. Now they dropped depleted uranium on Iraq and in Afghanistan. Okay, please carry on. Christian. The American military is a Christian military. It's not a Muslim one. Okay.
It's not a Christian military. It's an atheistic.
It's
atheistic military.
And it's not atheist. They said, and God help us. So they're using God as their reason for bombing, and they're hoping that God welcomes it. Okay.
So there are no Muslims in the American army, Jim.
Oh, there are some, and you may remember.
There are no ranking officers in the American army. No Muslim ranking officers in the American army.
Can I address that as you've asked me it? Yeah, I'll only be 15 seconds. There was a Muslim who shot at his own soldiers. Do you remember that? In the military, because he knew he couldn't go to Iraq and start killing Iraqis. So he shot, and he was a high-ranking officer, and shot his own men so that he could go to jail. Okay? There you go. So there are Muslims in the military.
So there are no Muslims that have gone to Iraq to fight against Saddam Hussein, who was an out-and-out non-Muslim.
I'm sure there are some.
The Ba'athist Party are not really a religious party, are they?
I was addressing the point that was being made that Muslims have a tendency to do things like blow up buildings. I don't think they have a tendency to do that. So that was wild. And then I rebutted that by saying Christianity as a religion under the American military system, they've gone around the world bombing. They bombed Japan with the atom bomb. They dropped depleted uranium and other dirty bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay? So they've done, you can't just look at the Muslims. And like I said, no Muslim was, hang on, I'm nearly finished, 5 more seconds. No Muslims were involved in the World Trade Center collapse. Not one Muslim was involved in that. Not one.
Cool. Can you give me the names of everybody who was involved and their religious practices, please?
Can I give you the names of those who are involved? Oh, let's start off with Dean Cheney, Rumsfeld, George Bush 1, George Bush Senior. Yeah.
Which bits of the World Trade Center did they actually put the explosives in?
I don't know who
was Dick Cheney holding the screwdriver while Rumsfeld was doing the wiring?
That is a very good question. The team involved with the security was George Bush's brother and cousin. Securicom. Securicor.com.
Yeah, and I want the names of all the Securicom members and their religious practice as well. Have you got that?
Well, I mean, you can go and check that if you like. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't have that.
So now we're back to, you've made a claim where we've now got to the point where you said not one Muslim was involved in it, and all of a sudden you can't make that claim anymore because you don't have the information.
I do make that claim, and I stand by that claim that no Muslim man was involved in the World Trade Center collapse. No.
But you don't know everybody who's involved, Jim, so how can you say that?
That was an inside job. If you
and there are Muslims that work for the American government.
Hang on. Why are you talking through him when I'm trying to tell you something? You're going to have to.
Because I'm doing a back and forth, Jim, rather than me get 3 words out and you get 50.
I'm still trying to talk to you, but you're talking through it. So
no, you're talking at me.
I'm talking.
You're not having a conversation.
I'm talking to you, but you're talking through me whilst I'm trying to talk to you. So if you just hang on a second, let me get my
I know,
point
but
out,
I
then
just
you
want
can
a
get your
quick
point.
back and forth, not like long, bloviated statements.
Can I get my point out without you interrupting? Can I do that? Thank you. Right. Now, with the Muslims not being involved, you need to prove or at least present a case how they could have had access to put the bombs in the building number 7, the Solomon Brothers building, and the Twin Towers. When did they have the opportunity, these terrorists, because it wasn't fire, it was controlled demolition. That's how these buildings came down. How did they have the opportunity to do that?
I'm not challenging the fact of whether they did or they didn't. What I'm challenging is your exclusive claim that no Muslim man was involved in it when you don't have a list of the people who... I'm trying to talk and you're already interrupting me. You seem to object to this and bitch about it a lot, and any time that as soon as someone else starts talking, you do it to them, Jin. So please just stop it. Let's have a quick back and forth. I don't need long-winded statements. All I'm trying to point out is this very simple fact. You don't know all the people who were involved in the conspiracy, so you don't know their religious practice. How do you know that?
I know no Muslims were involved.
How do you know that?
I know no Muslims were involved.
How do you know that?
I know that because I know that it was an inside job. I know that because it was an inside job. And how do I know it was an inside job? This is the American government and military, the Pentagon's MO. We can go back as far as the Lusitania back in the First World War. They blamed the German U-boats for
We're now going to a long-winded statement.
So now you're going to interrupt now. As I'm making a
point.
Yeah,
because I'm doing like 3 words and you're doing 50 for every 3 words that I do.
Well,
I want an
because
exchange.
you asked me, when I'm finished, I will let you on.
So all I'm trying to say is, I wanted to point out is, are there no Muslims working for the American government?
I'm telling you how I know.
Are there no Muslims working for the American government?
You're asking me, how do I know? That's the question I'm addressing at the moment. How do I know? And I'm telling you how I know. It's the Americans' MO. They blamed the Germans for knocking out the Lusitania. It turns out that it was an inside job. The Americans blew up that ship themselves. Then we have Pearl Harbor. They said that the Japanese attacked. It turns out that the Americans, the British, and Holland vetoed Japan's oil, okay? So then Hirohito had to start a war because he was provoked into it. 8 different methods were taken so that Japan would be the first to strike. It's well documented. Not only that, though, Roosevelt knew that Japan was coming. They had it already down, written down, and plastered on their, what's the newspaper called? The Honolulu Advertiser. The set November 30th, Japan to strike over the weekend. 1 week later, they strike. Roosevelt, 200 miles away north, the Japan was there. They knew this. They knew this, right? Then you got Kennedy killing. They blamed, what's his name? Lee Harvey Oswald.
Jin, are you ever going to stop?
Then, hang on a second. I'm just giving you a little time.
You're not. You're doing this big fucking long statement that has nothing to do with the point that I made, which is, how do you know that no Muslim people were involved when Muslim people work for the armed forces, they work for the Central Intelligence Agencies, they work for the Pentagon? How do you know that not one Muslim man was involved in this? And the answer is you fucking don't. You're going on an irrelevant set of stories that has nothing to do with the question at hand.
I'm trying to tell you how I know. I'm trying to tell you how I know you are not.
Do Muslim people work for the government in America?
Because hang on a second. Because
hang on a second. Napoleon Bonaparte.
You think it's long-winded. One second. You think it because it's long-winded and not related. That's what you think, and you haven't got the patience to listen. That's how I know. Anyway, carry on. Someone wanted to say something.
Again, I'll put this point out. That there are people of multiple faiths who work for the American government. There are people of multiple faiths who operate within the army. There are people of multiple faiths that work within the Pentagon. Yes, America is predominantly a Christian country, but not exclusively so. So to say that no Muslim was involved when you don't have a list of all the people who were involved in the conspiracy and their religion is to me, you're in the position of I don't think, not that I know.
I know. I know
you're lying. I'm sorry now. I pointed out why it's a problem. You don't have a list of everybody, and you're quoting stuff that happened over 100 years ago.
I don't have to accept that, do I? I don't have to accept that.
You don't. I don't accept what you're saying. I don't think it has validity.
Was involved in the coming down of the Twin Towers. Not one Muslim man was involved in that. Not one. Not one Muslim. Not one Muslim man. Not one Muslim man. Because it's a crime in the religion to kill somebody without a good reason, and that would be even, you know, and again, it would be known as a jihad, and the criteria for a jihad would be the religion, of course, it's been put into like dispute, yeah. Okay. Holy
what
war.
Does jihad
war
mean?
That God would bless.
No,
holy
what does jihad mean?
Holy war, it means.
No, it doesn't. It
jihad
means struggle.
Means holy war.
No, it means struggle.
Yeah, holy struggle, holy war, holy struggle.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a jihad. Does not have to be a war. A jihad is a struggle against something that is wrong under Muslim
war.
precepts.
In the case of what I'm talking about, it's a holy war. Okay, now and then killing somebody in the Twin Towers is not a holy war. It's not jihad. It's known as haram.
But we can go to places like the Sudan, which is 90% Islamic country, Muslims. and you've got basically the Sudanese terrorists, effectively, or however you want to describe them, kidnapping and killing children.
We don't know if that's true or not. That's the thing. I don't know if that's true. That could be propaganda being perpetuated to give Islam and the Sudanese and whoever they are a bad name. We don't know at the moment, yeah? Such is the way the media is at the moment. That has to be, for me, I would question that. Just like when I hear in the BBC News that the Russian soldiers are raping women in Ukraine. I don't believe that either. Not that I like the Russians. I just don't believe what the news is telling me. Why would the soldiers just start raping women? Do you know, I mean, you know what? And that's...
Because in war, that seems to be a very common trope.
Yeah, and I think that's a lie. I think that is a lie myself.
Islamic people have done it. Christian people have done it. Pagan people have done it.
Again,
something about killing people seems to make you horny.
Yeah, I just don't. You know, I can't buy that. That when they keep mentioning that, it makes me believe them more and more less. I have less and less faith in their news reporting when they start saying that they're killing babies, bombing hospitals, and then they're raping women. Okay, we don't know. We're not really there, boots on the ground. Yeah. So I cannot.
It's the same way as when the First Crusade took Jerusalem. They killed Muslims, Christians, Jews, and a whole load of other religions because they were in the city. You know, the army went pretty mad. It was a Christian crusade. You know, but they did horrific things. Now, if that was controlled media, then you'd expect that to be suppressed.
This is a story.
You know,
can we verify this? Can we verify it? Can we verify it? We can't, can we? It's a story that's been told. So if you choose to believe
so basically, unless you've seen it, you can't.
That's up to you.
It's got to just be a story. Okay, so you haven't actually seen. You weren't around when the Lusitania was sunk, so that's just a story. You don't know anything about Kennedy, that's just a story. You weren't there when 9/11 fell, that's just a story. So why do you believe these stories, Jim?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because
well, I'm just using your logic against you.
People.
So all you're telling me is stories.
It could be a story, yes. Yes, it could be a story, indeed. Like I said, you have your right to choose what you choose to be true. I did say that.
No, I'm using your logic,
it's a
Jim.
story. You think it's true. No, that's fine. Use that logic.
I'm applying your logic against you.
I accept that.
You do understand that?
I accept that. I accept that.
Yeah, you said that.
I accept that. I accept that. Yes, I accept that. I accept that you use that.
Why do you believe stories, Jim?
I don't believe stories. You think I believe
stories?
You
do. You just said no Muslim man was involved in
correct.
Either the crashing of the planes into 9/11 or the destruction of the Twin Towers in whatever method used. Why do you believe that story?
Yeah.
You weren't there?
Yeah, correct.
All those things could be fabricated?
It's not a story. It's not a story. It's not
how do you know it's not a story?
Oh, because I know. Because no Muslim can call himself a Muslim and perpetuate that crime. As soon as he perpetuates
you don't know
that
every
crime,
Muslim.
Excuse me. As soon as he perpetuates that crime, he is no longer a Muslim. He's in now deficit, creating.
Well, Islam's just a storage.
Okay, so no Muslims, you know, with their Allahu Akbar statements before they crashed the planes and that did that. That's all rubbish. Not only that, this is another fact that none of the so-called hijackers were actually filmed in the duty-free area or getting onto the plane. No video footage exists of that. And the experts said the amount of cameras that are in these airports, it would have been impossible for them to be.
The footage could be there, and maybe that's just a storage.
Well, it's a possibility, but we haven't seen it. So
you know, the Quran is just a story, isn't it?
Hang on a second. You can deduce from that the hijackers were there. That's why it's strange. How did they get the names so quickly?
There is no video footage of the Prophet Muhammad, and we didn't get pictures of him in duty free. And you know, the fact that there are no paintings of him either, that are accepted by the faith, means that he never existed.
It could well be that he never existed. I mean, it's always a possibility. You know, and then
your faith is just a story. Then
choose to take if you choose to take that line of thinking, good luck to you. Fine.
Well, it's your line of thinking.
And my line of thinking.
Yes, I'm purely using your logic, mate.
You're being dishonest
good luck
as
to you.
usual.
I'm saying you should be saying to me, good luck, Jin, if that's the case. If you think that the no Muslims were involved in, good luck to you. That's all you got to say, using my logic. And I'll say thank you for that, thank you, and I'll take it to the back. I know no Muslims were involved in that event. No Muslims at all. And the question is, how did they get the names of these Muslims? And it turns out that they were under surveillance. Now, if they were under surveillance, they should have been arrested immediately and deported out of the country, because they're not earning any money, they're not working, they're acting suspiciously. And if they were like supposed well-known terrorists, they should have been arrested and sent out of the country immediately. That's what you do. You don't have them hijack planes if that's the case. I don't believe that story anyway, but there you go. No Muslims hijacked any planes. I don't believe that either.
Well, everything's just a story unless you've personally experienced it, according to you.
Well, I mean, it depends on what it is, of course. But yes, in the case of this 9/11 thing, no, it's too fantastic, and America has too many of these fantastic stories.
You just don't believe that story, and you prefer your story.
Where they claim one thing, and when information does come out, get leaked out, it's always to the opposite of what we're being told. Okay, that's why America in particular, and the government and the Pentagon, they got MO in lying to the public and sacrificing their soldiers and sailors like for nothing. You know,
I agree. You prefer in your world one story over another. That's cool. I accept that.
Well, it's purely through people who are speaking out, whistleblowers, soldiers themselves, sailors themselves.
Their stories.
Written books. They've written books.
Stories.
Documenting all this stuff. Yeah, it's interesting stories. Sometimes stories can be real, and true. And in the case of Robert B. Stitton and his book known as The Day of Deceit, meaning that day of deceit wasn't the fact that Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. It was the fact that the Roosevelt and his intelligence team deceived Japan was on their way, and they let it happen on purpose. Okay, which is what they did, so that they could get into war with Japan and Germany, thus making their money. That was the whole point. And the Americans themselves, soldiers, they really didn't want to have a war with them. I think it was like 75% of the they didn't want to have a war with Japan or enter the European war. They saw it as a Europe war, nothing to do with the Americans. So they had to create a situation where America could get involved, and Pearl Harbor was the method they used. And they sacrificed 3,000 people, including 68 civilians, in order to achieve that fact.
I believe that story could be true, but it might not be true. But again, I don't know why you give that any more credence than Alice in Wonderland, personally.
Guys.
Well, I mean, Alice in Wonderland is definitely a fictitious creation, isn't it? Sorry, a fictional character. Fictional.
Is there any way
3,000 soldiers, sailors dying. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, is there any way we can get back on topic, back on how the Earth is a globe?
Whoa, you want to get back onto the globe?
Get on the topic of how the Earth is flat.
No, it's a globe.
Nah.
Well, you can do that.
There's an overwhelming body of evidence that points to the Earth being a globe.
What do you think that body of evidence is?
A body of evidence? What a body of evidence is?
No. What do you think that body of evidence is? Can you give us some good examples of where
sure.
credible points?
Sure. Okay, so one very good one that I was speaking to earlier was a reciprocal zenith angles. You've got gyroscopic precession. You've got a Coriolis effect. I mean, we can go on for days. Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever done a reciprocal zenith angle yourself?
Personally, no, but I trust that others have. Specifically, Jesse Kozlowski. I've seen his readings. I've seen what he's gathered
faith in
on
his work.
I have a lot of faith in his work. I have no reason to doubt him and his measurements. But apart from that, there are other examples of globe Earth evidence. Bottom up obstruction for one. Sunsets. I could go on for days.
Oh.
Yeah. What do you have any evidence to the contrary?
Doesn't sound like there's a lot of defense. I mean, I could say, well, it looks flat.
You could say that, but I mean, do you have any evidence for that?
Well, doesn't it look flat to you when you look out across a seascape?
It may do, but I mean, is it flat?
I mean, I think we should adopt. I think we should adopt the Demok argument, which is, can you create me a mud ball and stick water and atmosphere around it in a lab?
I suppose you could go there, but I mean, there are more practical examples. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I mean,
give me a ball of dirt. Stick some water to it.
Yeah, I'm just going for the classic. Some of the classic arguments I've heard to support the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, I don't think there are any arguments to support the flat Earth personally. Would you agree or disagree?
I think you can always have an argument to support a proposition. It doesn't mean you're right.
I suppose, but I mean, when there's overwhelming evidence of a paradigm, you can support your proposition, but I mean, how far are you going to get with that?
And I think that is a very good point. It is where you have an issue when you have an overwhelming body of evidence versus an anecdotal statement. I would find that a very difficult proposition to argue against, even taking the devil's advocate position that I am at the moment.
Indeed. So, would anyone like to, prove their flat Earth? I mean, is that asking for too much? Finn? Yeah, crickets. Crit, are you there, sir?
Yeah, we went over this morning, and you said, "Yep, it looks flat." Or if it's not flat, if for some reason all of refraction, all these optical effects are just making curved surfaces appear flat, I'm okay with that.
So you're okay with that?
Railgun proves flat Earth. Railgun proves flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, if Black Swan's not a good argument because of refraction, that it could still be curved but looks flat, I mean, that's good enough for me. I'll just be like, sure, there's a magical force just bending and warping space and time that makes completely curved surfaces flat.
Look flat.
Right, so now we are. So now we're espousing that there are atmospheric effects. Is that correct?
No, I'm okay. Yeah,
Sorry,
basically.
we've never said it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go on in, correct.
Okay. No, what I'm basically saying is, if so, Black Swan. We both agreed that Black Swan was true. That the statement there was fine as long as you're talking about a sphere or a globe, but not the Earth, because the Earth has atmosphere. So then when you add the atmosphere in there, it makes a sphere look flat. I'm good with that, dude.
Well, I didn't specifically agree to that. I said when you add the atmosphere, then the horizon isn't where it's where you think it should be.
Yeah, way further. So either it's making the Earth so big that you don't see the curve, or I said the next thing we could do is like, hey, how about this professor, now the Professor Dave? He said that you don't see the curvature from the ground level. It's just too big. It's way too big. And his biggest knock for David Weiss was that he didn't understand just how big the Earth is. That if you really got an understanding of how big the Earth is, he wouldn't say things like you would see the curve. Like the Earth looks flat from ground level.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm good with that too.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with what.
So my lived experience from the day I was born to the day I will die will be on a flat and stationary environment. If it's something other than that, okay, that's a luxury that people have that I don't, because I'm not going to rocket myself up in the spaceship and go to Mars. And I would say if someone else is going to do that, then they're probably less concerned about globe and flat Earth debate than I am.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I'm not concerned with what Professor Dave or allegedly Professor Dave has to say. My premise is that within the modus tollens argument, that refraction is not included, so that renders that whole argument just completely useless. Because, like I said,
no, not really. You can't say that because
it does though, because
you've got your geometric horizon is only 1.22 miles from an observer height of 12 inches, and you're seeing well beyond 1.22 miles, right? You can see the two oil rigs, and you can see the horizon behind that. So, there's no geometric horizon. So, and if you want to talk about refraction, I say to you, I take my weapon, I blow that fucking two oil rigs out of the water, and I shouldn't be able to do that. There should be curvature there. So,
whether or not you blow the oil rigs out of the water, that has nothing to do with what you're seeing.
It has a lot to do with your geometric horizon being very short, because I shouldn't be able to do that. The Earth's curvature should at least be blocking a certain amount of that, those oil rigs, right? Maybe I should only see the top, if anything, but we can see the whole thing. And I know that if I fix my rifle from that beach and fix it, lock it into position, and set it up, it doesn't matter if it's raining, foggy, snow, sunny, whatever it's doing, I will hit those oil rigs every single time, regardless of what's being refracted or not.
Right. But if the argument is, if the radius of the Earth is 3959, then every horizon should be no further than 1.22. Yeah, blah blah blah. Times of observer's height in feet. Blah blah. Okay, but that doesn't take into account the bending of light.
Okay,
which
let's go
is what we see on a daily basis. We see light.
Yeah. Okay, let's go step by step. Globus, like slow down.
Meeting your eye. Yes.
Let's see where we disagree. Okay, instead of talking about just saying that you disagree, let's find the exact point of disagreement and then hash that out. So the first line, right? If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, do you disagree with that?
No.
So if it is, right? So if you account for that, if you're saying this is what you got, you've got a sphere, you've got a globe, and we'll call it the Earth. Capital E Earth, proper name, and it has a radius of 3959. Okay, so what should happen with that? What should be? That would be the P statement, right? If P, then Q. Okay, so what should happen after that? What should you see from the ground level?
But yeah, that's not the whole argument, though. You can't. That's if the Earth is a sphere of 39, it doesn't end there.
No, I'm saying, but if it is, right? What would you see?
Yeah.
You'd see refraction, right?
I think.
You say,
yeah. The thing is, you're coming up with a particular distance, and that distance does not take into account refraction. So that's
Okay.
that's where
Yeah,
that's
so you're-
where my contention
That's
lies.
your radius.
okay, so you've got if P, then Q. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 P, then Q, due to refraction, every horizon distance will change or appear differently depending on atmospheric effects. There's no way to determine where the horizon is because it would be an optical effect, not a physical effect. Does that sound like you could agree?
Well, sort of, but
Okay.
yeah.
And I would go, that's good. I'm okay with that because I see that as maybe the best at that case is that the atmosphere has tricked all of humanity into even not Professor Dave into thinking that the Earth just appears to be flat, even though it's actually curved.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we actually see flat, even though it's curved, is what Crit is saying to you. He's saying that even though it might be curved, we're only observing it as flat all the time. Wherever
Well, I
we
mean,
go.
would that be proof? Do you think that it appears? If it appears flat, would it be okay to describe it as flat, like in science?
Due to your refraction. Due to your refraction.
You can describe it any way you like, but the fact of the matter is that it's curved.
Okay, yeah, but it could be. It's so curved it looks flat.
Yeah, because we don't see the curvature at all. We only see flat.
Well, no. On this particular day with these atmospheric conditions, it appears as though the horizon is further than it should be, but that's purely because of the atmospheric conditions,
But
which
it looks
is
flat,
which is
doesn't
not
it? It looks flat.
Yeah,
It looks flat, though, that's right.
No, not really. It just looks like
Well, it does. Yes, it does. It doesn't look curved. It doesn't.
So it could be curved because
it could be curved,
Yeah.
but it could. It appears. It could appear as though
it doesn't
could appear.
look curved though in the image, does it?
No, Jin, I gotta
It
disagree with you
doesn't
here.
look curved.
No, this could be curved. It would just have to be a much larger radius than 3959.
That's right. That's what I was
Oh,
trying
that's
to say.
right.
Yeah.
Now you've changed. Now you've moved the goalpost. I'm just
Yeah.
looking at what we.
It could still be a sphere. This picture could be on a sphere with a radius way further than 3959.
Yeah, right. Okay, but it looks flat though there. It doesn't look curved at all, does it? There's nothing curving in that image. Is there curve in that image? Can you see any curvature in that image? No, it looks flat, does it not?
Glory will tell you it's curving upwards. That's why it looks concaver.
Yeah, Glory. We
But there's
shouldn't
nothing
mention
there.
that.
I don't see the concave at all. All I see is a flat
Look.
level plane there. Even though you claim it's curving, we don't see it in that image. You're saying it's refraction. Okay, it's refraction, but it's level. Wherever I've gone, I'm seeing a lot of refraction then because I don't see the curve. I've never seen the curve. So it's refracting all the time. Complete 100% refraction every day of the week.
So, with this particular image, do we see that every day?
I would say no. No, it changes.
That is visible all day long, every day.
Right, and that's because, and why is that? It's because refraction atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, that's the cause. That would be my cause. I would say, I would look at that photo. The cause is atmospheric conditions. The effect is a apparent horizon, not physical horizon.
Right,
Optics. A cause of optics, an effect of optics. Not a cause of physical with a effect of physical.
Okay, cool. So this picture, you can't determine anything from this picture or this video because, as mentioned,
other than what it looks like optically.
Yeah,
it optically looks flat.
Okay, cool. So you can't determine whether it's flat or curved from this picture.
Well, you determine what optically.
It's flat because it looks flat.
Yeah.
I mean, it could also be curved.
Yeah,
it could be. It's not looking curved at all.
Well, thank
but
you.
It's not looking curved. It's not looking curved. It's looking flat.
What would looking curved look
flat.
like?
It's not. There's no curvature there. I don't see any curvature. I don't see the curvature there.
But what would looking curved look like then, June?
Well, it wouldn't be looking like it wouldn't be looking like what we're looking at here. It wouldn't
Okay,
look
but
like,
what would it look
it would
like
look
then?
like what you look on a beach ball or on a table tennis ball or on a football. And an oblate or spheroid, it could be like
Which
a rugby
is?
ball. Curved surfaces, curvature. We don't see that. You see? Everything we see is flat.
So it's just hard to know what you mean by that. But I mean, are you taking?
Oh, it's
like...
easy. It's easy. It's you know what a curved surface looks like. You know what a curved surface looks like. Just imagine it on a larger scale. You know what a football looks like. You know what a beach ball looks like when you go to the beach and you're playing beach ball with your kids or with friends. Right. You can see. You can recognize the curved surface from any distance. You can see it. So imagine that on a larger scale.
Yeah, but if I imagine myself being shrunk down to size, down to say if you're talking about a football,
yeah,
and I
you
shrink
can see a
myself down to
straight
the
line.
size.
You can see a curved line.
If I shrink myself down to the size of some, if I shrink myself down to something,
the size of this or human size on this ball, when you look out to the horizon, it looks dead straight. Okay, all right, dead level. But then you can look down. You can look. Hang on a second. Let me just finish. Then you can look beyond that, and you see an island, and you see the mountains, different elevations and curves and peaks. So you can discern what's not straight from what is straight. So you will be able to recognize curvature when you see it. No doubt about it. At the moment, all we see is a leveled plane. If you're saying it's refraction and it's curving, but we don't see it, fine. I know it's level. I don't see any curvature at all. Never measured it, never seen it. It's not there.
So from a starting point, would you agree to that? Because if not, I would say our understanding, you and I, is radically different. Because I would say this looks flat, and you're telling me no. It looks curved, but it's flat. But it's not, because optics. So I would say, unless we were able to start off from a point of agreement, that's a complete deviation to any sort of logic and reason. At that point, I would say just no thank you. And that's kind of why I would say the globe side needs to have the stormtroopers. Because they're going to force people to see four lights.
Right. So are we agreeing that we can discern whether or not the Earth is curved or flat from this picture?
I would say right from the very beginning, it appears flat.
But can we definitively say that it's curved or flat from this observation?
I can only say it's flat. I can't say it's curved because I don't see any curvature there.
But the starting point would be curved. But the starting point's flat.
All right, but you can't. Well, the thing is that the picture here is what's in contention, or the still image from the video. Yeah. So if we can't discern whether or not, we can't use this as evidence for either.
No, I would say the starting point.
I'm using it as flat. I'm saying it's flat. It's a flat Earth. I've only seen flat everywhere else.
I would say it could be curved, but it would be. Yeah, it could.
You need to. I can't say that. I can't say that. I won't be saying that because I don't see that anywhere. So
well, I think you guys are going to have to agree.
I haven't seen curved anywhere.
Each other or disagree.
No, it's okay because we can agree to disagree, but both live in peace with each other, knowing that we have different takes on it. Can you do that too?
Okay,
there's no problem.
Yeah, no curvature anywhere. Yeah, there is no curvature anywhere to be found.
Because there's globalists out there who'd be like, if a person doesn't, the royal you, if a person does not understand refraction, to understand this is a picture or an image of curved Earth, that they should face consequences, like severe re-education camps, gas chambers, take their children away from them.
Well, that's a bit extreme.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to.
Can you name someone that says that? That is representative of a reasonable human being?
Yeah, you can listen to the Professor Dave debate.
Yeah, Professor Dave said that.
Yeah, he said if you disagree with what he's saying, you are insulting all of humanity.
But did he say that you deserve to be put into a gas chamber?
I just told you what he said. What did he say?
You're disrespecting humanity, but you made the claim that some globalists say that, if you are denying the globe and promoting a flat earth, you deserve to be put into a concentration camp or a gas chamber or have your kids taken away from you. I've heard some idiots say the last one, but not the first two, and I would call them idiots to their face, by the way.
Yeah, that was Gem Panda's big shtick, the children of flat earth, like save humanity by saving the children.
So again, I mean, I'm interested in the sort of the gas chamber. That's the extreme end. And I don't like extremists. I think we all kind of, agree that people with extreme actions against someone's opinion are bad actors generally in society, and those are the ones I want to identify. Conspiracy. Yeah, I'll stand side by side with you on that one, mate.
I've heard Brenda say that, flat earthers should die and burn in a fire.
Well, I don't agree with that as a globe earther.
I've heard plenty of flat earthers say Glober should be hanged. PJ once said that we should be hanged, and Arwin has, well, I'm not sure if Arwin was talking about Globers actually when he had his kill them all rant. I'm not actually, by the way, just so I'm not shit talking people. Some statements need to be taken in context. So, for example, PJ, when he said that Glober should be hanged, yeah, it's an extreme statement that I would never make about anyone. At the same time, Pete is kind of, he has problems, let's say, and those may not make it excusable, but that needs to be taken into account.
Every group has its shitheads. That's one of my favorite sayings.
Yeah, look. So in conclusion, guys, I don't want to repeat my earlier premise, but we can't use. I don't want to hear you guys using that black swan picture ever again, then, as proof of anything, because we both agreed that it's inconclusive, and that it doesn't really prove anything either way, right?
As a starting point. Even, how about this, right? Can you at least agree that the argument in Black Swan is about the horizon?
Agreed, yeah.
Okay, so that would be a good starting point too. So if there's an argument about the horizon and someone says it's not about the horizon, it's about something else, I would be like, wow, that's cringe, dude.
I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy that's going to say, "Oh, look at the cranes." I'm the guy that's going to say, "Has refraction been taken into account when observing the horizon?"
Other than what it appears to look like.
I mean, but that's the very point.
So if you with a fraction taken into account, it makes curved surfaces appear flat.
Well, not like you said. Does it make it appear flat, or does it make it appear as though perhaps it is globular, but it's bigger?
Yeah, it could be bigger too. So big.
So then you can't say it makes it look flat.
Yeah, because it's so big it looks flat too. That would be the professor, not Professor Dave claim.
But I mean, is there such thing as looking flat when you're saying that something can still be curved, and like it may look like to you it may look like it's flat, blah blah blah, but you're still conceding that it can be bigger and curved. So by you saying that something looks flat, you're also saying it could possibly look curved.
Yeah, where they did that like on a basketball, where they did like a really low angle camera shot across the basketball, it made the basketball appear flat.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So is there such thing as this looks curved or this looks flat when you know a particular object is absolutely spherical, but it looks flat at a certain height at a certain scale, it looks like what you think flat should look like.
Yeah, I would say I don't know that. If it looks flat, I'm starting with flat.
The moon is a perfect example of this conundrum. The moon, you know, sometimes it looks a little bit spherical, and then there are other times it looks dead flat, like on a full moon when it's fully lit up from left to right, top to bottom, uniformly lit up. It looks flat. It doesn't look spherical at all. The moon, but yeah, that's at night.
It looks flat.
Yes, the moon. Yeah. The moon at night, when there's a full moon, it doesn't look spherical. There's
I don't know.
I've never
about
seen
that.
it spherical.
I can't agree with that because I've zoomed into the moon personally, and if anything, it looks like it may be curved.
No, not the only time I've seen the only time I have doubt as to whether it is curved or not is when it's like 6:30 in the morning, blue sky, and you can just make out the moon, and it looks curved there by the way the light's hitting it, the daylight's hitting it. That's the only time.
The moon always looks curved. Come on.
Yeah,
Jim.
exactly.
The moon looks like a sphere to everybody. Everybody that's ever lived on Earth will point to the moon and tell you it's a ball. No one points to the moon and says it's a disc, you know?
No, I'm saying it looks flat when it's a full moon looking at it straight.
Yeah, I'm not saying whether or not it looks like a disc or not. I'm not going there. But what I'm saying is that, and I agree with Nate. It always looks like there's a curved surface there somewhere. I mean, you can't deny that.
I don't see it. I've only seen them when I see the moon. I only see the moon when I'm talking about the full moon. This is
but I mean, there's no problem in saying that the moon looks like a sphere because it being a sphere doesn't say anything about that.
Well, here's Astronomy Live exchange. The moon is very far away, and with our eyes, it doesn't change much in its appearance. It's too small to see the shadows or other clues that could interpret a 3D structure. So it just appears flat.
You can clearly see with your own eyes when looking at the moon. You can see that it is texture. You can see the shadows on it with your eyes, with your phone. It's not that difficult to see that the moon doesn't have a flat surface.
Yeah, and you can see
the
craters.
I'm saying when I see the full moon, when it's lit up, when it's lit up.
That's right.
Not when it's in its stages. When it's in its stages at night, yes, there's a little bit of curvature to it at night time when it's through its globular stage but when it's a complete full moon where you can see the craters, everything uniformly lit, left to right, top to bottom, there's no curvature there.
All right, look at right here. This is the astronomy. The experts will tell you the moon does appear small, flat.
Look,
said that.
Right, I put the posted link.
When you look at it as a full moon, you can quite clearly discern that it's curved, even by looking at the craters and the angles of said craters. They don't look flat. They don't look 2D. They don't look like when you look at a crater on the moon, it doesn't look just like a circle. It looks like you could say it looks like an oval. It's on an angle. It's not, if it were to be a 2D object and you were looking at a crater, what you would see would just be a circle. You wouldn't see an angle to the circle, if you know what I mean.
The Professor Dave, or not Professor Dave and Bill Weiss, he talked about this too, that Professor Dave agreed, it looks flat. But when it moves through the sky, that's how you get a clue as to not flat. Because it would have to change it would change to an oval shape if it was flat. But it doesn't change to oval shape.
But why are you talking about Professor Dave again?
Yeah, because this is like one of your guys' top people.
No, it's
like
not. I don't care about him.
Well, I'm not okay. Maybe not your guys. Okay, if you if you don't like him, not Professor Dave.
Who is?
He's that dude who does a lot of the flat Earth debunking videos.
Oh.
I mean, he's really pissed about flat Earth. This guy basically is like, man, he thinks flat Earth, just taking the position that humanity used to hold, if you just go back a couple hundred years, that somehow that's an insult to everything. So, but he also will agree with you or agree that the moon does look flat if taking one image of it.
So I'm just
If
gonna.
you take a whole time frame,
Go ahead,
then
Lauren.
it starts to get a different picture.
Meanwhile, we have other experts like NB saying that the moon doesn't look flat, and it obviously looks, when you look at it, it looks like there's a 3D structure.
Yeah, and look at the picture I just posted in the chat, and if you could sort of zero in on the crater, sort of, it's kind of towards the top in the middle. It's like a dark crater. I don't know if you can.
In the middle, I see it.
In the middle, towards the top of the moon, towards the very top.
It's like a black dot.
Yeah, it's like a black dot.
at the top.
Yeah. So, looking at that, how could you not say that is, it's on an angle. It's quite clearly a crater that's on an angle. That's what you would expect to see if the moon was spherical and it had a crater. Like if you were to look at it in this particular angle, that's what it would look like.
Yeah, look at that. One I think is cute is that Tycho, right? The one in the south, the lower part.
That's actually good one. The one that you posted, you can see like there's also in the lower part there's this crater that has these lines coming from it, and those lines actually curve like they would on a ball instead of like they don't go straight.
Yeah. Why do they curve? If that's a flat surface, why is it that they're quite clearly curving?
Yeah. So here I'll quote.
I mean, the thing is,
if someone made the claim, if someone made the claim that the moon is flat,
every crater you look at on the moon, they all look like they would look like on a spherical surface.
Yeah, so this is what it appears flat. Okay. So source astronomy.
But it's someone making the claim though that the moon is flat.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, I'm not making a claim that the moon is flat. I'm not making that.
Of course, it's flat.
I'm just saying I'm just saying sometimes it looks flat, and then at other times that it looks curved. And you were asking, is there a time when the moon, when something looks curved that it's flat, or it's flat it looks curved? You're asking, and I said I offered up the moon.
But then you guys say that the black swan it looks flat, therefore it is flat, right?
Yep.
As a starting point.
Yeah, but
so can we say for the moon that the starting point for the moon is that it looks flat, therefore maybe it is?
You can.
I can't say that. I can't say that. That's why I said.
In fact, we should agree that that's the base axiom. Like we've been going on, I think Percentage wants to install the Earth is, or it looks flat. No, I actually maybe it's New Perspective or some other dude. That's not Percentage, but like it looks flat as is a base axiom for the globe Earth. Well, sure, we can then install that same for the moon. It looks flat. That should be the base axiom that we all accept.
I wouldn't go with that because it doesn't look flat all the time.
So two negative feedbacks. You got two no thank yous on the table.
Hold on, Grit.
Yeah, two no thank yous on the table. Both me and Jen say no thank you.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, I had a question. Hey, are you guys watching the SpaceX launch?
No.
Right now,
it's all fake. Why would I watch that?
Nope. Yeah, right now NASA is launching a rocket to the space station.
NASA?
They kicked the lunar wet rehearsal.
All that tax money we be paying.
Was it SpaceX or NASA?
They're the
It's
same thing.
SpaceX.
Yeah, no, I'm not watching it.
It's basically NASA, right?
Yeah,
Well,
just like the Postal Service is the United States Congress. That way it's the same.
Yeah, last I heard they kicked it all the way till Monday.
They're actually
delayed
launching it right now. So I guess they're in.
What's the reason for the launch? What's the reason
it
for
looked
the launch
official
this
as
time?
fuck, man. Like they're really doing it.
What is the? What is the reason for the launch this time?
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, it's 4 private astronauts set to launch on Friday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it went.
four of them.
Okay,
What
the Axiom or AX-1 mission.
Look, man.
Yeah, actually.
Hey, all they gotta do is send Nathan Oakley, fucking strap his
no,
ass to
that's
that
not
rocket
true.
and fucking launch him up there.
You know that
Or
I
no,
asked
you know
them
what?
Nathan
QE,
directly.
dude.
You know that
QE,
I
if they would
asked that
send
question.
QE.
I asked that question straight from Nathan. Like, what would you do if you actually were sent into space? And he said
wouldn't
that he
believe that
would
he's
not
flying
believe.
up there.
Yeah, he said that it would be like special effects and shit because you can't have gas pressure without a container. That was his answer.
There you go.
Yeah, so even though they fucking launch him up there, he's gonna say, "Oh, well, I didn't actually go into space."
Yep, that's true.
He'll
Yep.
deny it to the end.
It's zero-G planes and shit. Yep.
Yeah, but it's still well within the container limit anyway. We're talking about thousands of miles. The ISS is just a couple hundred.
See,
Yeah,
they're not even happy with
let me
going
tell you
to
something, yeah?
ISS. It's
I don't just want to
ridiculous.
go to space.
Pressure everywhere, so there's no
I want
need
to do
for
a
container.
spacewalk. I want to be doing a spacewalk as well, by the way. So it's not just go to space. I want to leave the spacecraft and then float around and look at the Earth from space. So I don't want to be inside that thing. I want to be out of it, floating around.
You know what
out
they're
of
gonna
the
do to
space.
you, really, dude? They're gonna let you spacewalk, but then they're gonna like
That's what I'd want
let
to be
you
doing.
release
That's what I'd
into
want to be
the
doing,
like
mate.
emptiness of space. You know, like
want
have
to
you
do
seen
that.
when in Gravity when that dude floats away? They're gonna do the same thing to you, dude.
That's what I want to be. I want to be out there.
They will. They'll
And
leave you
I'll
all
be the
alone out
first
there,
human.
dude.
I'll be the first human that's died out there in space. They won't allow that. You know, they won't allow
I
that.
just saw the most brilliant image of an astronaut killing himself. I just saw this funny video of penguins on YouTube where one penguin gets fed up with the colony and he just starts heading straight towards the mountains and the humans around are like, yeah, it doesn't do much like to stop him or anything. If you try, he's just gonna go over, like for some reason he got pissed off at life and he just decided that, okay, I'm gonna quit the colony and I'm gonna fucking go to the mountains and I'm gonna die. And I just, when you guys were talking about astronauts, like or just floating into emptiness, I could just imagine a tired of his life astronaut like deciding, okay, fuck this, I'm quitting. I'm just heading into the emptiness and I'm just gonna die.
It's a shuttle full of Globers, Jin having a debate and then saying, fuck this, and just leaving. I'm off. Just wandering into space.
So, apparently, according to WhatsApp, what I posted is not a photo.
Right. I'm glad he said that. There's something's not right there with this shot as such, but there you go.
What's not right with it?
Something's not right with it.
So something.
No, I've seen this, dude. Actually, not from this angle,
it makes
but
the moon
dude.
look too much of a sphere, so it has to be filled.
No,
Yeah.
you know what, dude? Hey, so you guys haven't seen the moon through a telescope. It's awesome, dude. Like a gigantic 12-inch telescope that you have to get on a ladder.
Oh, not one of those. No, not one of those. No.
It looks very much like what I posted. I mean,
Yeah, it does.
Nah, I've got
Except
better
when I
pictures.
seen it, it was like brighter. This is like a lot dimmer.
yeah.
But the one that I
That's
seen,
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
it was more
brightness.
vivid.
Forensics
Oh, and
on
here's
JPEG.
another thing. It was moving
Yeah,
because we'd have to adjust the telescope.
Oh my God. Why is he doing forensics on a picture that he got from Discord?
Yeah, and
Well, you have to, don't you? You have to, because it's all data.
No, but it's
isn't it?
not
It's
the
all
original
information.
picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I know it's not, but this is the
Posted
one.
on Discord.
This is the one with the. Can you see the what's it called it on there? The ISS.
Guys.
Can you see that?
Yeah. But we're talking about my picture, and even if you contest that picture as being real or not real, nobody can contest that the craters look the way that they look when you're looking at the real thing. That's what they look like. Even if I give you that my picture isn't the real thing, the craters look the way that they look in my picture. Even if mine's a cartoon, right?
It's still the moon. The picture is from a moon.
It is the moon. Yeah, and this is what the craters look like. And that was my premise all along.
Yep.
That they So WhatsApp
But WhatsApp caught you.
Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I'm done for. But I invite him to look at the moon for himself and not to scrutinize my pictures, but have a look.
Welcome to Flat Moon.
Yeah, so why does the moon appear flat? There's no way around it. Here's another citation.
It doesn't appear
when
flat.
I look at the moon, when I look, this guy, this astrophysics talking here, or astronomer. When I look at a full moon at night, it's like mostly a flat disk, but a bit convex in the middle. Yikes! The phases of the moon look like a full moon seen through a cutout. Yikes!
How does the moon actually look into your eye?
He goes on to say that we perceive objects 3D because we have two eyes. As we see objects from different viewpoints, our brain can put images in to make it appear like a 3D image. Which is why a telescope is a problem, because a telescope turns two images into one. So was this taken? How was this photo taken with? Was it taken?
I don't think that's how telescopes work, though.
Dude,
they don't turn two images into one.
Dude, I've taken a picture with my phone, and it looks very similar to what I posted.
Flat.
Not flat. No, it's
okay. How about this? I'll change my point of view to your point of view if you get these astronomy people to adopt your point of view.
Don't worry about the astronomers. Worry about what you see.
No,
this is
I'm saying I see the same thing they do, and they're supposedly the experts in this stuff.
You see a flat moon, dude. I quite clearly see what looks like is it looks like it isn't flat.
Criticizing the camp flat moon.
The texture and the craters on said moon, whether they're craters or not, whatever. You know. And not only that, like I think Laurie mentioned earlier, those lines emanating from those craters, they're curved. They're not straight.
If you add Laurie in there, oh hell yeah, chugga chugga. Laurie also pretends to be a woman to get on ladies' night to present evidence about me worshiping demons.
You're again muted for that bullshit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if you're adding in Laurie's observations, chugga chugga choo choo.
No, man.
I'll drive that. Hey, I'll take that bus to Flavortown.
Crit. It's not just Laurie's observation. I'm merely stating what he stated, which I agree with. It's also my observation, and it should be yours as well, because I mean, you can't deny that those lines look curved.
Well, how about this? Do you want to see how many other observations you agree with?
Why are we actually talking to Crit like he's pretending to be a woman all the time?
But it's guys, let's not get personal. Crit, come on, dude. Who cares about what he pretends? Who cares about other servers? Sorry. What should matter is
this server, right? What if you said that somebody said that their only purpose for being here is to try to trigger and troll people? Would you agree with that?
Look, I don't care about that.
Oh, you should.
What I care about is what I'm presenting, and whether Laurie is a troll or not. What he said is
he's not a troll. He's just dumb.
Whatever you think of him.
So I'm saying if you want to take a dumb position to side with somebody like that,
it's not a dumb position though.
It is, because the experts already said that it's different. They disagree with you.
Look, we're not talking about the experts. We're talking about the observation. All right, cool. If you want to talk about them, fine. But we're talking about what we see in the picture that I presented.
Not me and not the experts. Only you.
So
only you and a troll. There's only two people. You and a troll. He's not a troll. He's just dumb. So you and someone very dumb are the only two people talking about
by the way, your
moon.
name calling, that's against the server rules. So you have to decide whether you want to stay on the server and follow the rules or get kicked off the server.
Okay, so me and the troll, although I'm sure you can agree, I'm sure you're on the sky, you can see that these lines emanating from this from the craters are curving.
I said no.
You don't see them curving.
No, see them flat.
You can't be serious.
Yeah,
What's
and
the claim?
And you could also highlight what the experts say.
We've got someone that's honest in here, Bacon. So I posted a picture of the moon, Bacon.
Oh,
Can
those white lines, if they are curved or not?
Yeah, they're quite clearly curving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crit, come on, dude. They're curving, bro.
You're talking about this is from that Tycho crater again? The lines curving from there?
From whatever you want to call the crater down the bottom there, bottom left.
Yeah, I have no idea what those lines are doing. They look flat.
Dude.
Yeah, you could put a straight edge right across it.
Them. Let's highlight them. 1 sec.
Yeah, just draw a straight line right across it. Straight, flat. As I'm saying, all you really have to do here is just present a paper and get the experts to change their answer that the moon appears not to be flat. And then once you've got that, then you've got some intellectual firepower other than just someone who's dumb in the Discord server.
Sorry, Crit, again, your name calling, that won't be allowed on this server.
So what I'm going to do here quickly, I'm highlighting a particular crater.
Yeah, right here. I highlighted too. So it looks like small, flat shape. If you're making a shape, I won't even say that the moon is an object. I would call it a light source. I won't even go with it being physical. I would say it's not even a physical thing. So you can't have a light source that's also three-dimensional. That'd be a hologram, if you will.
But you see...
Hold on. So are these experts that you rely on, are they saying that the moon is a hologram? Or is it just someone dumb on Discord saying that it's a hologram?
So it says right here, and then astronomy, it looks like a small, flat shape. They went one further more than I did. I didn't say shape at all. They're going with a shape. I'm not even going with a shape.
Hold on, Grit.
They're
So
the
I'm
ones.
asking.
I'm not even talking to you, Lori. You've got your baseline. I can repeat it if you need it. You set the baseline when you pretended to be a woman to say that you were going to present evidence of me being a devil worshiper. You then went on to Gem Panda server to try to set up a debate. They muted your mic and gave you autistic retard role. And since then, the year and a half almost since then, has been one epic spiraling after another. There's not going to be solved any of that until you agree to the baseline. You do you.
Nice, I got you to spiral, so I can... Hold on, Chris.
Then you know
so
what?
You're
It's
still
the same
spiraling?
answer.
Cool.
It's the same answer.
You're back on mute then.
So, Crit. I'm going to have to share my screen here, I think.
Yeah, it seems that no one else is saying that. The experts are not saying that it's a hologram then. It's just a random stupid person on Discord saying that.
Crit, are you looking at my screen?
Yeah.
Alright, so you see that crater there?
Yeah.
And you see this one here?
But I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to claim that to be a crater.
Okay, whether it's a crater or not.
How do you know it's a crater? What did you do?
Okay. I'll give you that. I don't know for sure it's a crater or not. Okay,
it's a dark spot, right?
Okay, that dark spot there. You see the angle that it is?
Yeah, like an oval shape.
And then you see this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this one. And then
Okay.
this one, and blah blah blah, and you can get, and then these ones down the bottom here. You can't seriously tell me that doesn't look like it's that they're impressions on a spherical shape. Let's zoom in here.
No, that's flat.
That's flat. Look at them.
Yeah.
And then as you go up, look at them. They all change. And then when you're hitting it, like say, on a 90-degree angle, they look circular. And then as you go up, they change angle again. You see that?
And we get accused of going to distance.
Yeah, if you want to be that, if you want this moon to be a shape and to be a sphere, you're gonna have to do it without me because it's not a claim I'm going to make.
You just said it's flat.
Yeah, that's the same thing your experts tell you.
No,
looking at the texture crit. Looking at
yeah,
the texture
why are
crit.
you in disagreeing with all of science?
What the hell? Where did you getting that all scientists in the moon
right
flat?
here. Yeah, it tells you why it looks flat.
No. We're talking about the craters, right?
Yeah,
So,
talking about the moon. How do you even know it's a crater?
Like I
so
said,
the things that we're referring to, the things that look like a crater.
Yeah.
Okay,
regardless of what they are.
So what are they then?
No, we're not talking about what they are. We're talking about what they look like.
Okay, when you figure out exactly what it is, bring the proof.
But I'm not talking about what it is. The whole point is
then.
the
I
whole
know
point.
it's not.
The whole point is that it looks like there are craters around the spherical moon.
No, not to me.
Huh?
Not to me.
Does it look like that to anyone else?
That's the weirdness of this, that someone can actually deny that it looks like that.
Imagine that was a
and that's what I'm saying. You don't even need me to get that weird. You can use the experts here at Astronomy Exchange. A direct quote posted it.
What's the quote?
It's too small for us to see shadows or any other clues that we could interpret as 3D structures. So it looks like a
human eye, right?
It looks like a small, flat shape. So you don't need a spiral against a flat earther.
Wait.
It's the same
when
thing. I agree with the same statement other than the last
I'm asking
word.
you a question.
Hey.
I'm asking you a question to clarify.
Okay, all questions you have for me.
He won't allow the question.
All questions you have
he
for
will
me.
now proceed to spiral.
Okay, here,
like
I gave you my answer.
Spirals and get to
that's what I'm saying. I gave you my answer. You've got your own answer also now. So use your answer.
I'm trying to clarify your answer.
Okay,
use.
Okay, I'm giving you the answer. You have your answer, or you've got your own answer. You don't need anything else from me anymore.
Hold on, Crit, you're being quite rude.
Really
you're interrupting people.
I gave you my answer.
And you should probably be moderated. Sadly, there's no one to moderate.
But see, what happened was...
Oh, go ahead,
Well, what happened was Bacon says, see, this is what cognitive dissonance looks like. He projected that onto you. He made that up. So if he wants an answer
that was
from
like
you,
5 minutes ago, and I didn't say...
He could just make up the answer.
I didn't even say that the way you did. I just said that we got accused of being cognitive dissonant, of cognitive dissonance.
No, the whole conversation started.
And that was like 5 minutes ago. It was not even about what he's spiraling about now.
It was the whole thing's trying to find an area of agreement. If there's no area of agreement, that's the point.
I'm just trying to see if
me or you. The point is, if I look at the moon,
I'm trying not to make the point about me and you. I'm trying to make the point about what you're saying.
That's what the conversation's about.
No.
Do you agree, yes or no, that the moon appears to be... Okay, does the moon appear to be a small, flat something?
Well, to the human eye, yeah, maybe. You can get that.
That would be the point of agreement. Okay,
yeah,
that's what the whole...
That's not... Yeah, okay, so we agree on that.
Can we
move on?
No, because you
were listening
from the very beginning. That was the whole point of the conversation.
That's not what No. That wasn't the whole point. Because the whole point wasn't... The whole point was not about what you can see with the human eye. The whole point was about that... I wasn't finished. The whole point was about that picture. That picture wasn't... It's not the way we see with the human eye. It has a lot more details than you can see with your own eye. So that doesn't apply to the quote you're giving.
Okay, but the whole conversation started...
I'm trying to clarify your answer.
Okay, so you have your own answer. No, it's the
So it's a
same
different
answer.
point.
No, it's the
No,
same answer. Yes, it is. Globus and I were talking about starting from a baseline of agreement or understanding to then advance out to the first point of disagreement.
Can you recognize a person?
Your first point of disagreement was me. And I'm okay with that.
Can a human recognize? Can a human recognize a person from 4 miles away?
Axiom 1 just launched.
Yeah, they were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Can someone recognize another person from 4 miles away?
Yeah, you can use whatever answer you need for that, because I'm not even talking about that.
The answer that we're using is no.
If you want to explicitly run away from the discussion, feel free. Just don't pretend you're not doing that.
No, this is what I'm doing. Using your answer
this is
for
what
you.
you're doing.
No, I'm using your answer for you.
Yeah, that's how you avoid any
Not
discussion.
my answer for you. Your answer for you.
Dude, you don't have to have this conversation if you don't want to. Just say that.
Yeah, your answer for you, my answer for me.
Take that as I don't want to talk about it.
Do you agree with that or not? My answers are for me, your answers are for you.
Not in an honest discussion. No.
You disagree with that?
You clearly don't want that, so
Okay, because it was just fine with me and Globus until you jumped in.
You're having the same disagreement you were having with me right now. But now you're, instead of trying to address what I'm saying, now you're just spiraling about the nonsense.
I don't need to adjust what you're saying until you make your claim other than you. It's someone else. Cognitive dissonance.
We're talking about the moon.
No, you're talking about something else now.
No.
About my motivations. Appeal to motive fallacy.
I'm not talking about your motivations. I'm trying to talk about the moon. You're the one that's changing the subject. Yes, because you're not answering any questions about the subject.
I told you to use any answer you want for you.
So you don't want to talk about it.
No, I told you whatever question you have for me, you've got my answer, or you've got your own answer.
What a waste of time.
Or just make up your own answer. You've got a claim on the table already that you don't need more information from me.
What claim?
That somehow I'm here in bad faith. I don't want to have a conversation when I've been talking with Globus about it for the last 45 minutes.
I didn't say you're here in bad faith, but now you clearly don't want to have a conversation about it because I didn't change the subject. I didn't change the subject. I asked you a very simple question. It was very, very within the subject. It was a question about the moon. It was a question about what we were talking about.
Okay,
and you just said, well, choose the answer, whatever answer you want. So that was still within the subject, and you're just refusing to answer.
Okay,
so you can't blame that on me.
It's your answer, not mine.
Exactly, that's what happened. I asked you a simple question within the subject, and you answered that nonsense. Which is just, to me, it's exactly the same as saying I don't want to talk about it anymore.
No, it's telling you use your answer for you. I'll use my answer for me.
Why wouldn't you answer it?
Because it's not your answer. You have your own answer.
What are you talking about, man? Do you know what a conversation is?
Yeah, let's break that down. Okay, let's go back even further. Because remember, the whole goal here is to find some level of understanding and then branch out to where there's no understanding or a disagreement. So do you want to talk about what a conversation?
Time with you anymore.
Okay, you don't want to have a conversation then.
I was trying to. I was begging you to answer a simple question of the subject you just refused.
And I told you to use your answer.
I can't hear you anymore. I'm not going to waste my time with this.
Okay,
yeah, I think we honestly should move on and maybe mute Grit or something. He should probably be moderated because this isn't actually what Geo wants for this channel. But I don't think there are any moderators present currently.
Yep. It's just that easy.
So what subject should we move on to then?
Pick one.
Oh, I remember some people said that the moon gets bigger when it approaches the horizon, when in fact it should do the opposite in the globe model, right? Is there anyone here who thinks the moon gets actually bigger when it's close to the horizon?
Before we go there, though, if you don't mind, Bacon.
Sure.
I've got a picture here. I'm going to share my screen again. Share my screen. There we go. This is a model somebody made of the moon. I mean, it's obviously not exact, but that's not the point. The point is the craters. See the angle of the crater. This is a sphere. I mean, it's under. I can show you the process that this guy went through to make this sphere. And you can see this crater here that I'm highlighting. This crater here. Then these other craters here that are, more sort of on a 90-degree, sort of you're looking at it straight on. Like the way that these craters are orientated quite clearly denote a spherical surface. Would you agree?
Yeah, they shrink away from the center.
Yeah,
They
and then
get
you got this
compressed away.
another circle here. But yeah, all these ones here, bang, 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 bang. This one here, as opposed to say this one here. Would you agree, Crit?
Sure. Oh, Crit.
Yeah, I would say that from this right here, if you got a person, a witness, who says they made a spherical object, put craters in it, and then can rotate it and show you all the sides, you can hold it in your hand, and you can play with it and manipulate it, use the scientific method. Sure. But that's not what you could do with the moon.
And that's not what I was saying though. What I'm trying to say is that the orientation of these craters match what you would see on a sphere, which is exactly what we see when we look at those pictures that I posted earlier of the moon.
Yeah, that's not what I'm seeing though, and it's not what the experts are saying either.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Again with the experts, but
zoom all the way out, so it's like the whole thing. Okay, there too, you can see like the telescope is behind.
Yeah, but what? Who cares about the telescope, dude?
Well, that gives you some sort of impression, right? That it is an object.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean,
yeah, but this could like the way this is. That could be one flat. That could be like a just a picture put over the top of like a popsicle stick.
Right.
There's
but
no
I mean,
way from this image right here. There's no that could also just be an artifact that was dropped over the top of a telescope picture.
It could be, dude, but we're going into like.
Yeah, without knowing for sure. You have to go with what you can prove.
Right, but I mean, like, this is whether you believe it or not, this is a sphere.
Yeah, I'm saying, and you could put like an astronaut on top of that, and you could put like
that's
all kinds of stuff. You could add all kinds of graphics to this.
That's not the point, though, dude. The point is the orientation of the craters and
but they're not showing anything.
They're showing what they would look like on a sphere, which is what I posted earlier. The photo of the moon is how the craters would look like if they were on a sphere.
Here, I'll jump in Photoshop. I'll just add some more craters to it.
One transonic.
Yeah,
I could do that.
Hey, Crit.
What?
Have you looked at a telescope? Okay. Have you looked at like a high definition telescope, like a giant one, and looked at a full moon?
Yeah.
Then why are you questioning this?
Well, it's because I would go hear from the experts, and I'll read the quote again.
No, dude, I'm asking you if you've seen the moon with your own eyes. Why would you even question it?
Because your own eyes can be deceptive. You can look at something, it look one thing, and it's actually something else.
Yeah, I'm not getting when I look at the moon. I'm not even getting it to be an object, let alone a.
You didn't listen to me when I asked you. Have you looked at it through a 12-inch?
Okay, did I say yes or no to that?
Huh?
Did I say yes or no to that question?
You said yes.
Okay, so that's my answer is yes. Then you wondered why.
I'll ask you again. How the fuck are you denying?
I gave you the same answer.
It's on the moon.
I'm not denying it. I told you exactly what I see.
Did it move for you? Did the moon move for you as well?
No, when I looked through a telescope, it was just fixed right there in the middle of the eyepiece.
Then you're lying because it doesn't stay fixed, because when you're looking at a telescope, it fucking moves. You're fucking lying, dude.
Okay, use
You
that answer
haven't
too
looked
then.
at the moon through a telescope.
Okay, go with
No,
that.
you're lying, dude.
Okay,
Stop
go
it.
with that.
You're lying, dude.
Go with that. Say I'm lying because when I looked at a moon through the telescope, it
Looked
didn't
at
move.
When I looked at a moon.
Yeah.
You're lying, dude.
Go
You
with
haven't,
that.
dude. You're just trying to fucking.
There, I never have. So therefore, if you think I'm lying, now you've got your answer to never ask me another question again. As long as I shall live. Mark it down today.
You're an idiot.
The 8th of April. Write down, never ask Crit another question. Crit never looked through telescope. Liar. Then you've got to tie a string around your finger. Do whatever you need to do to remember to never ask me another question again.
Yeah.
It's that simple. That's what our takeaway is. The whole thing with Globus was reaching some sort of point where you could agree with somebody or until they break away. Use your answer for you. You've got an answer now. And that answer will last you the rest of your life. Forever. That's a permanent.
You're an idiot. Shut the fuck up.
There's your second one too. You could use liar. You
Yeah,
can
let's
use idiot.
move on.
You can use
No
both.
Yeah,
point in
just
having
shut
a
up, dude.
conversation
Move on,
like
dude.
this.
Shut the fuck up. You're
Yeah,
annoying.
Number 3. Yeah, number 3. So you've got liar, annoying, and well, I can't remember what the other one was. Whatever it was, just make it up. Just make up anything you need. Just do it. Have fun with it. Because now you've got the answers for you. That's how easy this is. Because when you ask someone the question and then deny the answers, it just shows a level of
You're going to
science
keep on
denial.
going, right? You're not going to stop. This is all you do all day. This is all you're good for, right?
Use that one too. It's the only thing I'm good for. That I'm a liar, that annoying. See, this today will be a day of days for you because now you'll be perfect. That you will never have to ask me another thing again.
Hey, can I ask somebody else who's looked at the moon and seen craters with a high-powered telescope? A glober. Anybody? There's no more globers in here?
What was the question?
Have you looked at the moon with a high-powered telescope, say like a 12-inch telescope, and looked at a full moon?
No, just Jupiter.
You've never looked at the moon?
Not with that telescope. No,
Why wouldn't you?
because I think when I went to the observatory, they had like a very powerful telescope. It was a new moon, so I couldn't see the moon.
So you went and looked at a with a gigantic telescope, right?
No, it's not a gigantic. It's not one of those like observatories like on Hawaii, well, are like several meters big. It was like it was very large, like the width was very very very. I think it was like half a meter wide, right? But it was not very long, so it was just like a meter long, and it wasn't like those giant telescopes. But I could see Jupiter pretty clearly with that, and for the moons.
So yeah, so it's like, so when I asked Crit if he has, he said yes, but then he can deduce something different from when I look at the moon and see craters and see it moving, and then he said he didn't see the moon moving. Which, if you're looking at a telescope, looking at the moon through a telescope, it's gonna move. That's why I'm saying he's lying.
Well, there are some telescopes that track the sky. Maybe it's one of them. You know, those that are controlled by.
But it's gonna move, dude. It's not
Yeah,
just
but
gonna stay still.
no. But what I'm saying is some telescopes they have
I understand they have a star tracker. The one that I used had the same thing, but the motherfucker moves.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna
So
move
that's why I'm
faster.
saying he was
You
being
should.
disingenuous and lying when I asked him if it moved.
Yeah, because the tracking the telescopes that track use like it tracks the celestial sphere, right? And the moon moves across the celestial sphere. So yeah, it should still move, just slower if you're tracking the sky. Makes sense.
So now I have a question. So say you take a picture of the moon at one point in the sky, and then 3 hours later, take another picture. Are you still going to have the same part of the moon that you see at the first picture, or is it going to be different?
Well, from what you can see with a regular phone, it will be pretty much the same, right?
Well, why would it be the same when the moon spins, the Earth spins? Why is it going to be the same craters and the same angle?
Well, because the moon
Of the
orbits the Earth at the same rate as it rotates, right? So we always see it's pointing the same face to the Earth, always.
Yeah, I know, but I said if you take a picture and then 3 hours later take another picture, why is it going to be the same thing? Because it's going to have changed. It's going to have moved. It's going to already have spun. It's going to, you're going to have spun as well. How can it be
Yeah,
the
but
same?
if something rotates around itself, but it rotates around you with the same rotation, you don't see it changing. The change would happen
Yeah,
because
that's fucking ridiculous, bro. Come on, man.
why?
Just think about that, dude.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. So if something rotates around you, but it keeps the same face towards you, why would you see it changing? If it's the same distance, the
Why
same
would
face
it
pointing
do that?
towards you,
Why would it do that?
do what?
Why would it keep the same face all the time?
Because it's rotating around itself as it rotates around you.
But why would it do that?
If you're referring to the moon specifically, that's because of tidal forces.
Tidal locking.
Tidal forces?
Yeah, which
so it has
locks.
the water's doing that, is what you're saying?
Now we go into gravity, so I hope you wanted to change subject.
Yeah,
no, you're talking about tidal forces. What is?
Yep.
Are you talking about tides?
Never heard of
now?
that?
Tides? Are you talking about water tides?
It's the same forces that produces tides. Yes. So the gravitational force between the moon and the Earth isn't homogeneous. It depends on how far you are from the moon, right? So as the moon rotates, also does that force field, which creates the tides. But it also changes the distribution of mass of the Earth, and that affects how the moon is pulled.
Always it's an elliptical path, right? these aren't like perfect lockstep paths. So how can it be the same?
This would still happen even if the moon has had a perfectly circular orbit. It is not about the elliptical path. This is
No,
about...
it wouldn't, because that's the whole reason you get tides or different high tides, low tides, is because it wouldn't. No, if it was a perfect circular path, you wouldn't have differences in tides.
Yes, you would.
No, you wouldn't, because...
Where do you think the tides come from? Why do you think full moon have the highest tides?
Santa Claus?
Why do you think the full moon have the highest tides? At least on the globe model.
I think you have
also
high
the new
tides
moon.
is because that's at the point where there's the most gravity.
No,
gravity's the strongest at that point.
The phase of the moon doesn't affect the gravity. Why does a full moon and a new moon have stronger tides than the other phases?
Because at that point you're the closest to the moon that you're ever going to get at that point.
Dude, the placement of the moon, this is from NOAA, NOAA. The placement of the moon does not coincide with the tides.
Yeah, see here, like Trader, you're just, I wasn't lying to you. You just weren't understanding what I was saying.
Okay, you're interrupting. Shut up, Crit. As you were, Bacon, what were you saying? And Jeremy?
Chill, Trader.
Full and new moon.
No, he's trying to change the subject, dude.
No, it's the same answer.
Full and new moon have higher tides than the other phases, right? So when the moon is between new and full, those tides are lower than full and new moons, right? And that has nothing to do with the distance between the Earth and the moon, because all those phases can happen in all the distances between the Earth and the moon. You can have full moon and the moon being the closest, and you can have full moon while the moon is being the furthest. Those aren't tight relations.
So then what is the relation then that it's giving you different types of tides? What is how does that happen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the moon isn't the only thing that produces tides on Earth. And
okay, now you're backpedaling.
No, I'm giving you the explanation of what you asked. So if you allow me to finish, you might see how that connects to your question. So the fact that the phases of the moon seem to be related to tides might give you a clue or what's the other celestial body that also produces tides. But that's the sun. So you also have tidal forces from the sun, but they are smaller than the tidal forces of the moon, because the sun is further. So the gravitational difference between the furthest and the closest point to the sun is smaller than the gravitational distance between the closest and furthest point to the moon. So you have tidal forces from the sun, you have tidal forces from the moon. When you have a new moon, both sun and moon are aligned with the Earth, which combines the tidal forces. And when you have how do you call the other phase, like the crescent or
crescent
between
waning,
new and full moon?
waxing.
Those phases, they're perpendicular to the line between the sun and the Earth, which makes them opposites. So you have the lowest tides.
I don't know if you know what perpendicular means.
Yeah, it's 90 degree.
I thought you said when the sun was on the opposite side of the moon.
No, I said the moon phases between new and full are more like the ones at a perpendicular angle. Of course, there's a range.
The thing where Noah says, can someone bring up the thing where Noah says that the NOAA says that the moon doesn't coincide with the phases with the tides?
Uh-oh.
There's a Google machine at the fingertip.
Exactly, because there are other things you have to take into account. You have to take into account the distance, to take into account both moon and sun, the
First,
position of the...
one last question, Bacon.
Hold on a second.
One last question, Bacon. Oh wait, you're Googling something?
If anyone can Google it, yeah, bring up Noah.
So you want us to stop everything while somebody Googles and ask Noah
keep going.
something?
Go on.
Do we have to stop for you to
I said you can keep going. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted us to stop everything just so we can find one little factoid out.
We're stopping everything right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, here, Trader, look what I just posted. You see,
Okay,
like,
I'm
from...
not going to look what you posted. I had one more question for Bacon. Bacon, so you're saying that gravity affects the water on the earth, right? The oceans?
Everything. It applies to everything.
So everything, right? Okay.
Yeah, but the water is like free to move, so you have them piling up.
Okay, what's the center of mass of water? Or where is the center of mass of water?
Like the center of mass of the oceans, for example?
Yeah, water in general, right? Everything. You said everything.
Right. It'll
So I'm going to
be
say
around...
every water. Every
it will be
water
around
there
the
is,
center.
where is the center of mass?
Yeah, if you want to know the mass of all of that water combined, you would probably close to the center of the Earth, because you have water all around the Earth.
All right, dude. I can't take you seriously anymore.
Why? Isn't that the obvious answer?
You aren't taking it seriously.
No, he said the center of the Earth.
No, I said
for
close to the
water.
center of the Earth. Isn't that the obvious answer?
Yeah, but
it's the one that he's gonna mock
but
because
the
it's the
water
right
is on
answer.
the exterior of a ball of Earth. It's not in the center of the Earth.
Why? So let me give you...
I'll say it again, because the water is on the outside of a ball.
Yeah,
It's
but
nowhere
you know
near
what
the
center
center
of
of the
mass
Earth.
is? You know what the center of mass is?
No,
I asked,
please
what's the
explain what the
center-
center of mass is.
Okay, I have two rocks.
What is mass?
Mass is how much stuff something has, maybe. I'm not sure if that's an accurate description.
No, that's not it.
Yikes.
Alright, so I'll then go for how much inertia something has.
Yikes.
But anyway, if you have two rocks,
how much inertia something has attracts how much inertia something has, with mass attracting mass.
See, this is
Yeah, you
why
could say
Trader was getting upset, because Bacon was giving the runaround.
Yeah, it's a weird way to phrase it. I agree. So if you have two rocks,
Yeah, I mean,
they're
how
both
would inertia attract inertia? It doesn't even.
Let's give him one last chance.
Let me just not get away from
So it's 3
the
strikes
point.
and you're out. Go ahead, dude. You got one more chance.
Okay, you have two rocks. Each one of them are
You have two
1
wrongs. You can't make a right.
You have two rocks, and both of them are 1 kilogram each, and they're 1 meter apart. Where is the center of mass of those rocks?
Okay, the center of mass is going to be in your gravity paradigm.
No, nothing to do with gravity.
The center of mass.
That has nothing to do with gravity.
No, in your model, the center of mass.
That question is
Shut up.
independent of model.
You interrupted me twice. Please, may I talk?
All right, go on.
Please. The center of mass is going to be at the center of each object.
Yeah, that's not what center of mass means. That's not what center of mass means. That's wrong.
No, because one rock is going to have its own mass, and another rock is going to have its own mass.
Yes. So every drop of water. But you asked me where's the center of mass of the oceans, and I asked, I asked if it's the oceans of the whole Earth. You said yes. So the combination of them are going to have the center of mass in between them, just like two rocks. So that is still the right answer. And your response was to treat that as something retarded, which is just how
retarded.
You never mentioned what the reference
something
frame was.
retarded.
You
Is that what
might
you
not
said?
have used the word, but your response
He
was
actually
treat my
did use
answer.
that word. So if you're gonna get offended at that, trader, maybe take care of how you speak, because that's the word that you used.
I'm not getting offended. I
Well,
just
thanks for
didn't
your
care
memory. I
for it.
wouldn't remember that.
I don't understand why a person would say two rocks and then they ask where the center mass of the two rocks. Now what's
Because
the
that's what
reference
you are
frame?
asking me about the oceans.
Okay, but the oceans aren't rocks. There's
Yeah,
literally
they're separate. They're far away from each other. So if you have let's say, a balloon, right? A balloon have air inside. The air has almost no mass, right?
yeah, but that's a
Most of the
container.
balloon mass is around itself. It's the rubber, but the center of mass is still in the center of it.
So what happens when you burst the balloon? There's no more mass anymore. Just the gas disperses in all directions, right? Not a downward vector. It goes
The
everywhere.
balloon still have mass. It's just not inflated, right? The rubber is still there.
Okay, but the oceans isn't rubber. It doesn't have a container. It's not contained with some sort of exterior.
Which is relevant to the question of the center of mass.
It's not irrelevant because I'm asking you, where is the center of mass of oceans? Like with a rock has an exterior boundary. Our bodies with our skin has an exterior boundary. Even though they say we're comprised of mostly water, the skin is holding all this fluid inside. But now when I ask you again, what about the oceans? Where is its boundary?
Oh, if you're asking the boundary, that's a completely different question than where is the center of mass?
But that's what's holding that's what's actually holding the water to the earth is supposedly the gravity force.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with center of mass.
It has everything to do with it because where is it being pulled from?
It doesn't. Things aren't pulled by the center of mass.
Object like that is going to need for there to be a massive amount of gravity to hold this water to the outside of a ball.
Things are not pulled by the center of mass.
Bacon, you know what's funny, Bacon?
Hey, hold on. Did you just hear what this guy said?
Yes, his name's Bacon. He's Brazilian.
I know. He just literally said that gravity is not being pulled to the center of its mass.
No, I said it does not. I said it's not pulled by the center of mass.
Yeah, I'm outside of 8 right now drinking beer. All right, listen to me, dude. This is what nobody knows. Nobody knows this but the people who know this, okay? And that's gravity is stronger. It's stronger the heavier, the greater the mass. So when people say, oh, it can't hold down a butterfly, but it can hold down an entire ocean. Well, guess what, dude? That's predicted. It's stronger with an ocean. Okay? It's made much stronger when you have a giant mass. The strength of gravity is I don't know, 1 million times bigger. Like it's just it's like more than that. Actually, a lot more than 1 million, dude. If you actually learned like what the force of gravity was, it's the force. It's the force of the masses multiplied together. So the bigger the mass, the greater the force. This is kind of evident by first observation. Just by looking at the equation, you can see that if it's a greater mass, guess what, dude? The force is much stronger. It's kind of surprised that it's actually easier to hold down an ocean than it is to hold down a butterfly.
Sorry, I got the giggles. From you?
No, I'm at the HEB right now, dude, and I just got some action figures and I got some beer. I'm in front of the store. And no one stopped me from getting the beer in front of the store, dude.
I always think it's funny when people talk about flat Earth in public when other people can overhear.
There's a lot of people can overhear.
That is weird if you're walking to the mall talking about gravity or something. Yeah.
Even Jeremy knows
Yeah, and
this.
you got little
Jeremy,
people laughing
even
at you.
Jeremy knows this.
Yeah,
Jeremy
it's kind of
knows.
strange.
Hold on.
Kosho, your mic is
You go
garbage at
ahead.
the moment, Kosho.
Train wreck. You're
Oh,
a train
sorry.
wreck, Kosho.
No, but Jeremy, I gotta go. But Jeremy, you tell them about the Force. Okay? Tell them how the Force is stronger when the mass is greater. Okay, like this guy's acting like it's a shock, but he's just learning about it right now. That if you have a force that's much greater, of course, you tell him.
Yeah, Jeremy knows that. I mean,
Yeah, tell us, Jeremy. Tell us about this force, dude.
you know that
That
if you
it, that it's
go
it's
if you go
holding.
close to the center of the Earth, you don't get attracted stronger. I mean, you get lighter instead of heavier. Because
Okay,
even
so
though you're
now that
closer
Kosho's
to the
done
center.
interrupting us, Bacon, remember how you used that example of two rocks and where that center of mass was going to be?
Mm-hmm.
Is it two oceans or just one ocean? To compare the difference of two rocks, what would happen if we made two oceans? Where would that center of mass be?
Separating them wouldn't change the center of mass that much.
That much? No, really, it wouldn't.
No, if you just add a, let's say, a line of sand that splits them into two different oceans, you didn't change a lot of the mass, so the center is still pretty much the same place. And if you're arguing that the
No, you're
ocean isn't,
lying there because Kosho said that it's going to affect it greatly. So now you're putting, so even just by moving it a few inches, like you said, putting a line of sand, even a few inches, that's going to tilt the whole Earth, dude. Because
that
it's
would
so
change the
much
center of
bigger.
mass. Did Kosho said that would change the center of mass?
What did it say anything about that?
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting this from. I mean,
No,
it's
he
better to
said,
do that when Coach is not here, right? Because now he can just.
no, he said it's going to affect it greatly because
we didn't even have
it's
brought
like
it up.
a million. He said 1,000,000 times, and then even more than 1,000,000. Remember, he said he gave that million number.
He was talking about the force between the Earth and the butterfly, and the force between the Earth and the oceans. It has nothing to do with what happens if you add a line of sand to split the oceans. He was not talking about that. You didn't even bring it up when
I know,
he was.
but if we do that, this is hypothetical. If we do that, it's going to change it greatly.
Why?
Because you're moving something with such great mass that it's going to have an impact.
Sure, it's going to have an impact, but if it's just a line of sand, the amount of mass you move compared to the whole mass is going to be a very small proportion. So the center of mass is still going to be pretty much where it was. And if you're objecting to the example of the rocks, you can just look at Gummy Bear's picture, in which you have something in a C shape. The center of a mass of a C-shaped object is not inside of the object. It's actually outside of the object. So even though they're not two separate things, you still can have the center of mass outside of it. Because it's just the average. You just average the positions using the mass as a how do you call when you average with weights?
Yeah, but this C shape, do you see how it has a boundary?
Yeah, but
you see
that has nothing to do with
the outward boundary that
mass.
makes the actual C. Water doesn't have that.
What do
Water
you mean?
isn't contained by anything.
It has its surface. It has a surface, right? That's the boundary. It's not a solid boundary, but it's a separation between water and non-water. It's the surface, right? Don't liquids have water boundary? So liquids don't have boundary.
Surface tension.
I mean, even if you don't have surface tension,
Surface tension. A fucking extremist just blurts out surface
no, actually,
tension.
any liquid has
You're
a boundary,
ridiculous,
even the ones
dude.
that don't have surface tension. So that's like you're just speaking nonsense. I think you're trying to use gas arguments, but now we're talking about water, so that doesn't really work in your favor. Hey, Gummy Bear, you there? Have you? I mean, I know you're familiar with calculus, but are you familiar with using that for refraction?
For refraction,
Yeah.
I've looked into how to do it, but I've never done any actual
Right.
calculations with it.
Because I wanted to try to let's say reverse engineer or back engineer a gradient of index that would allow flat Earth to have 60 nautical miles per degree. So I have the function that I mean I know how to get the function that gives you
I've looked into
the paths.
I've looked into trying this. Problem is you actually need different densities in different directions, which is just physically impossible. There's no like universal gradient that could get this to happen. You literally need like in one direction you need one gradient and in the other direction you need another gradient from what I've tried. I just can't seem to have it be an actual like gradient like from bottom to top. It just
Right.
doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. See, Jeremy? You can just put a lens to try to make a position of the sun work on a flat surface. You need contradictory distribution of index of refraction. That's what I was like that's what I thought I would get to if we try to do that. But if you already tried, then that takes some effort.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't like written it down because I know that at the end of the day, showing this kind of stuff to a flat earther won't change anything. But at least I know for myself.
I think sometimes it does change. I mean, there are many arguments or responses that we brought many times, and now it's accepted and it just shifts the answer. What? Just like the celestial navigation, for example. Some flat earthers already understand that works on the globe, but argue that there are still some ways in which that could work on a flat Earth, which is somewhat accepting what first was being denied, which is that doesn't work on a globe. So that might happen with that as well. Akosho, were you going to say something?
No, I said I agree with you, but now I don't agree with you anymore. I agree with you before.
Yikes.
About what? Agree with me on what? I think I finally understood how a medium can slow down photons. Because when I saw the explanation, although I understood the explanation, still didn't seem to. It didn't sound right, you know.
Yeah.
But if you describe the photons as like the peaks of the waves, then that makes sense. Like the waves are still traveling at the speed of light, but the way you're decoding photons out of that is going to be slower photons, right? If you try to interpret those waves as photons, the photons are going to be slower because the way the waves are interacting.
I mean, that's. Are you using the Huygens principle way of thinking about it?
I don't know. What is
Well,
that?
so Huygens principle is the fact that you can see one wavefront, like one straight wavefront, as being, or any wavefront, but it being the accumulation of many small sources of waves. So essentially, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it with words. Like, do you know what I mean by when I say that? One wavefront can be described as infinitely many small sources add together
Yeah,
into
yeah.
that wavefront.
Yeah, the way you, for example, solve for diffraction patterns, right?
Yeah,
This-
that's one way of doing it. Yeah. The thing is, Huygens principle isn't like it's correct in the sense that it's equivalent to like the principle of least time. Forget what the name is of that principle again. Something F, Fermat's principle. That's it. It's equivalent to Fermat's principle, but the way we understand it, that's not actually what's happening. So it's not actually traveling as many small waves that add together as one.
Right.
Well, here's a quick question: if something's in one position, but you see it and you perceive it in a different location, would that be considered an illusion?
I actually don't know, like, what even the definition of
check.
an illusion is. Is it just something that can see but isn't necessarily real, or? Yeah, I guess it would be called an illusion, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
What do you think, Kosho?
Yeah, he's gone.
He's scared. He ran away.
He ran.
He ran away. Everyone saw it.
Just imagine a world where everything had to be settled with experiment. No other way to settle disagreement. Only experiment could be used.
Only experiment what?
Like, say if there's a disagreement, and the only way to settle it would be through experiment.
Well, some of the shit's just definitional. Like, how would you? What kind of experiment would you do for that illusion thing I just said?
Yeah, that would be more. Oh, go ahead.
No, let's say he disagreed with me. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, so you would just have to agree to disagree and learn to live in peace and harmony. That he says, "Hey, they'd say, I don't know." The one person says, "I don't know." The other person says, "Well, you think you know," or the other person says, "Yeah, my idea is a little bit different." And you'd have to make a world for all people. unless you could provide experiment showing. And then they could still say they disagree.
I guess so.
Or how about this? Maybe dial it back a little bit. Let's not get that far. What if you could live in a world where people would have to understand before they made a claim or a judgment call?
Perhaps we need an example.
Like, say, if you liked pineapple on pizza and I didn't, just because, I don't like pineapple. But I would have to try it first, right? Before you know for sure.
Well, before you know, yeah.
Yeah, but instead, I would just say, well, Jerry likes pineapple on pizza because he's a science-denying Neanderthal from the Stone Age. See, I would need to provide experiment at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
The claim was pineapple on pizza doesn't work because Jerry. Then where's the experiment, or where's the understanding first to begin with? Where's that cause and reflect relationship? So that's what I'm saying. That in a world where I would have to provide that, I would just have to cope with you liking pineapple on pizza.
Yeah.
Or do half and half, if you will. That's a good video you posted about a piece of glass. The guy has a piece of glass in hand showing a flat, the way the moon looks.
Yeah.
I'm going to download that one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Because that's what they say at the article, too. Oh, the second part of the video is good. Yeah, I've seen this one where they put it through water or whatever that colored liquid. Because they do black, too, for the night sky.
Yeah, that's a cool effect. Like they do all the phases just with the water.
See, this is why the quote or the citation from Astronomy Exchange, why they straight up said the moon looks flat. But they added shape to it, which is, one step further than I would go.
How did you and WhatsApp got to quantum computing?
He just brings up random shit and makes random claims about random stuff all the time. Funny how he thinks that trigonometric functions are logarithmic. He'll defend that no matter how many times you challenge him. Yeah, that's what he said. He said that all trigonometric functions are logarithmic. That's his statement, and he'll defend it.
Right. So I mean, just show me where any log has a negative slope. Any log.
Interchangeably is the word he used.
Also
Keyword
used
interchangeably into keyword
No,
functions.
So one of the times he said that they can be used interchangeably, and the other time he said that all all trigonometric functions are logarithmic. He said this word by word, and I can link proof
Who
if you
said that?
want to. So what's
Yeah,
up? He
in the
both
framework for today, you guys got
So-
a baseline agreement.
Right. I mean,
like using Globus's idea that your goal is to be annoying. And he said, yeah,
derivate a log
annoying.
function.
So he said both that that all trigonometric functions are logarithmic, and he also said that you can use trigonometric and logarithmic interchangeably. Those are two statements he said, which are both completely incorrect.
And then
He'll
linked
still
it to
I wish
defend
that
it,
was true.
and
Yeah,
Crit
linked
will
it.
defend it.
No, I'm not defending it. I'm saying what he said.
I
You don't
wish
need to
that was true.
misrepresent.
Because I don't like computing logs, you know. If I could do logs with trigonometry, that would be pretty handy.
Okay.
Or even vice versa, like you have like log rulers. Have you saw those log rulers?
Oh.
It's like a physical calculator for logarithm.
Okay.
You just slide the ruler and read the log from it.
The whole thing is as well is that the only connection that you can actually draw from trigonometric functions to logarithmic is that first of all you inverse the function, so inverse trigonometric, and then you extend it to the complex plane. Now you can describe it because inverse trigonometric is connected to complex logarithmic. But that's the only way. That's not the same as saying that trigonometric functions are logarithmic, because you both have to inverse and extend to the complex plane, which makes it a totally different thing.
I had no idea what extending to the complex plane would mean.
Essentially add in an I-axis.
And I don't think he does as well.
He doesn't yet.
I think I remember this guy from the server.
Which guy?
Hmm?
Which guy?
I remember WhatsApp from Bev server.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember him too.
He's not very memorable.
I think he had a profile picture of Robert Downey Jr. Or maybe that was like one of the other guys that would be arguing together with him. I don't know.
I think it was a different dude. I think WhatsApp has always had that same profile picture.
Well, look, so he's probably watching the stream or something, because he commented that he said that he uses, or that we use this exactly.
Oh shit!
He said that people use the words logarithmic table and trigonometry table interchangeably.
Oh, they're different tables.
What is this then? When you say they and we use interchangeably both logarithmic function and trigonometrical functions all the time. Like, the amount of times you backtrack what's up is just silly. There are logs that tell exactly what you said, changing it.
So there are logs showing him being wrong about logs.
Yeah, good one. He made so many statements about all of these, and he continuously changes his statement or what he thinks his statement is. And it takes freaking 20 seconds to look up what he said, and that's not what he said. He just keeps lying. I feel like consistent lying should be against the rules. That's my opinion.
No, I don't think so, because the judgment of that can be pretty much arbitrary, and I don't know.
But consistent, like like that's objective. Like you can see that he wrote something in his initial messages, and then he keeps lying about what he wrote. It's observably true.
Yeah, I could easily see that being misapplied. Like, just imagine Rocky out like, oh yeah, we know you did be a liar, and
Well, on top of that, if you still, even when presented with that, you just go, okay, you're right, I misspoke, and it's
No, but
fine.
you debunk yourself though.
If you double
you think
down,
he's lying,
if you
and you've
double
talked
down
to him
like
for
what's
3
up
days.
was.
Hold on, Crit. I think Kami
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, if
I'm
you
in the middle of
if
my
you
work.
think he's lying, but you've talked to him for
Yeah,
3
to me,
days and counting.
Crit is just another
Because
demok.
he keeps showing
Yeah, there
that
it
he's
is.
lying
Sure.
over and over again.
But you're still engaging with him. So
And
you're
then he doubles
debunking
down
you.
on his lies.
So you debunk yourself.
He
That
keeps
literally
doubling
makes no
down on
sense,
his
Crit.
lies.
So if you've got an answer and you think he's lying, do you A, continue to engage, or B, stop?
I think you continue to engage because you also show that pattern with. You already have the answer that you're looking for, but you still continue to engage. So I guess the answer is C, you spiral endlessly.
Yeah, and you do you. Now
No,
you know why.
I'm just saying what you do.
No, you do.
That's what I do. What
Yeah,
I
that's
do
what you
is
do.
I tell you what you do.
Yeah, you do. You do you.
Do you?
Bacon, something's up with your mic, dude.
Yeah, so he's doubled down once again. Trigonometric functions are logarithmic.
And
Once again, he's used those exact words.
And now he's even mentioning hyperbolic trigonometric function, which are not the same as just trigonometric functions.
And he started mentioning inverse trig functions right after I first initially told him about it.
Oh, you're so smart. You're just a genius, aren't you?
Oh yeah, Glory.
You told him first.
I think he actually is a
What a
genius.
man.
Like,
Look at these egotistical Globers just coming in here day after day and running their mouth. And egotistical
we are actually
and unconsciously self-projecting their reality onto their other person they're talking to. 9 out of 10 times.
Hold on, Glory. I think we are actually statistically speaking and verifiably so more intelligent than the other people in this server. So both the flat earthers and the concavers, we actually trump them statistically. So it's a verifiable fact.
And so if you look at the chat logs, you can see that I was the first person to mention inverse trigonometric in this whole talk. Right there, you can see the proof of the fact that I mentioned it before WhatsApp even mentioned it. Right there in the logs, in the logarithmic logs. Almost like WhatsApp has been wrong this entire time, but slowly changes his statements in order to be a little bit more correct.
And you're worried about it. And you're worried about it. That's
I'm
the
worried
thing.
about it. It's
You
fun
nerds
making
are
fun
worried
of him,
about
Glory.
it. You come in here and you run your mouths and you're worried about it.
You think I'm
Low
worried about it, or do
self-esteem
you think
nerds.
I'm making fun
This
of
is how
it,
you
Glory?
feel better, isn't it?
Glory,
One
don't.
debate a day makes the nerds go another day. That's how it works.
To
Yeah,
me,
this
it
is
sounds
really
like
insightful.
Guys, hold on a
to me,
second.
to me, it sounds like you're worrying about it, Glory.
Second, guys. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah,
Hello.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Glory,
Jimmy,
don't call names, please, and let's not yell. I don't know why you're yelling already. Please, no yelling.
Yeah, this is really interesting looking back at the log. This was me and WhatsApp talking about the meltdown that Lori had with Glory.
Oh, are you gonna change the subject now, Cret?
No, just look at the chat log. So you look at the message you had posted just now. You want to be right. Pretend you're talking about the inverse trigonomic function this whole time. Then you click on the message you responded to, which was him talking to me about Lori having deep problems, shouting for minutes, and being asked by mods to mute someone for 24 hours. Which then
I mean, the
highlights
message
back.
I responded to. There's no.
Yeah, which then responds back to me posting the audio clip of the epic Lori spiral meltdown. So that's the train of thought there. That's the pathway for the communication.
That's cool. But what does any of that have to do with?
None of what you said is in any way connected to what we were talking. I don't get what you're talking about, Cret.
Yeah, right here it says the message you had posted. Yeah, because the message you just posted right now.
Yeah.
23 after the hour. It says this message could not be loaded. Do you see that?
Exactly.
So I was like, I'm curious, what message is that in context? So I look it up in the logs. And the message is WhatsApp saying Lori really has deep problems with shouting. Do you need proof of this, or you got it?
Okay, so the message that I clicked reply on is talking about Lori, but what does that have to do with anything?
Then I click who that message was. Yeah, then you follow that logic. So which message were you supposed to be replying to?
I don't know. One of the many that we were talking about right then, about logarithms. If I clicked reply on the wrong message, then okay, then that's fine. That can be your point. But that's the end of it. You don't have to
I'm
put
going
Glory into this.
I'm looking at the whole thing, and there's no message between anybody other than you trying to jump into conversations. You tried to jump, like I was talking to Kev, and then at some point started talking to WhatsApp. And both times you tried to jump into the middle of those conversations.
Funnily enough, by the way, that message doesn't seem to exist. So logarithmic and trigonometric are the same thing?
That's what he's
claiming Glory broke him, but it's not Glory's fault.
Which part of a
that's what I
logarithmic
said.
function you have a negative slope?
So
Where?
apparently,
See, it doesn't matter because he was shouting and asking for other members to be muted.
So apparently, I am not only is logarithmic and trigonometric the same thing, but I am logarithmic and trigonometric functions because
somehow.
those seem to be the same conversation.
I mean, just tell me when the slope of any log function is negative.
And that's why you'll have to extend it into the complex plane in order to ever get that. That's part of the problem is he doesn't understand, or I get that he's willingly ignoring it clearly, since I pointed out many times. It's not the same.
I think all three functions have negative slopes.
Yeah, right there too.
Half of the time, right?
There's another one. He exposed you. You were exposed that you just want to try to light fires.
Because they have the angles and input, so they have to start
You're just
repeating values, so
shitposting.
they have to go up and down.
Correct. I
You've
need
just
to
been
ask.
shitposting for 2 days. Is what all
So
you've been
correct.
doing.
Right. Do you know what sarcasm is? And do you understand that sarcasm can be done in messages as well?
Yeah. Well, you can use yes or no to drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which will be no point.
Okay. Now we have that sorted.
Which is no point.
For you.
In you.
Mainly
Because
for you.
using any answer you needed to get to whatever point you wanted, you couldn't get there.
And the answer I needed was the one for you. It was for you and not for me. You.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're able to deny your own answers, there's nothing I can give you. Because you don't have a point to begin with. If I would have said yes, you've got no point. If I said no, you've got no point.
Maybe I don't need anything from you. Not for me, but for you.
Which is no point.
Exactly.
And that's how easy it is. Just right there, you've been trying to throw shit, start fires for 2 days now. From the very beginning, in your own epistemology, the link, the message you linked to exposed you. Again.
Only for you.
And for WhatsApp, and for Glory, and for Lori.
No,
you
that
speaking
doesn't
for
actually.
other people, right?
Yeah.
It's not
all
nice.
You do you, Crit. You can't talk for other people.
Speaking for other people is the same as lying.
For you.
No, it's not. It's not the thing
Okay,
about
so
actually,
you know what Glory said
the thing
the
about
other
a
day?
lot
He
of these
said the earth is a
atheists.
globe.
Listen.
He did.
A
He
lot
said
of
the
these
earth is a globe.
atheists grew up with also atheist parents who don't understand love, and they and these family members go around growing up calling each other liars left and right. In order for someone to be a liar, they have to be intentionally lying. It's a form of intent. Being accidentally wrong or being incorrect or being ignorant or nescient doesn't mean you're a liar. The tall tale sign of an atheist was when they go around calling everyone a liar. Stop self-projecting your reality. Stop self-projecting your own beliefs about yourselves. For someone to be a liar, they have to have intent. And unless you could prove that intent, you're the one with the mental illness. So stop calling people fucking liars, dude.
So the other day, Glory said that he's a little lad who loves berries and cream. And he said this to the entire world. It was really funny. He just went and started screaming, "I'm a
Yeah,
little
it's
lad who
really
loves
funny.
berries
It's
and
really
cream."
funny. Keep going around calling people liars. You're the one corrupted inside.
I'm not lying. I'm just speaking for you. That's not the same thing.
Broken.
As you've said.
You're just broken, dude. It's not anyone's fault but your own.
I think we just
That's
broke
what
Glory.
happened.
He started shouting.
Yep. Although to be honest, he does from anything. He's always
Well, yeah, yeah. That doesn't actually qualify as breaking him because that's the default state.
I didn't even make any statements about him, and he came in screaming.
I actually once tried to engage with him fairly, and I asked 2 questions. That was the problem. Asking 1 question of a concaver may work. Asking 2, that's too much. He starts shouting. You're pushing the boundaries too far.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not personally attack people, please.
Fair enough. I actually agree.
So back to whatever point we were talking about.
Which was no point.
But yeah, for you.
And you.
Yeah, you're right, but you can't speak.
And you can't.
I can speak for me.
You can just follow the logic all the way to its full conclusion, and when you get there, it's like make a point or don't make a point, but you've got no point.
You know, logic requires
So all you're
axioms.
trying to do is just start fires and turn it into a shit show. VC and
Me, but
PC.
you're lying again. Speaking for me. You're lying.
Okay, use that if you need. And you've got the answer, which would be your point. That everyone's lying. Which is also Glory's point about you.
Currently lying.
Yeah, and that's what Glory was gonna. Glory, you proved Glory right in just a few seconds. That's all it took.
How did I prove him right? How did I prove him right?
He predicted it exactly. He predicted exactly what you would do. Start calling people liars.
You just lied by talking.
You're lying to yourself by existing with your present state of mind and beliefs. Every day you wake up with your beliefs is a disgrace to your own self, is an insult to your own being. And you subconsciously know this. Consciously you don't. Subconsciously you do. That's why you come to servers like this and act the way you do. Call people liars.
Can we not talk about other people, please? You guys, oh my God, this guy's going the wrong way on the highway. Can we talk about like a topic or something? And
no, we want to talk about other people right now. That's the discussion.
Come on, Glory.
It's not really. I don't think it's in like the topics list or something.
Yeah, it's kind of pointless, and there's also a lot of lies being thrown.
Yeah,
about
again with the lie. Again with the lie. When I previously cut in, you said lie 4 times in 10 seconds. You've got a problem.
That's why I want to stop talking about other people and talk about like something related to like Earth or something.
Bring it up. Pick a topic there, Jimmy.
Okay, let's talk about how SpaceX just launched a rocket and it was live once again, showing that the Earth is a globe.
No, they lied.
Shout outs to SpaceX for not doing 30 cuts on a launch for one. I gotta give them props for that.
They had a live feed.
Yeah.
Clearly
A
shows
live
that
feed.
I watched
a live
it.
feed that clearly shows that they're 1, shooting up rockets into space, and 2, that the Earth is a globe. Oh, and also, of course, that rockets work in space.
It doesn't show either of those clearly. First, you're going to have to categorize your space. Then you have this word clearly you're using.
Is it not clear that they've just
Show
shot
me
a
the
rocket
whole
into
globe,
space?
and then it will be clear. And it still might not be. I mean, Gummy,
Can you
over.
ever show me a whole basketball?
Hell yeah, at least 50% of it. You so confident.
At least
Gummy. You're just
50% of it, exactly. No more.
I could show you a whole basketball. What do you mean?
Yeah, but by cutting it up and holding it out.
No, you don't even have to cut it.
How do you?
If you couldn't think of a way, this is how we know we're more intelligent. I know you guys were just in here bragging. It might not have been you, but somebody was in here just saying that the Globers are smarter than the Flat Earthers and the Concavers. If you can, there you go, Don. There you go.
What about the inside?
Yeah, that was Lori. Lori was talking about that.
That may have been me. I was provoking the room.
What about the inside? Can you show me that? The hole isn't just the outside, that's just the surface.
But yeah, we could cut it open. Cut it open.
Okay.
We'll get some mirrors and we'll show you a whole basketball.
Now what we have is a ruined basketball, and no one can live on a ruined basketball. You want to do this to Earth. You're advocating for mass genocide.
I don't think anyone could live on a basketball, period, even if it wasn't ruined.
Okay, fair enough.
But you're trying to equate this to the globe? I mean, NASA had to hand a torch over to SpaceX. We've caught them lying so many times. I don't know how they can go on with any kind of dignity.
Bro, they've been caught with a fucking mouse on their rocket as they're fucking propelling thousands of miles into fucking space.
Yeah, that was funny.
They've been caught with the mouse twice, and these Globers try to justify it, bro. That's why I don't engage with these people. That's why I don't debate them. I don't answer their questions if I don't want to. Because if your mind sees a clear fucking rat twice in 2 videos, hanging onto a fucking rocket going thousands of miles an hour upwards to space, and you justify that, I have no reason to fucking debate you. I have no reason to answer your questions. I have no reason.
No name calling, thank you. I think rat is offensive.
Hey, but that wasn't a rat.
Was it a mouse?
It was a literal fucking rat.
No, it wasn't, dude. How did you identify a rat?
Exactly. See, this is what I'm talking about. Best thing to do to have a light heart in this situation is laugh at them. It's fucking hilarious. Feel justified in laughing at these
verify it
people.
by verifying the skeletal structure of a rat?
Yeah. Feel
No, you
justified
didn't,
in
you
laughing
liar.
at them. You're guys, when we laugh at these people, it's not a bad thing. It's not immoral, it's not rude, it's not mean. It's fucking hilarious.
It wasn't
It's
a
fucking
rat,
hilarious. First it's hilarious and then it's sad. First make sure to get your laugh.
Glory, I think though that Geo doesn't really want that in this server, so you might want to check yourself.
Geo doesn't want what? My opinion of a fucking rat on the
laughing at people.
Fuck
Laughing
you.
at people,
How about that?
disparaging
Hey,
them,
Geo can come here,
insulting
and
them, shouting
in
at
front
them,
of him,
laughing
I'll
at
tell you
them.
to go fuck yourself. How about that? In front of him, I'll tell you to go fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
just
How about that?
relax. All right, just relax, please.
Yeah, that was a troll, Glory. Lori's been like warned and muted many times. So he's been up against the server rules so many times that like now basically his shtick is try to take some other flat earther down with him before he goes on the blaze of glory.
That doesn't mean that I'm incorrect, by the way.
Also, it's your choice.
I'm actually doing my best. Yeah, I'm actually doing my best, kind of to follow the server rules, and I kind of try to submit to moderators. But I'm doing my best, for example, to self-moderate when I see someone talking that, let's say, triggers me. For example, Conspiracy Santa. I sometimes mute him, but the reason for that is I'm moderating myself because I know that takes it to a direction that I don't want. I just try to then make sure that I'm not over talking. Because
I'm not
obviously,
triggering
if
you.
I have someone muted, hold on. If I have someone muted and then I start over talking, that of course becomes a separate issue then and a problem.
I'm not triggering you. You're triggering yourself.
Well, that's a story. It might be true, might not be. I mean, we all have a bone in our body that wants to troll, and I get that, but you gotta ask yourself whether you're at least willing to try to do better. I don't do 100% correct. Sure, I troll sometimes, and sure, I sometimes cross the server rules, and if I do so, I'm expecting to get moderated.
The way I do it is I usually try and match the other person's energy. If they seem like they want to have an honest, down-to-earth conversation, then I will do that. If they want to just sit there and laugh and make fun of you, then I'll do the same back. Of course, to some extent, if they're being absolutely ridiculous, I'd rather just let them be handled.
Hey, the way Lori talks is just a troll in itself.
It could be.
Like your accent. Just kind of kidding, but
Yeah, I know.
Kind of, dude.
People
It's kind of
people
trolling.
constantly think that I'm Laurie and that Laurie's, or I don't know if he ever gets that he's me, but I often get called Laurie. Because apparently people think we have similar voices.
I've also been called Indian, and I've been called Chinese, and I've been called I don't know what else, but no one has ever guessed correctly that I'm Finnish.
You said Finnish?
Yep.
Finnish is what country again?
Finland,
Finland.
retard.
Oh yeah,
Hey, are
Finland.
you white?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you white?
Please don't call names. Come on, guys.
Hey, Lori, but are you white?
Yep. Why does they come?
Can you hide in the snow and disappear completely?
I guess I could do that, yeah.
I've heard that's the main the skill that all Finnish people have, is being able to hide in the snow really well. That's how you win wars.
That's why I can't find a woman. They also hide in the snow.
What's up? At least we have a tone and we don't just sit in chat all day.
You know what they say, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Yep. Or people in stone houses shouldn't throw rock or glass. Damn. I fucked that up.
I say you shouldn't throw rocks if you live in a glass house, and if you got a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth. That's what they say.
If you live in a stone house, you shouldn't throw glass rocks. Yes. Now a lot of people live in stone houses or brick houses. So stop throwing glass.
So, Reconor, you recommend the golden rule towards others? Do you also recommend the golden shower?
What if they both are the same thing? The golden rule and the golden shower? Because, I mean, maybe you like golden showers, and so your golden rule is that you want golden showers, and therefore you should give golden showers to everyone else. Yeah, Reckoner, that's how I will usually approach a new person, a person I've never talked to before. That's how I will approach them. Once they then show their energy, they are hostile, I'll be hostile back. The initial is always that I'll be cordial to the person, but if they start being less cordial, we'll then have no reason to keep being cordial.
Well, I gotta go do some French exam. Maybe that helps me with my accent. Lol.
Still there, Gummy Bear? Gummy Bear?
Yeah.
Yesterday I was talking to Benzo, and he was mentioning a conversation with you. I think, yeah, I think it was with you.
Yeah.
About
the bending.
Yes, the light bending around the sun. Yeah. That the gravity would push the light away from the sun first, and then pull it towards the sun.
No,
And
I couldn't get him to understand what my point is.
I said that I think what probably was going on, that the diagram you showed him was probably isolating the light that was being bending towards the observer, and that path of light could be going up before it bent down due to the gravitational lensing. But
main
all right,
thing is, I say that, well, the light is being pulled towards the sun, but when the light is bent towards the sun, the angle to our eyes and the fact that our eyes think things are coming straight on, it looks like it's being pushed away, as in the actual position is pushed away. And he couldn't distinguish between how light being pulled could create a pushing effect. It has to be a push showing a push or a pull showing a pull.
well, I think he said like you weren't sure about that and had to like look it up or investigate.
No, the
that.
thing I said is I'm not sure how to get it across to him, and that might be my fault. Saying that it's like his fault that I couldn't get it across to him, but yeah, that was the main thing that I couldn't get it. I wasn't able to explain to him what the.
Right, because I was really, I expected it would be something like this, but I was intrigued by how exactly you guys got to that point. Anyway, you won't stop raining, and I need a clear sky.
Well, yeah, Reckoner, that's the point. But sometimes the fun thing is to just not care. It's fun to make fun of people that are fun to make fun of. Reckoner, if someone's rude to you, how is it rude to not be cordial back to them? I'm not talking about sinking to their level. Just talking about if someone's being rude to you, there's no reason for you to stay cordial and respectful to them. Of course, you still can, but
Hey, are you talking to the guy that has All Glory or whatever his name is?
no, I'm talking to Reckoner. He's writing in chat.
Oh.
You
The
probably
horse head
can't
dude.
speak right now.
So that All Glory guy, I still want to see that rat that he said it was in space.
Wait,
Oh,
you were saying it wasn't a mouse or a rat. Now you're saying you've never seen it before?
Oh, there now he goes on mute and deafen. No, I mean I want to like know how you identified it as a rat.
So you have seen it before.
Yeah, but I want to know how people identify it as a rat. How did you identify it as a rat? Silence. See how he
Well, he's
runs away?
deafened. How is he gonna answer? He's not hearing you.
No, I'm talking to Oblivion.
Oh, all right.
So obviously Oblivion doesn't know how he identified it as a rat. So he stays quiet. Looks like I win again.
So, Trader, have you ever made any claims about anything?
Why are you asking me this?
Yeah, yesterday he told us. Yesterday he told us we need a container to have entropy happen. Was that yesterday?
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because the only things I've heard from you are gotchas on other people's claims. I've never heard you make a claim of your own anything. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Well, what are your claims, bro? Why don't you wear your fucking claims on your fucking sleeve
I
then?
do. The Earth is a
No, you
globe. It's
don't.
rotating around the sun. It's rotating on axis. We have things like areolas. We have things like gravity, which is space-time bending. I'll make a lot of claims.
Space-time bending.
Yeah. You want to make any
That's
claims?
ridiculous.
You want to make any claims? Because I'll
Well, that
defend what
is
I
a
believe, and I will make claims.
Yeah, but you can't demonstrate none of this. You know how you like to do your little science projects? None of your
So
stupid
that's not what I'm
none
asking
of your
right now. I'm not
stupid
asking whether
claims
you can
can
demonstrate
be
anything.
demonstrated by science experiments. You can't duplicate these. None of them.
I'm just asking if you ever make any claims, or you just criticize other people's claims.
Yeah, I'm criticizing your claims that you just claimed, gravity and all your space-time bending. Yeah, all those stupid claims you can't duplicate. You know how like when kids go to class and they like to take their science projects and they show how things work. Well, you could never do that with gravity and space-time bending. Ever.
You're still not addressing what I'm actually asking. I'm asking, do you ever make claims, or do you just criticize other people?
I just criticized you and you still couldn't legitimize your claims, so
Oh, I
sucks
can,
to
but
be
that's
you,
not what I'm
bro.
asking.
Have a nice day.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you something else. If that was the
Care
topic
what
of
you're asking me,
conversation, I
but I
would.
just told you that you're a retarded glober that has no proof of nothing because you can't duplicate or show anything.
Can we not call names here? I'm just asking you if you ever make any claims other than just saying other people's claims are bad, or calling people R words and
Hey,
stuff.
what if you keep asking me the same question like you have brain damage?
You're avoiding it.
I'm not avoiding it. I don't have to answer anything. What if I don't
That is
want to
you
answer you?
avoiding it.
Are you going to force
That
me
is
to?
you avoiding it. No, but you are
Yeah, I
avoiding
can
it.
avoid it if I want. Don't I have that right?
You can avoid it, yeah. I'm gonna point
Yeah,
out that
fuck
you
yeah, I
avoid it.
can. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Exactly. And I can do what I do, which is pointing out that you're avoiding it.
Great.
Here we go. Let's move on.
Right on. So now show me gravity on a small scale.
No,
Demonstrate your
we're
gravity.
moving on.
Yeah, we're moving on now.
We're moving
Demonstrate
on
your
from you.
gravity. Yeah, run away now, because you can't.
Well, if you don't want to answer any question of mine, then I'm not going to answer any of you. I don't want to talk to a brick wall who doesn't make any claims. That's boring. Make a claim and then I can talk to you like a normal human being. Until you do that, you're just a brick wall with no opinions.
You're just a brick wall that can't demonstrate anything. So what? Why do I want to talk to you either? It's like a brick wall, can't demonstrate anything, any of his claims. Nope, just brick wall claims. Brick wall demonstrations, that's all. That's all he is.
That took a while for you to respond, and all you said is that you don't want to talk to me, and yet you keep talking to me. I thought we were moving on.
Let's move on. Obviously, you can't demonstrate, so let's move on. Can't demonstrate gravity, so move on. Okay, I'm moving
You're
on.
talking to me. Let's move on.
I moved on, bro.
That's good for you.
I win.
Okay, then.
Sure did.
Why are you so obsessed about being the winner?
Because you're a
Pronouncing
brick
yourself
wall.
the winner.
I win.
Okay.
Yes,
Very good.
it is true.
Thank you
I did.
very much.
You're welcome.
Are we moving on now?
Let's move on.
Yeah.
I win.
But we were moving on.
It's amazing, dude. You have brain damage, dude. You cannot let anybody get the last word. You have to continue on and on and on and on and on.
Now we're back to personal insults.
Well, this is what I just demonstrated.
So you
I was obviously
demonstrated that I
trolling
have
you,
brain
and
damage.
you were the one who constantly had to get the last word in. You couldn't
Yeah,
let it
guys,
go.
let's not like spend the whole day talking about other people and insulting them, and let's talk about something real.
Thank you, Jeremy.
What's real, Jeremy?
Globular Earth we're living on.
All right, this guy just
something
made a
other than
claim about the globular Earth we're living on. Jeremy? He can't refute it.
I don't
So.
know why you said my name. He made a claim and then you said my name. What's up?
Well, you're the one who wanted to talk about something different.
We all want to talk about something different.
Yeah, I don't want to spend all day talking about other people. Like that's not in the topics.
Well, stop spending any more time and just talk about the globular Earth we live on.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, because you can't refute it?
Yo, anybody looking to buy an AR?
No, not me.
There's a really full AR-15 for is it 430 or 470 or something? A really good deal if anyone wants to buy one.
Where at, bro? Where is this really good deal?
Oh, on Gun Prime. You want me to link it?
Gun Prime?
Yeah.
What kind of brand is the gun?
What was it again? Let me get it for you.
Dude, why don't you just buy a PSA, dude? Because if you buy it's probably an
were you the one
Anderson
that
you're
told me
looking
about
at.
PSA earlier? That was you, right?
Yeah, remember we were talking about it like a week
Yeah,
ago?
yeah. Yo, so thanks for telling me about that. I researched it. PSA is really good, right? Great value.
Yep.
This one's similar to PSA. I compared them. I think this one's a better deal, but PSA is
I know
good.
you're probably yeah, dude, you're probably gonna get a better deal, but the quality isn't as good. Like,
Yeah.
are you is this like an Anderson or what's that
No,
other
so it's
brand?
I actually got a Radical firearm.
Radical? I haven't heard of Radical, but man, that probably sounds like a smaller company. And
Yeah,
PSA
it's
is
in
pretty
Austin.
big, dude.
I think it's in Austin or that must be ATI.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
so
look at gold.
the gun's 430. It's really decent gun. I'll link it if anyone.
I mean, you should go with like Colt or the Armor Right or Armor Light, whatever they call it.
Yeah, but
Armalite?
Yeah.
that's like double the price though, huh?
Yeah, but that's like
Well,
you get what
yeah.
you pay for.
Yeah, exactly. You get what you pay for, dude. That Radical firearm is probably a good deal, but they're not as established. They're probably a smaller company. Who knows if they're using mil spec? It's
I'm gonna link it.
but
You could look at it.
did you do your research on YouTube and did they do torture tests to this gun?
I'm not sure. I didn't buy it or anything. I'm just talking about it's a good deal for the price.
Well, I know, man, but on YouTube, if you look up those Palmetto State Armories,
Yeah.
they do comparative torture tests. Like the torture test is they call it a tornado test, and they put it through like dirt, water. They run it over, and then they like smash, like they try and smash the gun.
Yeah.
And then
And also
after they
try
do
to
all that,
overheat it and melt it.
Yeah, over fire, like over rate of fire to see what happens.
yeah, it's just a torture test, and that Palmetto State never jammed, and it was comparable to to all the other guns like your Colts and your other ones.
This one specifically compared to Palmetto State, it's got a few. I like the thing at the band at the back, the shoulder thing that you put it on, the shoulder rest, the extendable. What is that called?
Stock?
Yeah,
The
it's
stock.
got a better and more expensive stock. It's got a better, more expensive pistol grip with more rough grip.
Hey, link it, dude.
Yeah, I'll see it right now. I found it. Check it out, man. I think it's it's either this or a $500 basic PSA. I think it's better.
Oh, I don't know if I like that stock, dude.
Really?
It looks pretty sick, but that's more of like a pistol.
It's extendable.
Yeah, but I don't really like that.
That's a full AR-15.
Yeah.
Double
this is $430?
double sided safety switch. The M lock the M-Lock fucking barrel thing that you hold on to is like a custom shaped version where it's like it's nice to hold with your hand. You don't need to buy a foregrip ring.
Yeah, but those foregrips look tight when you put one on there.
Yeah, right.
Oh, they're so. Oh, okay. I found that radical firearm on YouTube. Yeah, you know what? That stock looks actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's got like a on the side, it's got like a sloped flat place to rest your cheek. It's really nice, man. The back is the back of the stock has got a rubber or something like that. The PSA one, I don't think it has rubber on the back. But yeah, I remember I don't know if it was with you. There was this other gun, but it was plastic. It was polymer, upper and lower. I don't know if it was you, but I think you said don't do it. It's not good, and you ended up being right. Yeah, man. Nice gun. I was reading forums or Reddit or something, and people were like, because you have to ship it to your FFL dealer. They were like, we shipped it to our FFL dealer, and we were comparing other guns that they had in inventory compared to this radical firearm guns, and the closest guns they had were double the price with the features they're getting.
Hey, you know what? I actually there's a bunch of torture tests, and it's supposedly this gun's holding up, man.
Really?
Yeah, man. So that's good that that Palmetto State has a good competitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one it might be even cheaper. It's called ATI, American Tactical something. They sell slightly cheaper than this. Like for $480, you could get the same setup, including a red dot and the 60-round mag. But those are polymer, not aluminum.
The lower's polymer?
Yeah, the lower and upper, I think.
Holy shit.
I could link you that one too. You
Damn. Yeah, I found it on YouTube.
Yeah, geez, I'm looking at this. Yeah, there's a lot of people getting these now because I guess Colt just sold off the design. They said they weren't going to manufacture civilian versions anymore because they
that was a
estimated.
couple years ago.
Yeah, they had estimated there's already 16 million civilian AR-15s on the market, and it just isn't a. They're just not going to manufacture them, so they sold
Guys,
off the plans. Oh, go ahead, Golers.
No, sorry, bro. I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say this might be something new, like really sort of cheaper versions, because maybe you're paying for the Colt name is a lot of times too. So if you could get the same design done by somebody else,
yeah, same platform.
Hey, you don't want to buy those ATIs, dude.
Yeah,
fucking
you're
caught
right.
on fire, dude.
Yeah, exactly. When you have this, there's no reason to buy that ATI.
No.
Yo,
things are
so I was
garbage.
thinking, man, this 430 for this rifle, kind of cheap. What do you guys think this could be a good investment deal? Like if someone wants to become a collector or something, they buy like 10 of these or whatever they can afford and hold it. I feel like if the economy crashes or something, which it will, these are going to shoot up and be very much in demand, man. That and bullets.
I don't think so, dude. Here's
Really?
why. Yeah, I now here's why, dude, because I don't think the economy is gonna crash, dude. But even if it does, what's the
If it does, you're definitely gonna want a gun.
I know, but like
And more than one. What's the benefit of it aside from the self-defense? It's you could trade it. It'll have a supreme value. People will know, and you could trade it for whatever you need. You know. fucking a gun for a generator, a gun for fucking a cow, or a gun for anything, man.
Well, I mean, guns are a good thing, but I mean, for it to actually go up in value, there would have to be a drop in the supply. So how would that happen?
Dude, that shit
Either
if the
there has
economy
to be
if the economy
a
crashes,
material.
that
No,
shit'll
hold on, dude. Hold on, Joe. Okay, I asked a question.
You had it.
So
You
go
left a
ahead.
huge break in your sentence.
I think
Okay,
it's
so
only
you
in a
said the
specific
economy would
scenario.
crash. but
Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
that has nothing to do with the supply of it.
It definitely does.
There is going to be a
How does
large
that?
supply in America. Not to get us wrong, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of people looking for one.
I know, but look, for that to happen, because what I'm talking about supply is people will stop making them. Why would people stop making them?
No more fucking supply chain.
He's
Supply
talking
chain
about
disruption.
societal collapse. A societal collapse.
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
economy
the
all
fucking
society
whole
falls apart.
thing, the whole system would have to literally crumble for your AR-15 to go up in value.
Do you
Now,
know
if
how
that
fragile
happens,
do you know how finish it up.
Go ahead.
Do you know how fragile our system is?
Yeah, it's pretty fragile.
So it wouldn't take a lot.
Just the past year, these ARs have gone up unilaterally in price $30 to $100. Just the past
It's
year.
not that much. That's pretty much right alongside of
everything.
Inflation, yeah.
Yeah, everything's
Everything.
going up in price. Yeah.
They scraped the value at $1. Every time they print $1, it makes your dollar worth a little bit less.
I don't know. I just feel like
If you want to invest in something, just invest in the stock market, dude.
nah, fuck the stock. I wake up and pray every day it crashes. Fuck the stock market.
Why? Why would you do
Dude,
that?
you don't want to live in a society where there's a societal collapse, dude.
Yeah,
I do.
dude. No, you don't, bro.
I don't
You
want to
would
live in
not
this
like
society.
that,
This
dude.
society doesn't serve my soul, man. So
You think the one where it collapses is better or worse?
it's not better. I mean, but it's the fucking what's needed. You know.
It's not what's needed, dude.
I actually
because
used
then
to
there's
think
gonna
that
be
too,
fucking
but
people you don't know about that's gonna be controlling shit, dude. And if not one main person has control of things, there's gonna be little smaller factions of bosses
The
and
people
crime
that run your
bosses.
world, bro, they've got this plan ready to go. It's not going to be like years and years. It's going to be short term, but it's going to happen.
It's not, dude, because the people who have control now, they don't want to lose power. And the only
people
way
who
they
have
would lose
control
power.
now are the people that run your world, bro.
let me jump in real quick. See, I used to think like you did, Glory. I used to think, oh, we just need society to collapse and then we can rebuild. And, that's how we could get rid of these elites that are running the show. But these elites that are running the show, they got multi-million-dollar underground bunkers. They're going to pop. If anything happened, they'll pop out and be just fine and regain power.
And guess who, Jeremy? To rerun the show, that means we got to be more elite. So there's going to be a new group of elites running the show. And as soon as we do that, we're going to want to pass out the resources the way we want to pass them out.
It's going to be the same people. It's going to be the same people. These people have underground bunkers with enough food to feed a lot of people for lifetimes. Like they're going to pop out with machine. We're going to be on the
There's
top
not
straight.
enough food to feed people for
We're going to be on the
lifetimes.
top.
Yeah, they do.
Do you know how long your fucking grocery store stays stocked up?
Getting
Like,
rid of
come
them.
on,
doesn't
bro.
mean
You don't know
anything.
what they got under there. This isn't
Respect
a
the
Trucks
resources, guys.
move everything,
Respect-
dude.
Listen, respect the resources that the realm gives us, man.
Check. Oh, here we go.
That's it. I'm sorry
All
if
right,
I'm
was my mic
I
fucked
barely
up?
hear you. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good.
Mike's good.
Look, man, you don't want society to collapse, dude, because somebody else is gonna step in that place and you don't know who they are, and you might not want them because you don't like their color, you don't like their belief system, or you don't like their whatever.
Hold
But
on,
what
hold
if
on.
they're ready? Hold on. But what if they're ready for this collapse and they totally seize power because they have whatever resource, a lot of guns, a lot of different money, or a better idea, or they fool people in their some
Come
sort of
on, man.
religion? Who knows? I'm just saying, how do you know that you're going to agree with that person that's
I don't
gonna
want to agree with them. I'm not trying to join something
Yeah.
else.
Can I
No,
jump
that's
in
the
real
go,
quick?
point.
Jeremy.
I was like in the middle of saying something
Yeah,
before,
yeah.
and I feel like I can't. So the guys that are all the elites and the guys in power now, they all have underground bunkers to last indefinitely. We will be on the surface, running around, worrying about food, killing each other for resources. Okay, some big groups might form, but these guys are going to pop out of their bunkers. Fine, they're going to have guns, ammo, food, enough to supply arm. Like, are you familiar with the Waltons, the
Dude.
people that own Walmart? Do you know who they are?
Yeah, the Waltons. What does it matter?
Got one of the biggest underground bunkers ever.
Okay, but their power does not is not there. It's now.
What are you
They're
talking
only
about, man?
powerful because they have they're a lot of money. That's it.
Either way, Jeremy,
So they
if the
don't want
news,
this system to collapse. They'll do whatever they have to make sure that this system stays running. Believe
No,
me.
see, the thing is, they fully control and run this system. They run everything. And they have a new version of their control mechanism that they want to implement. And in order for them to implement that, it requires them to control demolition of this system. This is what they have planned. This is what we're in the
Oh, come
middle of
on,
right now.
dude. There's no
hey,
proof
bro,
of
they don't
that.
run me, bro. And Jeremy, Jeremy, what are you like worried about that they would be in the bunkers and that they're gonna come back? Like,
No, they're not going to do that. Their power and control isn't in their bunker. It's here with their money right now. Their system will not
picture the
collapse,
scenario.
dude.
Jeremy, if we
This
could go
system
through
will not collapse.
Picture
I
the scenario.
promise.
Jeremy, let's go.
You will get free money. You will get free shit before the system collapses. They'll bring it close like they did with COVID, but after look at how they like kind of like tampered the flames that burnt through America, like all the cities and stuff. They gave everybody free money. They've been giving everybody free money. Calm
the
down,
system
everything's okay.
of balance or fairness, so that all that would be changed when you say collapse is more sharing or whatever. So
Don, let me explain.
Tell me what
let me
they.
explain the scenario.
Thank you, sir.
Let me explain the scenario. Society collapses. Food stops going into
How
the
does
cities.
society
And let
collapse?
Jeremy talk, man.
Just wait,
You
bro.
guys are fucking spiraling, man. Yo, we got to let each other finish our sentences. I don't
Well,
take
you
long.
just
I'm
said
gonna be like
something and I
25
had to
seconds.
stop you on it.
Bro, he let him talk.
I thought we were
relax,
already
bro.
at the point where society collapses, and if you don't know how that could happen, then I don't. There's a lot of scenarios in which that could
Okay,
happen.
so we're already there. I'm sorry. Okay, so that's the hypothetical. It already just collapsed for whatever reason. It's collapsed. Then they're in their bunker.
Yeah. Let's say the elites did it on purpose. Let's say it happened on accident. There's a bunch of ways it could happen. Elites running the show. They're not dumb. They know it could happen. Hold on a second. Go on mute. I'm going to be like 25 seconds tops. I don't know.
Go
I
ahead,
don't even
bro.
remember where I was.
I see what you're
No.
saying.
You said society collapsing for whatever reason.
You're
But I'm
anticipating.
telling you, dude, that they won't let it collapse.
That's I think that's what he's
They
saying.
might not be able to stop it.
Yeah, that's what I think he's saying.
Dude, they will throw all the money that they have to keep the system running, because what I'm saying is their power only lies with the system running and people participating in the system. If everybody gives up on the system, they lose their power because they lose their money. That's the only way they have
But
power.
no. Look, he said that point 3 times. But now let's sell that point to Jeremy after we make sure we hear Jeremy's point.
Okay, we're already talking about the system. We're already talking about the system collapsing. So we're already past that point. There is no system.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain to you how they keep their power after that, and you won't let me. I don't know why. It's weird.
What they're gonna do is
wasn't even a hot topic.
they're gonna do problem reaction solution. They're gonna create the problem, get the specific reaction that they want, and then give us their solution that they had packaged 30 years ago. This is how they work. They stir problems and they make us
trying to talk with this man, bruh.
That's
I'm trying to talk with him.
all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Jeremy, I'm sorry for talking over everybody and all this. I am interested in what you're saying. I just want to qualify real quick. It sounds like that's why Trader keeps butting in, though, because he's saying, like, well, if you're saying they secretly have a way in from the underground, he's saying the system really. But I want to
out there, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you're not
What is he
able to get to the end. I'm going to shut up so you can get to the end.
What is he saying? The system still no. We're talking about the system collapses. Now there we are. The people are in there. The elites
How do you know that the system is going to collapse?
Oh,
though you're
my
just
God, man.
you're begging the question that the system will, dude. I'm telling you.
Know
no,
the
it doesn't.
scenarios.
How do you know for sure the system is going to
Not know
collapse?
this. I don't know
How do
for
you know
sure, man.
That's me. That's me that knows for sure, not Jeremy.
I don't know for sure either.
He's a mod. Let him finish.
You don't know for sure either that it's going to collapse. What are you talking about? Like a hypothetical, the system collapses. Like I don't know why you guys can't get past that point. I thought we were.
Well, I can't get past it because you got to give me how this could happen. You just can't say, "Oh, it's
happening." It's happening before your eyes. You're in the middle of it.
Have an
Just fine, dude. Hey, remember in 2008, they or like in 2004, they claimed, "Oh, Y2K." Oh, and then in 2008, "Oh, the housing bubble. That's it. It's all over."
They didn't shut the whole fucking world down in 2008.
Remember the Eurozone? Wait, hold on.
No,
remember the
bro.
Eurozone?
Hey, bro, I asked you politely if I could talk with Jeremy, and you haven't shut up until we finish, not for 5 seconds.
Speak over him. Don't give him the respect that he's not getting.
Go ahead, bro. I'll go on mute. But you didn't listen to me when I said all those
here's
three
the point. We're gonna sell Jeremy that point at the end. Let him get to the end. Make sure there's not any other stipulation he wants to put on it. Jesus.
So we're at this hypothetical scenario in which society collapses. No one knows for sure if that's actually going to happen. I just want to state that. Maybe the elites might have a plan or something. It's not important. The thing is, they have lifetimes of food. They hunker down in their bunkers, right? They're nice and safe, tons of food, tons of all kinds of stuff, tons of guns and bullets. We have tons of guns and bullets up here and food, but it's hard to get. There's a thing called the Golden Horde. After the societal collapse, there's 8 million people in New York City. What do you think they're going to do? Sit there and starve to death? They're going to be rushing out, spreading across the land, trying to get resources. We'll be up here killing ourselves like madmen. They'll pop out with all their guns and bullets and all their food and be able to raise an army, gain power. It's going to be the same people in power. It's not going to switch people. And we're going to get lucky, and there's going to be a good... These guys plan generations ahead for everything. You don't think they're ready for something like that? I said, it could happen on accident. It could happen on accident, or they could do it on purpose.
Okay,
over and out.
Okay, I love the point. I think a lot of us would agree with that possibility. It's, I don't know if it's a guarantee, Jeremy, that they would, but it definitely seems feasible. Like they're going to have the smarts, they're going to have the preparation. What's interesting, though, from some of the perspectives that are in here with Trader and them saying, like, there would be a reference frame, maybe you could say that, the system appeared to collapse, but it was really still, you know what I mean? It's still fully within their control if we just assume they could come back and do that, like, at any point then. So I don't know if they could, but it's interesting. All right, thanks. Go ahead, bud.
These people have planned generations and generations ahead. You don't think they're ready for a man-made or a natural societal collapse? They have all the elites have bunkers. Like you couldn't find me an elite without a bunker.
Right. See, I was
have them in Colorado because of the mountains, so it's a really good area to put bunkers in.
Let me tell you about
the rebellion wouldn't be the reason for the collapse, in which case I'd say, okay, we could have checked these motherfuckers. You're saying if there was a collapse, and I think I would agree with what you say, Jeremy. It's very possible. We need to be careful.
It's more than likely the same people will gain power.
Yes, sir.
See, you're going into a full collapse, but when have we ever seen a full collapse?
Right here, right now. We're in the middle of one.
No, it's not collapsing because I still see my neighbors getting up and going to work. So they haven't gave up
boiling
on
the frog.
I
Boil
still
the frog
people
slowly. It stays in there
we
and
still have
dies.
traffic jams
You
in my
turn up the
city.
heat to max immediately. It jumps out. This is what they're doing. They're boiling the frog.
Still cooking then.
No, they haven't let it collapse yet, so it hasn't collapsed. But hold on. So we have no proof of this collapse. And look, they can give you whatever you want. So if you need free money, they're going to give you free money. They're not going to let the system fully collapse ever. They're not going to do it. I promise you, they will not. They have everything in their power. They have
That is not a promise you can keep. I just
they
want to let
have
everyone know
Problem,
that.
reaction, solution, Hegelian dialectic, ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. This is how they operate.
Dude, there's scenarios that could be beyond their control that could make it collapse.
What's beyond their
You think these
control?
guys have ultimate? Hello, did you hear me talking? Is my mic fucked up?
Go ahead.
There's scenarios out of their control that they might not even be able to stop. You know?
Like what?
Like an EMP. Dude, if you don't know these scenarios, that's crazy if I would have to actually say them.
Okay, like an EMP that detonates what? Every entire city, and it knocks down the grid.
You remember the claim that was made back in when they used to use the telegraph, and the EMP came from the sun and knocked out the whole telegraphs? If something like that happened now, we'd be fucked. That's just one scenario. Do you want the whole list, or can we move on?
So you don't think you don't think they would say, okay, let's get every fucking man, woman, and child to help rebuild the grid, and everybody's like, yeah, let's rebuild the grid, and then they'll be like, okay, you get $5,000 for this, and blah 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 every day to work on this. You don't think everybody's gonna do it? They'll allocate resources to whatever they have to just to make sure the system doesn't stop running. Because that's how they have their power. I'm telling you, dude, they'll do whatever they have to keep this thing going.
Another scenario. I mean, there's a whole list of scenarios that they wouldn't be able to account for. I don't know. So you do want to go? Do you want to stay on this one, the EMP thing?
Whatever, dude.
Okay, so if all these trucks and trains and shit stop bringing food into the cities, right? And there's 8 million people starving in New York City, what do you think they're going to do? You think they're going to sit there and lay down and die? That doesn't sound like New York City people to me.
Okay, they'll kill each other off. Then what?
Do you know what they're going to do? Oh, you think they're just going to sit there and kill each other?
Yeah, they're going to try and steal from each other whatever they can to stay alive.
You don't think some of them are going to try to leave the city? Like, oh, this place is a wasteland. Let's try to go to a farm.
Okay, how
or
far can they get on one tank of gas? How far can they get off one tank of gas?
They can get to me, plus some. I'm 3 hours away from New York City. They could probably go twice the distance, possibly, if they brought a couple gas tanks. They're not going to sit there and die, dude. There's something called the Golden Horde, right? And it's not just going to be New York City. It's going to be L.A., any city with tens of thousands of people in it. There's not going to be. People only have enough food for like 3, 4, 5 days.
You do know that there are 3 separate energy grids. There's a Western grid, there's an Eastern grid, and then there's the Texas grid or the Midwestern grid. And it's not it's not even Midwestern. It's only for Texas, and that's it. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, the electrical grid for your house, sure. And if an EMP hits,
is the EMP going to knock out all 3 or just one?
I don't know. It knocked out the whole telegraph system back in the whatever.
Okay, is the telegraph system the same thing as the 3 separate electrical grids? Yes or no?
I believe it would use the same. I believe an EMP would knock out the electrical grids. Yes.
All 3 or just one?
I don't know. I think all three. I
Okay,
don't
there
know.
you go. So you don't know. So now you're begging the question that if the Eastern grid in New York City went down, all the Texas grid and the Western grid would go offline too. But that's not the truth. So the whole country is not going to collapse, just a portion of the country. So everything's going to be fine in LA, while New York is going to burn.
Dude, the
But
EMP
it's okay
might
because
take
it's
out.
going to
It's a
burn a
possible
little bit.
scenario. Okay, it's a possible scenario that the EMP might take out all the stuff.
Okay, what's the extent of the damage of an EMP? What's its range? Is it 2,000
The whole
miles?
grid.
Because
The whole grid.
isn't
Everything.
it like
All of America.
2,000 miles from LA to New York City?
Yeah, it takes out America, Canada, and Mexico, and all South America.
No, an
Possibly.
EMP only has a radius of about 50 miles.
Yeah, a man-made one.
Not even
A
that.
man-made
Maybe
one.
I think like
Dude,
25.
you're talking about a man-made one. What are you Googling frantically as we talk? It's a man. That's a man-made one, bro.
I'm not Googling anything frantically, dude.
Okay, 50 miles is a man-made one.
Yeah, man-made EMP. What other
I'm talking
EMP
about
are
one
you
from the
talking
sun.
about?
I'm talking about one from the sun.
Okay, when has this ever happened in the history of our meteorology or the history of our electrical
It
grid?
happened when it
failing?
happened. It happened during the time when we were using the telegraph system, or whatever the thing is you send over the lines, Morse code. I don't know what they were doing. Whenever that was, it happened. Supposedly, that's their story. You're probably at your computer right now. Maybe you could check.
Do you have the year of when it happened?
I could Google it if you need me to.
Holy flare telegraph. Okay, the Carrington event was a geomagnetic storm was associated with bright solar flare September 1st, 1859. Okay, let's look at this. So is it going to get the whole Earth, or is it, because that's the thing, is it a flat Earth or globe Earth? Is it going to get one, is it going to wrap around the whole globe, or is it going to?
Bro, I don't know. I don't know. It could take out all. Let's say it takes out all of America. You think that ends well for anyone? You think Europe or China is going to come save us? Canada? You think Canada is going to help? Canada will probably get knocked out too. Dude, listen, there's multiple scenarios in which, if any scenario in which food stops coming into the cities, that's a surefire way of a total collapse. You know that strike, that trucker strike that happened in Canada? If they ever organized something like that for real, that would be a societal collapse. Everything gets moved by those
And
trucks.
it still didn't collapse. People kept going. It's gonna be hard to stop everybody from moving, dude. Like people aren't gonna stop, dude.
Yeah, I'm talking about if they had one in all of America, all of Canada, all of Mexico, all the truckers were like, "Yo, we're not fucking driving anymore," and the food stopped coming into the cities.
Yeah, but people
That's
need to
it
eat,
right
bro.
there.
They're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop going to work, bro.
I mean, that's your theory, yeah. You don't know that. You could have sea levels rapidly rise. You know what would happen if sea levels rose rapidly? You're talking about harbors underwater, docks underwater, nowhere to unload this shit, even if it did come. Every coastal city gets knocked out the bottom. Well, most coastal cities get knocked out. Florida's off the map. Florida's like barely, not even like, they're at sea level. So if that shit goes up like 3 inches, they're fucked.
Yeah, but it's not the
There's
whole.
mad
The sea
scenarios. There's a
level
lot of
rises.
scenarios.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying the only one that potentially has, because like I said, dude, if New York gets damaged, the rest of the world's going to continue. You know,
Yeah, but you don't
I
know
mean,
if that's you don't know if it's just going to hit New York or it hits the whole fucking U.S. or the
the
whole.
that's the thing. It has to hit the whole U.S. for the whole U.S. system to collapse.
Yeah, so these guys don't control the sun, do they? The elites. So if we get a bigger solar flare or something, or sea levels
Well,
rise, we could get hit by an asteroid and cause. Dude, there's tons of scenarios.
asteroid.
Like I literally couldn't
Did I
list them
just
all
hear
right now.
Jeremy say we can get hit by an asteroid? I literally just had. I just heard that.
Yes, I said those words.
Okay, cool, man. All right, I'm going on mute now.
So there's tons of scenarios in which this societal collapse could happen. We could have invented AI and the AI fucking shuts us down. Like there's tons of shit, dude. Sea levels rising. What else?
Sea levels rising, like it's gonna happen like in an instant, or it's gonna like what?
I don't. Yeah, sure. Instant. I mean, not instantly, not like light speed, but
People will have time to prepare for that. So that's actually not the one that's gonna. Dude, the only one is the solar flare, and I don't
bro,
know
if
about
sea
solar
level,
flares. So we got to look at like past experience to learn about solar flares, and if that event in 1859 was the last one, how many years has it been since 1859 since another event like that happened? So then, you know,
we
so
wouldn't
there's
even.
been
We
many
might
years
not
that
have
have
even
gone
known
by that it hasn't happened.
anything before that. We might not even have known because we weren't using electrical shit like that. This was the first time we were really using electrical shit like that. So that's the first record of it happening. It could happen every fucking 200 years. We don't know. There could be a bigger one next time.
Yeah,
Like there's
but
a lot of
okay.
scenarios.
Yeah, but okay, look. It's been over 100 years, bro.
All right. So what if
Hasn't
it
happened
happens
yet.
next? What if it happens next year? We know it can happen.
Hasn't happened yet.
It
The
has
odds are
happened
that
in the
it's not going to
Carrington
happen.
event. The Carrington event, it has happened.
Yeah, I know, but it hasn't happened since then.
Come here, kiddo.
We're good, bro.
Yeah,
What are
no
you worried
doubt, no
about?
doubt. We're good. We're good. Nothing to worry about. Just all the elites have giant underground bunkers. They're not worried.
You seem to think that they have like, dude, their giant bunker that you're claiming that they're gonna come out of and emerge with more power. They're not gonna do that, dude. They're gonna lose total power after that because there's gonna be somebody else that comes along and gets it before they do. They only have power with their money now, but a full collapse, nah, they're done for, dude. But I did hear Jeremy say an asteroid. Get hit by an asteroid. That was cool.
Yes, bro. Some giant thing could fall from the sky and hit Earth and cause dust to rise up and cover the sun for years, or it could cause sea levels to rise essentially overnight and fuck us up like that. Tons of stuff. Tons of stuff.
Hey, where's this thing coming from, dude?
I don't know. I don't make claims on how the sky works.
So why are you making claims that a rock's gonna fall from the sky if you don't know its origin?
I'm just saying it could. I don't know.
How do you know it's there's things out there?
How do I know there's things out there?
Yeah, how do you know things are gonna fall from the sky?
I don't know. It could. I mean, is there not evidence that things fall from the sky?
I don't know. Is there? You tell me.
Yeah. There's evidence things
all
fall
right.
from the sky. Yeah.
Let's believe mainstream science then.
Rocks
What else
fall.
are they telling us? Let's believe
Stuff
about
falls.
the globe.
If anything that's more dense than the atmosphere, it falls. Right. That's how
Atmosphere.
falling works.
Dude, I got Jeremy to say atmosphere, asteroid. Fuck, dude.
I use the word
System's
atmosphere so
gonna
you guys don't
collapse.
get confused. I use the word
All
atmosphere
right,
so you
man.
guys don't get confused.
This is all being recorded right now. I hope you know.
You're funny.
What? That I gotcha?
You didn't get me on what? What did you get me on? What do you think you got me on?
Name the atmosphere and asteroids.
Yes, I explained it. I used the word atmosphere so nobody gets confused and we're not arguing because I made new words up. Okay. The gas that's around Earth. The gas in the sky, the atmosphere. You want me to call it the atmos plane? Would that make you feel better? I could. And then we get side railed about arguing about what atmos plane is.
No, I like atmosphere better because it definitely describes exactly what you're trying to say. It's an atmosphere. Right on. Thanks, bro, for saying sphere. You literally said sphere.
Okay. You got me, bro. You got me.
Just trying to do my part, dude. Keeping people honest here, bro. That's basically what I'm here for.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So yeah, just picture any scenario where society collapses. These guys are in their underground bunkers, safe and sound. They probably have plans to communicate after and how to, they're probably going to bring a lot of soldiers and shit with them, or like, people with them, because they got tons and tons of food in these, tons of water, tons of food. They're going to pop out, regroup. They'll have a huge army. They'll be able to recruit more people. They'll be good. They'll regain power, just like they probably have been through the decades or centuries. Like I don't think a societal collapse would stop these people. I tried to watch that Weiss debate. That shit was tough, Elbow. I don't think I made it more than 5 or 10 minutes into it.
Yeah, dude. Fucking David Weiss got smashed, bro. It was horrible.
Yeah, everyone's
Like
got
that
their own opinion on
Professor
it.
Dave just kept punking him, dude.
I mean, if that's what you think wins a debate, then I guess he crushed him.
Yeah, but I mean, David Weiss couldn't refute anything or like come back for anything. Like literally everything he said, he like totally crushed him on everything. We can
You think
watch it
so?
again if you'd like, but damn.
Well, I mean, I didn't have to watch more than 5 or 10 minutes to see what Dave was doing. He wasn't being honest and shit. I mean, he was using I know all the Glover tactics, and he was using a lot of them, and it's unbearable to watch.
Glover tactics.
Tactics that the Glovers use, yes. They literally have a playbook. We read it out one night on Brandon's. Brandon got their script or whatever, and yeah, he just read it out.
Power in numbers, Jeremy.
So I mean, man, they pop out and they have they pop out after half of, a massive amount of the people have wiped themselves off the map from this golden horde that'll happen out of all of these cities. Like, they'll spread crazy, dude. Any city with like 5,000-10,000 people in it is going to be going crazy. Like, some of those small ones might make it if there's like a farm nearby, but I mean, most of the food in America is grown in one spot anyways. So like, if those spots get knocked, like, I just.
You know what's interesting? I mean, your scenario, Jeremy, kind of is just like, it doesn't matter if there was apocalypse or not. It's still the elite's got a power. Like, what, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. They're not gonna lose their grasp. I mean, they might lose power for momentarily while we're out, while they're in their bunkers sipping fine wine and doing whatever they do, but pop out, they've got it right back. Like I said, they pop out with an army, with enough people, and they can recruit people. They got the food, the resources. They know they got plans exactly what to do.
Right.
They'll be fine. They go through one growing season. They got all kinds of shit. They're prepared for stuff.
So
they prepared. You ever heard the phrase "proper planning prevents poor performance"? These people know that phrase.
Yeah. So it's like, I hear you witnessing like a cycle or a balance in nature where it's like, okay, look, there's the elites. We can't fucking stop them. They growing. And maybe you're saying it, but it's like, even if an act of God or Mother Nature was to come in and knock everything down, they still ready for that. Right.
Yeah, he did, dude. Hey, you know what? Hey, he did say that. He said asteroid could hit.
Right.
Or a
solar flare. To the point of why is he using this variable? And it's like, I guess because he's witnessing, hey, there's a problem that doesn't have a solution. Even if God needs to put a solution, but regardless, maybe and I'll give you a different angle of why it's even this perpetual cycle of, growth and corruption and rebellion and corruption and rebellion, because even, whoever stands up and replaces them, the corruption. I guess be fair or whatever. It's hard. Fairness is a hard concept. I don't even think it exists. I think it's just might makes right. I think that's the operating law of the land. But then I'll see spiritual stuff that will let you see rewards for what appears to be sacrifice, maybe. Could be observer bias. We're taught so many cooperative narratives, but to me, I don't think that's totally separate or excluded from the might makes right philosophy. I think we have the might to be nice and combine power and teach that community building logic. Right. So it's kind of like there's two powers that are always at a struggle. There's that powerful force of cooperation, and there's the powerful force of abuse and protection from the moral, the moral governor that might restrain some people. Does that make any sense, Jeremy?
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. All morals will be out the window if society collapses.
No, but I mean, for a moment, but also the elite, though, what's interesting in that moment is where the elite are going to become kind of the Christians again, because they're going to band together. Like you said, they're going to come out with their army against the savage. Right. So that's kind of interesting. I don't take these moral perspectives. I recognize what they are, but I think it's given to us to use the balance of the realm we're given.
Give me 1 second, Don. I'm trying to set this printer up. All right, where were we?
Bunkers are smart.
Yes, because proper planning prevents poor performance. So if these people want to keep power, they know what they got to do to keep power after after a catastrophe. So they're gonna just fucking do it. Like they have essentially unlimited money. Like when you have billions of dollars, that's pretty much like underground bunker money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they can do they can buy a lot of man hours and resources.
Well, the money won't be worth anything after the shit hits the fan. The money's worthless. These people probably have gold, food, like all kinds of shit stocked up. You don't even know.
It shouldn't be worth anything now. Unless
It's on its way. That's another scenario that could. Another scenario that could cause.
Yeah, there should be something. All you do is, hey man, I'm gonna give you this money, and someone else is gonna do something for you. Probably, most likely. No. There needs to be a reserve for some material or some resource or service that the money issuing group gives out. You know what I mean? If there's not an immediate trading reserve, and the price of that reserve item might fluctuate. The value ratio of it compared to a man hour or something is going to change. But there always should be some reserve, like the blockchain thing, or even though there's nothing promised you from that. But I'm with you. They need to spend the money now. It's smart. But the PPP, I don't remember that. I remember failing to prepare is preparing to fail. That's the one I know.
It's the 5 Ps.
PP. Bro, I mean, when you make a gun, think about it. When you sit there and spend your time and make a gun and a bomb, and then you hand it to somebody else, you're kind of a retard.
Sorry, what's up? What'd you say?
When you can invent an item and gather the resources and build the infrastructure to make guns, and you're sitting there making the gun, and you put the gun together, and you get it ready to kick, it's ready, it could kill somebody, and you're the gun maker worker, and then you hand the gun over to someone else, you're a retard. I don't care what.
That's what they do. They make guns to get money.
I mean, that's the point exactly. But it's like, here, put the chain around my neck. Let me build my own chain. Let me build my own chain. Let me build my own chain. Like, what the fuck are these idiots doing these jobs for? I don't understand. It's a joke. Like, why do you do a job for another that gives another family power leverage over yours? Why would you do that job? It just makes no sense. Oh, because I'm a happy slave. Yay.
I mean, yeah, they realized a long time ago that having slaves where you actually have to have chains and feed them yourself. You know what I mean? That system of slavery, that's not an efficient system, right? Because you got to have a lot of fucking guards, and then you get revolts. Some slave people might rise up and revolt this way. The way they got it now is that they don't even know. The people don't even know they're slaves. That's the best slave you could possibly fucking have.
Bro,
right? No one's running away. No one's running away. No one's trying to do a, rise up and revolt like Spartacus or something. Like, everyone's chilling. This is perfect for him.
You hit Spartacus. It's awesome. I was holding the thought of this of, I know it's unlikely, but let's say hypothetically, like all the Bible stories are forgotten about. Instead of Jesus, we'll have the story of Martin Luther King and JFK. And, it's like that, in my opinion, that story is just kind of like the same story of Martin Luther King just back in the day. And it's like, these motherfuckers ain't getting the message. And they gonna let you know, bro, this story is for real. And you test it, you're gonna see. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's some that if they mind their own business, you know what I mean? If they, just give and they don't try to, do any sort of insubordinate type behavior, like Billy Graham, Mother Teresa, you know what I mean? But Martin Luther King, JFK, you start talking about everybody, nah, it's a problem. It's a problem, bro.
I mean, I used to think we needed a societal collapse, but now that'd be the worst thing possible. That would set us back so far, like, it's crazy. You don't want that to happen.
We need Spartacus. We need sneaky Jesus. We need the Jesuits. We need the real Jesuits. Where you at? Where you at? What's up?
Do you have any proof of Jesus?
No, to me, it's like just a message. But think about that very, very dark Jesuit order like story that some of us has all heard before, right? Like the manifesto.
I don't know. I've never heard any like dark thing about the Jesuits.
Okay, well, they got this manifesto thing or something that's like the philosophy oath or whatever, that it's like, I will uphold the order. I will infiltrate like a snake and sneak and kill any enemy. Like, it's straight up like fucking.
Really? I've never read that, dude. I gotta look that up.
So it's awesome. But when you think about it, you're
I gotta see that, dude. See that?
Right, but if your group is the group of, hey, we're the same as America. Like, hey, we all going to get along. We're going to cooperate. Anybody fucks with us, I mean, it's the same. So to hate on it, it's like, okay, sure. But if you do believe you're the righteous, nice guys, I mean, what are you going to do in the end? You're either going to lay down and die. I mean, I'll admit it's dark, but it's consistent. It's like you have to use the might. I mean, there's going to come a time where, there could be opposition and you have to be able to stand strong in the face of that opposition. But I don't know.
Who the fuck's Saint Ignatius Loyola?
Is that who started it?
Okay, here goes. The Jesuit oath. I now in the presence of the Almighty God, the Blessed Virgin Mary, the Blessed Michael the Archangel, the Blessed Saint John the Baptist, and my ghostly father, the Superior General of the Society of Jesus, founded by Saint Ignatius Loyola, do by the womb of the Virgin swear that His Holiness the Pope is Christ's vice-regent and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church. I do now renounce and disown any allegiance is due to any heretical king, prince, or state, named Protestant or liberal, or obedience to any of their laws or magistrates or officers. I do further declare that the doctrine of the Church of England and Scotland and Calvinists, Huguenots, and other of the name of Protestant or liberal to be damnable and themselves to be damned. Damn, dude. Who will not forsake the same. I do further promise and declare that notwithstanding I am dispensed with to assume my religion heretical for the propagation of Mother Church's interest to keep secret and private all her agents, counsels from time to time as they interest me and do not divulge directly or indirectly by word, writing, or circumstances whatsoever or whatever. Huh? I do furthermore promise and declare that I will, when opportunity presents, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants, and liberals, and I am directed to extirpate them from the face of the earth. Damn.
Right.
And that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition. Damn.
Yeah.
And that I will hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive those infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of the women, and come on, dude. Come on, dude. And crush their infants' heads against the walls in order to annihilate their inexorable race.
Yeah.
That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisonous cup, the
Vaccine.
strangulating cords, the steels of the poignard, or the leaden bullets, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity. Damn, dude, it keeps going, bro.
Yeah, it's bananas. And it's like, of course, this is cultish as fuck, and they're choosing.
Wait, look. Wait, dude, wait.
Yes. So don't get it mixed up with my righteous analogy to it, because I understand.
Look, dude, look.
Instead of it being a gang, it could be like they could have the philosophy, and it could be more, you know what I mean? It's just so like exclusive gang language, you know what I mean? It just
Look, copied from the Divine Calendar, volume 11, edited by Augusta Cook and published. Oh, that's just the calendar. I wonder when this was written, bro.
Oh, it's got to be a couple hundred years old, maybe. I mean,
probably like the 1700s, right, when it was formed.
Yeah,
hey, that's pretty. Wow, dude.
Like, think of a time back then when it's like you had a gang up, and then each gang is selling you these different philosophies of like, our guy in the sky, the guy in the sky. It's like, oh my god, what if the philosophies are similar? Can we, it's just so weird, so weird.
Hey, have you seen that? There is a Vice documentary about. This is just a few years ago in Liberia. Do you know where Liberia is?
Is that Africa?
Yeah, it's Africa. It's Western Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they had a total collapse there, and like different warlords and different factions were like growing and increasing in strength. So everybody was fighting and warring and battling, and to intimidate their enemy, they would rip babies' hearts from their chest and eat the heart, like bite into the heart.
Oh my.
And like drink the baby's blood and do all kinds of like nasty shit just so they can like,
Right.
yeah, they're just trying to be as savage as possible.
It's possible that there's groups like that who have risen.
No, there is like they
No, I
literally.
was going to go on. I know there's groups like that. I'm saying it's possible that groups like that have been the groups to rise to the top of some of the power chains. And I have gotten people to admit the moral dilemmas and stuff like that and actually have the open discussion. Also had ignoramuses not be able to handle this big boy discussion. But I often try to pose the question of, should these people who are able to rip out babies' hearts and eat them, should they not get a certain amount of respect for having the ability and strength to do so? Basically, I know it's terrible.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just kind of like comparing these two. Like, what's the difference between those savage, low level Africans fighting another, group out there? Then look at these Jesuits claiming to do the same thing, that they would rip the babies from the wombs of women and crush the infants' heads.
Yep.
What's the difference? They're trying to demonstrate the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. There might be different organizational structure and respects. There might be some different philosophies that each believes they're operating under. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's to get your job done, you have to be willing to do whatever, basically. And that's why I'm saying, I know it's terrible, but like, I've never learned to eat a baby's heart. And, out of respect to getting rid of my own bias, I need to say like, oh, well, it feels good to be a nice guy, but really, I don't know. It might feel great to eat a baby's heart and take over the world. And I know that's terrible. Okay. I know it is, but I just want to respect nature. I just want to have an honest discussion. You know what I mean? Like, I have a bias and I know I do, and I think a lot of people do, and they're scared to talk like this.
Check this out, dude. So I'm going back of like who actually, because I thought like, the Vatican and the Catholic Church was in Italy and that's where it has its power. But look, let me read it one more time and let me see if you okay, so they do say a Catholic Church, blah blah blah. I do further declare that the doctrine of the Church of England and Scotland and Calvinists, Huguenots, and others of the name of Protestant or liberal to be damnable.
Yeah.
And themselves to be damned. So are they saying they're the bad? They're bad, like the Church of England and Scotland and Calvinists?
Yeah, he's naming all the other ones other than the Church of Rome or what. Like, supposedly this is like the Pope's army, supposedly. So like,
yeah, but I thought they were like all together, like the Church of England, like the Catholic Church of England. I thought they were all like tight, right?
No. No, sir. The Roman Catholic Church and the Church of England, pretty sure they not the same. At least they weren't back then. Maybe they, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they infiltrated and took them over since then. But
let me see who the Calvinists are, because I've seen one of those churches.
Yeah, aren't they like the communist types or something? Or which I didn't think that'd be a bad thing. I don't know.
John Calvin, a Protestant reformer in the 16th century. Where is he from?
I'm gonna guess England.
Broke away from the Roman Catholic Church in the 16th century. Doesn't really say, but probably around there then, right? Italy and that shit.
Could be, yeah, depending on how far of a diplomat he was. Let me look him up.
Oh, Geneva. I think it's Switzerland. Because Calvin preached at St. Pierre Cathedral in Geneva.
Like, that was his home church, or he visited there?
That I don't know.
The message, it's crazy, man. It doesn't matter if it's coming from a open group. It doesn't matter if it's coming from the elite. When we see people like Martin Luther King get assassinated, there's problems.
Yeah, JFK was assassinated.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not cool. Like, anybody ready to organize and it's just, the message is out there. Think about all the neutering that's done to our young could-be leaders because of, scenarios like that. It like makes you think like how you have to be this double agent or something to make a real change. Like, it's crazy. Just
Well, there's not that many like assassinations, right? There hasn't been any recent.
And there's no movements. And there ain't been no movements either. Right?
No, there's been a bunch. There's been that Black Lives Matter. How come nobody's ended up dying from one of their groups?
I mean, that happened because of the people, because of the fucking random motherfuckers dead in the beginning and just ran. Dude, we just saw another video. These cops are just.
When was Benino Aquino or Aquino Benino Jr. or whatever? I forget which one of his names is his first name even. That shit happened recently, no?
That guy died?
Yeah, and they're not charging the cop, right? That one?
No, I was talking about the fucking assassin. You guys are talking about people getting assassinated, right? And there hasn't been any recently?
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a guy. Wasn't there a guy in the Philippines or something? Or like somewhere over there?
Yeah,
I mean, leaders have died. Leaders have died. You don't know if they were assassinated or not. You just know what they told you.
Benino Aquino, I found him.
Ask
Yeah,
Seth
but that's a
Rich's
different
parents.
country, bro.
Ask
It's a different
Seth
country.
Rich's
That don't
parents.
count.
That's
I mean,
not like
even when
America, bro.
It's the same shit though. People try to
they're all playing ball. They're all
Yeah.
playing ball. Lincoln wanted to take out the green. He wanted to pull out a greenback, an American-controlled currency. They took him out. JFK wanted to shut down the central banks. They took him out. Everyone's, how many people got to go before people start getting in line?
People, I mean, kids need to know. It's all we want to, get along nicey, but the streets is real, and the shadows are even realer.
Yeah, it's
To be
not
honest,
just
though,
the leaders; it's the people who would whistleblow too. Those people get
Wait,
assassinated
dude,
all the time.
Absolutely.
Hey, to be honest though, I'm glad fucking that the people in power are this fucking maniacal and will assassinate to control the power, because if they didn't, some other unknown fucking more radical group or person would take control and really fuck with our lives. Because right now my life's pretty good. I gotta be honest, dude. Like, I'm pretty happy with my situation, dude. So,
Dude, there might be a perspective that a lot of perspectives that say, oh no, Martin Luther King would have been a problem. It would have been a problem. We would have went back to a third world country or something, and they think they're, and I feel you, but a lot of people.
Life is good. They got you right where they want you. They got it. They made it so life is just good enough. So you're running around thinking life's good. Meanwhile, they got all the power and control. They're running around in their yachts and their bunkers.
Yeah.
But
I'm
dude,
afraid-
what
I
if
don't know how free
fucking
you've been,
look?
man, but
What if they allowed JFK to keep talking? Because he said, "Hey, there was this a secret society group controlling things of na." And what if they allowed him to get more like people questioning what he said? And what if it, instead of like 100, there's 1,000, and then 1,000 turns into 10,000, and then they keep telling him, okay, you got to talk about this more, and then it grows into like this like giant militia, and then they, who knows, dude? What if that would have happened?
there might be a lot of more people with some land if that happened. Who knows? Who knows? But he's right, man. Trader, Jeremy's got some points where, you think life is good, but if you're sometimes people are in a bubble, and it takes till you look at the grass on the other side, or you look at your position relative to somebody else's. And you just,
sorry.
You're good, man. I mean, just think about, it's easy to look at somebody not working and be like, okay, well, their family must have done something great for society and they're successful, so they deserve to reap the benefits. But when you start thinking back and really questioning, like, what did these, do we need to reward these people for, did their family give to society, or are these just straight murderers?
Yo, I'm about to go to a gun show. They're gonna have like guns and rifles and everything, every kind. If anyone is wants me to live stream it or whatever, I can.
What you gonna buy?
Nothing, just looking for fun.
Looking for fun.
Buy a Glock. Buy a Glock.
Yeah, they've got like guns, 200-year-old guns that are $1,000 saying.
Well, that sounds fun, buddy.
Hey, at least we still have the ability to buy guns, dude.
They have a machine gun posted up outside on a tripod.
Now, if your local government, whether it be city, county, state, or federal, if there was a governmental office like where you could go and build guns all day, and they had the materials, they just come and build guns. Are you bored? I'm sorry, cut off. If there was a government place that said, if you're bored, you can just come and build guns, would you go do that rather than go look at the guns?
Fuck yeah, I'd go build a gun.
And get paid for it also.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Right.
Why wouldn't I?
I think we should have more of that. But it doesn't have to just be guns. I think government should profit. Like, I think any government shouldn't be allowed that doesn't profit. Like,
they should be profiting and reinvesting the profits into better infrastructure or what have you.
Yeah, as soon as there's a deficit, you got to get the fuck out. No deficit allowed. Get the fuck out.
Like you guys are acting like they're not doing like good shit. Like there's good shit happening all the time, dude.
Barely, brother. Barely.
Don's talking about the deficit. We're in a massive deficit, and it's growing every year. Don's saying we should not be in a deficit. We should be in the positive.
Yeah, how is the best country in the
It don't even make
don't
sense,
you guys
right?
get it? Like the whole like the whole deficit money thing is just a farce. Like they're getting this. Like okay, we have whatever 10-20 trillion dollar deficit, whatever it. I don't know what it is. Are you talking about the national debt?
Yeah, just a quick point of order, guys. There's a technical difference between a deficit and a debt when you're talking about countries. So the deficit is the amount that you borrowed this current year, and the debt is the total borrowing of all time.
Thank you. He's right. The deficit is what we're short for the current segment or whatever you call it. Period. But think about it. When have we ever profit? I mean, what? And you act like it doesn't matter and it's a farce, man. But then there's whoever are these bondholders or whoever we owe to, they call that shit in, bro. They're gonna get our resources. Okay, China's gonna own, Mount
No, they
Rushmore.
don't. I've heard that whole thing about China having our U.S. Treasury bonds, and they're gonna call. No, dude.
Look, I'm exaggerating, and I don't know the specifics, but oh yes, whoever holds them, it is going to get leverage on our land. I promise you.
How come they didn't do it last year then, or when this whole story started, like in the early 2000s? Supposedly they had all they never called it in, dude. They never did anything like that.
They didn't call it all in, but I'm pretty sure I've learned or read about stories where situations like this happen. I'm sure we could look some up. I mean, I'm sorry I can't pull out specifics off the top of my head. This area is something of like, a fucking joke to me. So I don't like to spend too much time on it. I know I'm not gonna. But we all can speak and share the message about, fair trade of time and resource, and making sure you trade with groups or families that are
Look, dude, the national debt hit 30 trillion February 14th, 2022. Nothing's stopping. They ain't stopping nothing. They ain't gonna stop. It
Not
can hit
yet.
100 trillion. It's not gonna stop, dude.
That's just not true, though.
So remember, when it was at 10
there
trillion,
comes a
and we're
point.
worrying, oh, it's at 10 trillion, 10 years ago. Oh, it's at 12 trillion. Oh no. What does that even mean?
A lot of that is
The
owed back
whole
to the
system is
citizens.
a farce. It's not gonna stop.
Owed to the citizens, most of it.
There comes a point. There will come a point where you're paying more on the interest than you're even making, and at that point, it'll definitely be a problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but we make 15 trillion a year. So what's the problem here? It's not even close to that.
You also have the problem of hyperinflation.
We make.
If you just keep printing money off, then your money's worthless.
Only making payments on the interest. Do you see how far away we are from that? We'd have to get to 300 trillion, and then that'd be 10%. No, it'd even be more. We'd have to get to about $500 trillion dollars in debt, maybe more. Because
it's only going to take another 20 years. Hey, 20 years ago, it was 3 trillion. Now it's 30 trillion. I mean, dude, it's increased by a fact. I don't know why. I appreciate the opposing side here, but I think you can smell that the philosophy of the best country having a debt is retarded, in my opinion.
Here it is. Look, here it is. Deficit to GDP ratio, 4.6%. So that means we're 94% away, or 96% away from total interest being owed.
Bro, I don't care. You're saying every year, whatever, we're whatever our bankroll is, we're bleeding 4% of it every year.
No, it's not every year, because look, from 2018 to 2019, the deficit to GDP ratio grew 3.8 to 4.6, and the year before that it was 3.4 to 3.8. So yes, it is growing, but only not even a full percentage point. But even if it is a full percentage point, it still take 100 years.
That doesn't have to get to 100%. Whenever
it
you
does, because then at that point,
my man,
then the
hold
whole
up,
GDP ratio
please.
is not paying off anymore, and it's all going to interest. Don't you understand?
No, that's a whole that's a whole different thing. Listen, we have a cap of how much we make, and I get that it's growing because
I know that's our GDP, that's our gross domestic product.
Right now, without printing more money, that's going to have a certain cap. Now, you thinking that the 4% needs to get to 100% before it does the thing that Jeremy's talking
Yes,
about?
it does, because then that'd be 100% of the GDP.
Trader, you've interrupted before you've heard me twice now,
Okay,
bro.
go ahead. Go ahead.
You have
Go
no
ahead.
idea what
Sorry.
I'm saying.
Go
What
ahead.
I'm trying-
I'll answer you though if you'd like.
Yeah, it's fine. What I'm trying to tell you is we are operating at a loss. We cannot pay for what we're doing every year. The number of 4% that you're pulling up is showing you how much short we are. So whenever there's
and it's every year it's only increasing.
So whenever there's
we're only short.
Right. So any number higher than 0, we're losing money. Eventually, however much money we owe, right, can grow to a size relative to our yearly GDP where it's going to be a problem.
Right. So once it gets to 100%, then that's a big problem, right? But we're not even close to that.
You're not
you do not understand.
I can agree with you, but it's irrelevant.
2017, it rose 0.3%.
It doesn't matter. Listen.
It matters,
Whatever we're short this year, we're short 3% this year. We're short 3 million. Okay. We owe 3 million. We don't have it. We're short next year, 3 million. Okay. Now we owe 6.
Big deal. Big deal.
Listen, next year we're short 3 more million.
Who's gonna make us
now
pay?
we owe 9, bruh. Okay.
It's all a farce, dude. Who's gonna make us
You're not
pay?
letting me get to the end of it. It's like you're scared of the math.
Go ahead. I'm not scared of math or nothing.
Okay, what do we make every year?
What does it matter, dude? Nobody's gonna make us pay, bro. You don't seem to understand this. All these numbers and everything. Oh, we owe. Who's we, dude? And who do we owe this to?
It's owed to us.
Us.
Bro, you got to really understand that the economics, bro. Money isn't a thing. It's a promise of things.
Yes, I get it. I understand, dude.
Yeah. So like, think about it, man. If we keep producing things that we're saying we're gonna owe people for it even more already. Even if we had the money, those people would be owed something, right? So now they're double down the track of fucking being owed. You think the people that print this money and has interest on this money, they're not going to call it in? It can happen, man. We should look this up together right now, right?
Sure. Let's see how much
American assets, forfeited American assets due to owing money to other countries.
And you do understand the difference between money. There's difference in money, right? Like T-bills are treasury bills. T-bonds are different from actual dollars. So when you say, oh, China owns American debt or whatever, it's different from dollars, right? You know, like T-bills and T-bonds are different. T-bills are money.
It's like a government stock, right? Something like that. But yeah, I feel what you're saying, but I'm not, I'm not that familiar with all the economics of it. I just know that to say that we shouldn't be scared of having a debt, first of all, it seems like there's implications of it. Otherwise, why wouldn't we have unlimited, right? Why wouldn't they just,
here we go. Look.
Second of all, I think we should be at a profit regardless. Regardless, we should win. Like, we're in a capitalist society where gaining resources and assets is the game. That's how they say, you come up and you grow and you evolve and the life and all that. Our government should be doing it too. That's my whole point. Well, I don't want to be sidetracked, man. I don't know the economics. Argue that.
Trillions? How many trillions did they just print?
Look, hold on, dude.
It's like hold on. I have a point. There's like over $3 trillion printed already, and they want to print another 3 or something like that. It's ridiculous. Clearly, it's not doing any good for the country. Like, clearly, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I really do.
Check this out. Look, at the end of 2020, China's foreign debt, including US dollar debt, stood at roughly 2.4 trillion. Corporate debt is 27 trillion, while the country's total public debt exceeds 300% of GDP. Now, I don't see China crying because they're already 300% over their GDP. Their country's still working.
You instead of saying a farce, I think you should call it a Debo jacking, because we if you say you owe, somebody's fucking owed. Okay, and yeah, if they're never gonna pay, they're never gonna. But that don't mean it's a farce. That means China's jacking motherfuckers. America is jacking.
Oh, look at this. U.S. debt held by China, 1.065 trillion. That ain't shit. That's
shit.
Okay, if we make 15 trillion a year and they own 1/15 of it, big fucking yank. They ain't gonna stop shit.
7% of
like if they call in the debt,
it's a problem, dude. You can buy Rhode Island for $1 trillion. Like, come on, bro. They just own Rhode
Island. Ridiculous. Do you know how small fucking Rhode Island is?
You're so funny this morning.
Come on, dude. That's not even 1% of fucking America, bro.
You are like the funniest conformist. Like, you are being
China
the most.
Is not going to take over anything if they call in the debt, dude. Sorry, bro. Try again.
Maybe. I still don't like. I still stand by the point we should profit. Period.
We do all the time, dude.
No.
Yes, we profit a lot, dude. We make a lot of things, dude.
No, I mean, like, you know how like corporations profit and then pay out dividends to the shareholders? So I think like America should be profiting, and instead of having to print money to give out a stimulus, we should just have the money. You get what I'm saying, bro?
We do. We tax people, dude.
At a loss, homeboy. At a loss.
It's not a lot. At a loss.
Oh, we're at a loss, man. Are you kidding me? You just said there's a deficit. What are you talking about? We are at a loss every fiscal year, every quarter, every day. I'll take if you want to go with the alternate sides, that's fine, but don't fail the logic. I think you hit an error here. Maybe I'm wrong.
You think that the collapse is going to happen if, say, we owe too much money or something, but
the collapse
that's never going to happen, dude, because you seem to not like understand money is just a make-believe monopoly money thing that they use for power, dude. Like, you think like they're going to say, oh well, we lose. No, they still have power, dude. They'll just use another fucking money system.
So are you saying that if they print trillions of dollars and we just have extra trillions of dollars, is that what you're saying? Like there's no effect?
Trader, you are.
Dude, that's how fucking crazy people are, dude. Like they don't fucking know. They're not going to say, okay, let's stop the presses. We owe 300 trillion and we can't make this money system work anymore. We kept banging it on the side, but it's already fried. And so let's use a new one. Okay, sure. Let's call it, instead of US dollar, let's call it US Rollad.
Yeah, and how do they distribute? And how do they distribute that?
The same way they distributed the US dollar.
They never did that. You're clueless. You don't know what you're talking about. They did it, but
they turned on they'll make a new printer and then they'll print Rollads instead of dollars.
And who gets them? And who gets them?
Everybody.
You're so funny.
They'll give it out free, dude. They will, believe me. They're doing it right now with like the stimulus. They're giving everybody free money, dude.
To the beginning, where you're saying that me and you can decide to just not take the money and grow our own food and make our own guns. We don't
You
have
think people are gonna want to do that? Fuck no, dude. They want free shit.
Yes.
They'll take it. Believe me.
That's the point, dude. There comes a time where, you know, people realize, okay, there's too much money going around. Prices are getting too high. I'm not gonna play the retail middleman game. I'm just want to find a direct network, and I'm gonna trade resources at a known fair prorated man hour exchange. And there's not going to be any more, like, there's so many industries that are just retail fluff, dude.
Okay, show me where the masses are going to that cheaper whatever you said. Like there's we're not going to take the middleman anymore.
We don't need the money.
So we're not going to get from the actual supermarket. We're going to actually get from the actual farm producer. But it's okay because we'll slaughter the animals ourselves, and we'll process the grains ourselves and make our own cereal and
Everybody
make our own
can
butter.
keep their own job, dude.
Is that what
but
you're
they
talking
have to
about?
know, bruh. People keep their jobs, but they decide to stop saying, okay, one person gets so much extra than the other person unless it's fair, right? There's no reason a person spending 8 hours.
You know what, dude? We do have that, and it's called Amazon, dude. Look at that. Like, they're gonna put all the fucking supermarkets out of business.
Stop working at Amazon. Stop working at Walmart. Stop working at these places, and the people will realize they have the same amount of time to produce the same goods and resources in their life just as easy.
Yeah, but Amazon is literally cutting out the middleman, dude, and it works so good that they're cutting out the middleman, but now they're the only man. Like, before there was a middleman, now they're the only man. Like,
well, they're abusing idiot slaves that work for $15 an hour.
well, why do people? You said that, oh, everybody wouldn't do that. They'll just go for the better value.
Bro, you know, some people already do that. And if there was a scenario where the money started getting more inflated and less valuable and all that, there would be more people living like in their own private, societies.
I'll tell you this. This is probably going to happen in about 3 years, maybe 5 years. But would you be surprised when the federal government deems Amazon a hazard to the U.S. economy and stops it and disperses all the power of Amazon to, like, local small businesses? Would you be surprised if that happened?
No, there might be an industry. I don't know what industry the monopoly would be claimed on, but at worst, they would just tell them that they have to fund a competitor, that they have to start a competing. No,
like, literally, they shut that company down.
Not going to happen.
And not allow it to operate. You don't think they can do that?
They can, but they won't.
Why not?
Because they won't.
Yeah, they will. They are going to do that in like 3 to 5 years. Mark my words.
Why?
I'm good at predicting things.
Well, why? What do you think? Why?
What do I think? Do you live in a big city?
Yeah. Oh my God! I totally almost forgot this.
Hey, do you have Amazon? Hey, do you have Amazon fucking businesses, like, or Amazon factories, literally taking over like all the?
Dude, I saw a little yellow box driving down the street yesterday. I totally forgot to tell you. It was leading traffic. It was in the front of all the big cars. It was a little.
Dude, we're living in the future, bro. Like.
Oh my God, what? And I went to ask him, what the fuck was that thing? Like, I swear it was an Amazon delivery thing or something.
A little box.
I swear to God. It was as big as a wagon. Okay.
I'm telling you, dude, maybe less than 3 years, the fucking government's going to say, you know what? Fuck this guy and fuck his fucking. Because it's going to be the United States Amazon, bro. I'm telling you.
It's already the United States of Walmart. It's already, I mean, come on. You know that's not gonna
Yeah,
happen.
but the United States is not gonna fucking put up with that shit, bro. If it
It's
gets
just
too
you're so
powerful,
funny
they will
today. You
crush
really
it.
are.
Believe you me.
You're pretty loose today, man.
What about the World Economic Forum prediction to 2030?
What, the UBI or something, or what?
It says in the first of their 8 points for their predictions, they say you will own nothing and you will be happy. And the second point says everything you want will be delivered by, or you can have everything rented and it will be delivered by drone, and so on and so on. Really crazy. World Economic Forum predictions for 2030.
So
hey, didn't Biden and what's that, the vice president? Gosh, I don't know. Kamala Harris. Hey, they were backing this whole thing. Remember?
There's plenty of socialist stuff already happening in America that you love. Okay. Now
that I love. What are you talking about?
Language is not needed. Like, you know, you'll own nothing. That seems pretty absolutely, like it has an absolute, you know, ring to it. And I don't think that's necessary, but I mean, come on, you're gonna own your shirt, aren't you? I mean, come on, right? Like let's get real.
So but this kind of vocabulary just transpires this ideology, you know?
They're talking about production and land. For instance, like, you know, we all play like video games, and it's like no one's gonna own the video game company. There's just gonna be game makers that get funded and they make cool stuff, and everybody who wants it can play it. Like that's their utopia dream or whatever. But we know that you're gonna own shit. They redefining what own means or something. Like, I don't. That's some weird shit.
See, here's the problem with their little plan that will own nothing. Like Texas, dude. People, it's 99% private land. So have fun trying to take their land from them, basically. Right. And pretty much everywhere else where people own their land, like good luck, like trying to make people leave their land, dude. It's not gonna happen, dude.
I think that's not exactly the context in which this phrase is meant to, like the guy before explained really nice, I think. But nevertheless, what I'm trying to make clear is that this kind of vocabulary used just indicates some, I mean, what kind of disordered view this forum has of reality, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, like, but you're saying like this could happen in other countries because they lack, like, say, like firearms to defend themselves. I mean, I know a country is more powerful, but you'd be surprised.
Mr. Texas, right? So yeah, good luck taking it, but the U.S. Navy would take it with the tanks. Now, here's what's interesting: the people don't want to give it up. The people. Let me just get this out a little bit. Here's the catch-22 and the respect for the morality where we started. People don't want to give up their land because they work hard and they owned it, and they traded for it, or they think fair and square, right? They're like, hey, I've earned this, right? But we forget that the whole America was taken by force, and that's how it was initially earned. And if someone wants to come earn it back, no, hold on, let me get there, man. You gotta let me get there. Because you're saying they can protect it with might, but somebody else can also come earn it and take it away with might, like the U.S. Navy. So the catch-22 is, this is what is fucking weird. Why are you respecting and saying, oh, who cares if they worked hard for it? We know that the bullets make the rules. And you're pretending Texas isn't going to lose? They will lose.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Nobody's going to come with tanks trying to take fucking different people's fucking land from them.
Yeah,
no, that's never going to happen.
They say they would. What are you talking about?
That's never going to happen.
You think they're going to back it up?
No, it's giant corporations like BlackRock buying up all the property that's for sale. They want to buy it up and then rent.
Yeah,
And the
that's
more
the point. They
property
won't
they
have to do
buy,
it. He's right.
the rent.
He's right. They won't have to do it with tanks, but all y'all dumbass Texans are going to sell out anyway because they'll print you up $1 trillion billion, and then it goes to here's 50 million for your little fucking shack, and everyone
Nobody's
Texas
gonna
take it
sell
and run
out,
away.
dude. Have you seen that
just get
one
real. You
fucking
know the
old
business.
lady in the freeway who hasn't fucking sold her house and they built a fucking freeway around it? People are not gonna fucking sell out, dude.
It's 1 in a million, and they are the most beautiful thing. I love it. It's awesome to see the little tiny house in the middle of the side of the mall where they put that's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, dude, I have that in my city, dude. They try to build some fucking community center and fucking there was 2 houses that held out, you know.
There's people
Yeah.
sell their houses all the time. They move. Like I'm moving to Florida. I'm getting out of this lefty shithole, let's say. BlackRock comes in and just buys up the property. In some cases, they're even paying more than people are asking to expedite it and make it real simple.
They'll pay
They
your ass.
haven't bought it all though. They can't
But
get
Trey,
it
you're
all, dude.
delusional. You are delusional if you think they won't come with tanks, bro. You know that they would. I mean, if they want something done,
I don't know that they would because they've never done it before. So until they do it before, they're gonna scare a lot of people and they're gonna fucking create a chaotic fucking war where the whole system is gonna collapse. And they don't want that because then they lose their power. They only have power when people play along and play nice and fucking and drive to work in their happy little car. But until then, if they start bringing tanks around people's houses and stealing people's lands and other people see that like on Twitter or Facebook, they're going to cause panic and then fucking they're not going to have their little system anymore. And it's going to be a systemic collapse.
Point of clarification.
It's never going to happen.
Point of clarification on when there were SWAT teams in Boston with, I guess, I don't know if you consider them tanks or not, yelling at people to get back in their home to quarantine for 15 days. Would you not consider that tanks in the street?
Trader's delusional.
Okay,
Trader.
but at that same time in Boston, was it in every other city that they were doing that at the same time? Was it nationwide?
It was in Australia. And would you consider the Boston situation?
No, that's a different country. That doesn't count.
Trader, you're messy. Come on. Admit it can happen. It can happen. Come on, man.
Okay, I'll be honest with myself, and I will say it can happen because anything that can happen will happen, but the odds of it happening are slim to none, and I explain why. Because the people that are in power do not want a systemic collapse because then people won't play nice and continue the system because that's how they only have their power is with this system. So they don't want to collapse.
Yeah, they
Canada's a
don't want
perfect example. Canada, look at Canada. They tried to play some dumb shit. People said, hell no.
And I think America needs more of that, though, man.
Damn straight.
We have enough, dude. You know what? We have enough. We have the Second Amendment. That's enough, dude.
Think about the people we were talking about eminent domain or the house holding out and not selling their property. You know, those are the lucky ones. I bet there's 99 out of the 100 that actually want to fight and not sell. I bet 99 out of the 100 get actual bullied and unfairly actually put out. I bet it's 1 out of 100 that actually survives righteously. So we know that authority abuses it.
But they're not doing it at this moment. Like you're claiming like it's the people are just buying out people left and right. 99 out of 100 times that's not happening. People are living in their houses, comfortable, going to work, living out their lives, and none of that's happening, dude. Tanks aren't rolling down the streets right now.
No, we're talking about the 3-year plan, though. Like they're talking about in 3 years.
No, dude. That's not going to happen, dude. By then, dude, there's going to be a fucking solar flare that's going to wipe everybody out. Or a giant fucking asteroid that Jeremy said was going to hit. Yeah, Jeremy said atmosphere and asteroid. Yes, he did. You can go back about. I actually let me see the timestamp. If you go back an hour and 4 minutes, you'll hear Jeremy say the word asteroid will hit that comes from outer space, and then he said atmosphere too. Anyway.
Mm. Well, have fun. Have fun looking at the guns, man. Take some pictures and shit. BFK for a minute.
God bless America. Thank you, God, for our Second Amendment right.
That's a lot better than that polymer upper lower bullshit.
Sorry, do you not believe an asteroid once fell through the atmosphere and took out all the dinosaurs and all the mammals that were bigger than like a rat?
I don't know, bro. I never no, I don't really. I don't know.
I thought you believed that. Oh, my bad. I can use other terms to replace the words that you think you got me on, but I thought you believed in that stuff, so I was using your words.
My words.
Yeah, the words I thought you believed for your paradigm. You're a Glober, right?
I ain't a Glober, dude.
I thought you were a Glober. I don't know.
I thought you were a flat earther. That's why I was surprised that you were using words like Atmo and like things like that.
Well, Atmo is a word flat earthers would use for one.
Atmosphere? You
Not with the
literally said
sphere.
sphere. You
Yeah,
said
well, you
atmosphere,
literally
dude.
just said Atmo right now, and Atmo is a word I would use regardless.
No, you said before though. I want to correct you. You said atmosphere.
All right, I'm correcting you from
So
just now. Okay, I'm correcting you from just now. You said Atmo. Atmo is the
no,
word
but
I would
before
use.
you said atmosphere, an hour
I
and
know, and
5 minutes ago.
I explained why I used that word because I believed you were a glober, and I thought you believed in the dinosaurs and the atmosphere and asteroids and all that shit. Would it make you happy if I rephrase the sentence in flat Earth terms?
I'm kind of busy right now. I'm playing chess.
Okay, let me know if you want me to rephrase the sentence in flat Earth terms.
Oh shit! All right, now what did you want, Jeremy? You're asking me something when I was very distracted.
Dude, I don't want anything. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, but you were saying something about what again?
He was
You
globe
said
talking.
Atmo. Hmm. What about your atmosphere, bro, that you were talking about?
Yeah, I said atmosphere because I thought you were a glober. You do globers sometimes, so I thought you were a glober. But I can rephrase it in flat Earth terms if you want.
So you know about that word atmosphere? How it has the word
Why do you
sphere in
think
it?
I fucking
Sphere?
use it? I know the words I'm using,
Sphere,
what they
dude.
mean. Yes.
Oh, you believe in spheres. All right, that's cool, bro. Right on. Glad to know. But hey, I'm glad to know you even believe in rocks falling from the sky. Because you said asteroid too, right?
So, do you want me to rephrase it in flat Earth terms or no? Because I thought you were a glober. That's why I use those terms.
Hold on, dude. You keep saying that, but did you not say asteroid earlier? And that rocks.
Yes, I did. I said asteroid.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Right on, dude. Hey, I gotta go, man. Elvis has left the building.
No, you really got me. You got me on that one, man. I don't know. I should just probably delete Discord or something. You got me, guys. I'm gonna have to delete Discord now and never return to flat Earth. I said the word atmosphere and asteroid.
Bye.
Because I thought I was talking to a globe. Because I thought I was talking to a glober, so I used their terms. Please forgive me.
You're gonna have to turn
I
in
don't
all
think.
your phones. No more free money for you. No.
I'll be ostracized from the flat Earth community now. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Or you could go join up with Ranty, maybe. They might
Go
take
join Ranty.
Yeah. They might take you. You guys could do like a morning show thing where you talk about cell phones and Bigfoot and whatnot.
Like, don't even go there. Have you watched the Lloyd Everything You Know Is Wrong thing yet?
Have I watched what?
Lloyd, it's called Lloyd Pye. Everything You Know Is Wrong.
No, I don't think I've watched that.
Lloyd Pye?
Lloyd Pye. Pye. He makes a hell of a compelling case for Bigfoot. Like, no joke. I didn't even give a fuck about Bigfoot before I watched that. I was like, Bigfoot's bullshit, whatever.
I've seen that, yeah. That was very good. Yeah, you made a
I was
hell of an
fucking-
argument.
Yeah, dude, with all the stuff. He went right. He trailed off at the end with that whole Zachariah Sitchin thing. He lost me on that. But all the stuff previous to that was really good in that.
If at any point there's a claim that there's like another race that is sentient the way humans are, it doesn't matter what they present to me. I'm not going to believe it. I am of the mind that human beings are the absolute pinnacle of intelligence and sentience. There's nothing else equal to us in the entirety of our reality.
Well, yeah, but that's not what he was saying, though. He's not saying that. He's just giving
Yeah, I'm not sure.
evidence
I'm not
as to
saying
the
he was.
existence of Bigfoot.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
whether
he was, but
Bigfoot's-
I'm just saying if that is like the angle he goes at it from, then it won't matter to me anyway what kind of case he makes. I won't believe that. But if he just makes the case for like an animal that seems Bigfootish, and there's a reason for that thing to exist, that might be interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't even put a lot of the stuff together, like the fact that things used to be giant a long time ago. You know, if you believe in dinosaurs, if not, they got the big face bears and giant megafauna. They're called like
things used to be giant. Like recently, I've been thinking about something, and I don't know if it's like I could be wrong, okay, but to me, it seems like humans are in general looking smaller than they used to. So like if I put my hand, I'm like 30.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh,
I'll be right
okay.
back, Bob. Sorry, I gotta go. You can talk to these guys though. Go ahead, keep going. Keep going, Bob. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nice. What do you mean?
I was actually thinking about sheep.
Maybe not.
The question of Bigfoot is quite interesting, but also how do we know that some superfauna like big sheep wouldn't have survived from that age? Like, it's totally plausible that there would be a big ass sheep in the wilderness, and it could like hide in the snow banks of the Andes. Like it has white fur, so it fits nicely within all the all the snow. In fact, stories tell of such a creature, and they call it the sheep supreme.
Yeah, that Lloyd Pye guy explained the history of the panda bear, where it was a giant mystery and a myth that there was a black and white panda that didn't eat meat, only ate plant-based foods. It was just a myth, and everyone was like in the what do you call it? In the study of animals were like, nope, that's impossible. Well, then I think it was Theodore Roosevelt was on one of his safaris or whatnot, and he actually saw a pelt hanging on a hut. So then he spent, I think it was over 50 years before they actually discovered the panda. They knew about it for over 50 years. It took that long. This is an interesting story. So the video is about a couple hours long. It was just full information like that. It wasn't Roosevelt. I forget who it was.
What happened? I went and took a shower and everything. Everyone went and took a nap.
No, still here.
We all died.
This is all happening in my brain, solipsism.
Yep. I actually took shortly hold of the conversation, but I had to vamos as well because I have a French essay to finish, so I kind of started a discussion and then vamos as well.
Even when you take it to the brain in a vat thing, that doesn't change the reality we're working with. If that reality is all happening inside someone's mind, then fine. That's the reality we're working with. Things are still real in this reality. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, solipsism doesn't get you out of shit. I don't know. Everyone always tries to use that we could always be brains in a vat thing, but like I said, if that's our reality, that's our reality. It doesn't change our reality.
It demonstrates their inability or unwillingness to logically walk through a scenario.
You know what you feel me on that, Bob? If
Yeah.
you're a brain in a vat and this is all happening in your brain, well then in our reality, water still exists, right?
Right.
Like
Whatever reality we're working in, whether it's a simulation or a mirage or whatever you want to call it, it's still whatever reality is, it is. No matter what you claim that it might be outside of that doesn't really matter because
it doesn't. Yeah.
Whether we're seeing the water while we're dreaming in a vat doesn't change the fact that we are seeing the water in this reality, whatever that happens to be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I laugh when they bring it to the brain in a vat thing. It just doesn't change our reality. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Whatever this is where we are, it is what it is, no matter what you think outside of it is.
You and your damn common sense logic shit. Jesus, Bob. I feel like as soon as somebody takes it to that, they've lost. Like, you lost.
That's the thing, is if they lean on that as if it has proven something or shown something, that's what I'm saying. All it does is demonstrate their inability or their unwillingness to logically walk through a scenario. They're obviously not logically walking through what that would mean for us if that was the case. Instead, they're seemingly using it as like some sort of like out. I mean, just imagine like playing like a video game like Elder Scrolls or whatever, like you're shooting fire out of your hands at some NPC and you're burning them alive, okay? If that NPC like suddenly woke up inside the video game, like they suddenly became self-aware inside the video game somehow, okay? They're not in our reality. They're in the video game. So even though they're aware and they're awake and they realize now that they are a thing that exists, it wouldn't change the fact that in the video game, they're being roasted alive by my magic fire. It doesn't matter what the reality around you, like what is outside of that reality. Whatever you're working with, you're working with. It's that simple.
Yeah, I hear you. I feel you, bro. God. I was just seeing if you were home, but don't worry.
No worries, mate.
Oh shit.
Anyone there?
Is there anyone here?
No.
Is Jeremy here?
Where the party at? All the ladies say, hey. Hey. All the fellas say, oh. What up? What up? What up? What up?
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you doing yourself?
Yeah, doing all right.
Right on. You have a good day today?
Been pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty strong sun here, so it's nice to have summertime around the corner.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Well, yeah, I mean, it really is just the beginning of spring, pretty much, about like day 20 or so of spring. But yeah, summer's on its way, but man, for real though, the weather where I'm at, it's been like spring showers for the past week or longer. And today, only for about 3 minutes, it hailed. And it's like, my girlfriend was asking me, she's like, what makes it so that sometimes it would snow versus sometimes it would hail? Because they're such different shapes. What would be that extra ingredient, if you feel me, that would make hail instead of flakes? I told her maybe it has something to do with like the pollution in the air, like how many particles are floating around. But that was just a guess. I got no clue.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. That is interesting, the way that hail forms, because hail can be wild sometimes. Like sometimes it forms like really quickly, and there can be like huge golf ball sized chunks, and it's like damaging cars and stuff. Like hail is kind of a
Right?
wild phenomenon.
It sure is, especially now that it's like halfway into spring, or a third of the way into spring almost, and like it hasn't hailed all winter, but all of a sudden, it's like a sunshiny day, pretty warm weather, and out of nowhere, hail. It's like, really? Today, it's been like 50 to 60 degrees today, and all of a sudden the temperature drops for like a couple minutes and it starts hailing. Yeah, it's wild, bro. I don't understand the weather at all, man. It's so unpredictable where I'm at. It'll be snowing and raining and sunshine and 70 degrees all in the same day where I'm at. Maybe it has to do with being next to a river. I've been told that kind of messes with things.
Yeah. Yeah, bodies of water definitely do seem to have an effect on weather. Well, I think they say with hail, like, doesn't it? I mean, at least somewhat the mainstream thing, they say that it has to do with like the different like layers, like you get different pressure layers and temperature layers, and then the hail kind of forms due to that.
I wouldn't know, but that's definitely got to be part of it. What's been on your mind lately, man?
That's a good question. A lot of different things, but I'm trying to think of if there's one in particular. I mean, I think. Well, I don't mean. Do you have a particular any topics on your mind? I'm trying to think of. I mean, I guess I think a lot about just the state of the world and where things are headed and how things can improve, and are we headed in a more positive direction or more negative? Just in general in terms of. I guess I think about that a lot, and how what we can do to make more positive outcome for people.
Well, that's nice. Sort of like a great awakening versus great reset sort of dichotomy. Not that a great reset is necessarily the opposite or anything, but are we heading towards a mass awakening, or going deeper into the, I don't want to say rabbit hole, but deeper into the pit?
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much exactly. Like if there is a reset or a series of resets occurring, yeah, like is it going to be resetting in some positive awakening way, or is it going to be resetting in some sort of more restrictive food shortages, internet outages, power outages, all of that kind of NWO kind of unfolding? Because it's kind of like we're at a little bit of an in-between point. Like the whole pandemic thing happened, the like Ukraine thing, and yeah, I'm kind of like wondering like what chess moves the kind of powers that be are going to be doing, you know, versus like the rest of us, you know, and how we react to that. So yeah, I just kind of think a lot about that. Yeah.
Well, one of the nicest messages that a channel called Quantum of Conscience has is that you know, the powers that shouldn't be, or the Illuminati or whatever, you can definitely tell that there's a game that they're playing that they haven't quite won yet, or else they wouldn't try so hard all the time to get in your business in every facet of life. And the fact that they do seem to be trying so hard all the time means they're still trying to achieve their goals, which means they haven't necessarily won the game yet, which means we're still in this.
Yeah, I kind of got shivers down my body when you said that. Yeah, I resonate with that. It's not over yet.
I don't hear no fat lady singing. It's not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a sense too, like that they're kind of scrambling a bit, to be honest. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, you know, in the 90s, I would say, yeah, they had it pretty locked down. You know, the deceptions were all going through, you know, what, you know, they had just whatever. I mean, they were, you know, Monica Lewinsky with Bill Clinton. I mean, it was all just sort of like ridiculous theater. And then, I don't know, but I mean, a lot has changed since then, of course, and then where we're at now. But, I mean, I feel like they kind of have had it, you know, in a pretty good position. At least I'm thinking from their minds, like where they thought that they had things in pretty good shape or whatever in terms of their what they're doing. But now